Your cult boyfriend? I'm talking about the first season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer today. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, one of my favorite things ever. Look, I got me a Buffy tattoo right there, but we won't be able to talk about the significance of this tattoo for a couple of videos. Nevertheless, I think that Buffy the Vampire Slayer is one of the greatest shows ever. And maybe kind of notoriously, I have an issue with the first season of the show. I think it's bad. In fact, when I watch the first season, I always like skip it. Or when I watch the show, I always skip it. I just think it's incredibly basic. I think the first season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer is an incredibly basic season. I also, most likely, I'm not going to be covering the film, or fuck it, I'm just not gonna cover the film Buffy the Vampire Slayer because I don't like it either. I think I have the same criticisms of the film that Joss Whedon did. Joss Whedon had some pretty legitimate grievances, reservations, disagreements with how the film turned out. And he kept this Buffy the Vampire Slayer idea close to his heart and developed it into a show. I think Buffy the Vampire Slayer turns into a brilliant show around the middle of the second season, and it turns completely masterful. But while I skip this season when I do like rewatches and stuff, I whenever I recommend the show to people, I tell them that like the first season is kind of whack, but you have to watch it. You still have to watch it. Um, there are payoffs. And I wouldn't say the entire season's bad. I think that the first two episodes are reasonably good. Uh I think that the episode with Clea Duvall as the Invisible Girl, it hits those X-Files kind of trigger responses from me, and I like it. I like that episode a lot. I also like Clea Duvall a lot. I think that the two great episodes of this season are like Prophecy Girl, the season finale, and Angel, an episode that comes halfway through this season, which is a shorter season than the others. That's why it feels so basic. It feels like a demo. Feels like a demo cassette tape, right? It doesn't feel like a finalized version, and it's not. I mean, these are actors starting to become familiar with their characters. It's Joss Whedon learning how to be a showrunner, how to write, how to maintain long form storytelling. It's Joss finding his own voice. It's uh it's television also in 1997, um, and teen drama as a whole, uh, starting to transcend limitations and boundaries, and becoming something a lot more sophisticated. Uh, Buffy the Vampire Slayer season one feels like a demo. Most of the scripts don't really feel finalized because the themes aren't necessarily explored in an interesting way. Everything feels like a spec script. Everything feels like just incredibly basic, oversimplified. But you get you get indicators that there's a secret layer of genius just waiting to reveal itself. And you do get those in episodes like Angel and Prophecy Girl. I like the episode Angel a lot because I think Darla is a really cool character. And also, I don't think we're gonna cover Angel. I don't know how long my channel will be around, but if it's still around, like for a few years, of course I'll cover Angel. I like Angel, and Darla really comes into her own and becomes like a really fascinating, really philosophically grappling character in Angel. I just no guarantees on us actually covering Angel. We're really focused on teen drama here, and while Angel has some of that mentality, some of that psychology, Angel is really its own thing, and Angel can be a very frustrating show, but I do like Angel, and I love Darla. I think that Julie Benz is a captivating actress. I think she's a captivating girl, and I think she's great on Angel. I mean, one of the best shots in the entire season comes in the second episode, where it's like a really moody, um, part of a song that the band at the Bronze are playing, and we're with the doorman, and out of the darkness comes Darla with her like bright radiant, like so bright blonde that it's violent, ultra violent in its own way. She comes like skipping out of the shadows, leading this entire army of vampires. And it's like in slow motion to this like groovy, moody, super atmospheric part of a song that the band of the Bronze are playing. That's the best shot in the whole season. And it comes in the second episode. So like there was always something incredibly captivating about Julie Benz, especially when she was playing Darla. And she's also the first character that we meet. I think there's a lot of great stuff to Darla, and some of it is examined in Angel. And yeah, I think she's why that episode is so great. I also like learning about Angel. I like Angel. All right, I'm like Team Angel. I do think Angel is a really interesting character. I think part of my thesis for these analysis videos of Buffy isn't going to be like Team Angel, Team Riley, or Team Spike, or whatever the fuck. I don't really care about that. I care about what Joss Whedon cared about when he was like developing these stories. And I think that the sad tragedy of Buffy is that she's designed to be alone. She's designed to be brokenhearted, always in want of passion and want of love, but basically every relationship that she gets involved with is either a projection of her own self-hate and suicidal ideations like with Spike, or they're like abusive misogynists like Angel turns into in the second season, or they're Riley. They're kind of perverted idealized forms of American jarhead youth, honestly, and all of which I think serve like a twisted part of Buffy, and I think that Joss Whedon designed the show so that and the character to to be alone, and that's part of the tragedy of being Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So it's not necessarily my team whose team I'm on when it comes to the guys. I think that the hardest, most bitter pill to swallow is that Buffy doesn't belong with anyone because Joss Whedon loves to torture Buffy, loves to torture her, puts her through so much hell, and might even get like a sick pleasure out of it. Yeah, off the bat too, Joss Whedon, a terribly problematic person. Almost virtually everyone on the Buffy set has come forward and expressed a lot of issues. Either from like sexual dynamics, power dynamics, unprofessionalism coming from Joss Whedon. And my videos aren't to champion Joss Whedon and like as a person, as a man, but I think that his creations, Buffy, Firefly, Dollhouse, I think his creations are stunning. And I think that throughout all of his projects, you can see certain revealing bits of writing, of information, of design that kind of show that Joss Whedon's kind of problematic or at least troubling psychology, right? But I think that some of that makes the shows a lot more interesting, or in fact, all of it makes the show a lot more interesting. This is a guy who's battling his own demons while making a show about, I'm guessing, like one of his sexual fantasies fighting demons as well. A lot of people like to view Xander as a proxy for Joss Whedon, and I think that's probably incredibly accurate. I think that Xander is definitely Joss Whedon's stand in, his analog for his own show. So I'm not going to like shy away from calling Joss Whedon a genius, or at least he is responsible for a lot of brilliant work. I'm not going to shy away uh from saying that he's a phenomenal writer, and I don't want anyone to take offense to that because while he's a gifted writer and a possibly brilliant showrunner, the thing that a showrunner should do is also possess responsibility and accountability and make sure that everyone on his set is safe and healthy and devoted, motivated. And it doesn't seem like he provided that kind of atmosphere to his crew, to his cast, or even to the network. So you can't exactly be a great showrunner if so many people that were involved in the shows that you operated and designed have so many troubling memories of that time. Uh, the most troubling ones we'll get into are around when Michelle Trachtenberg shows up. That's when what Joss did um starts to like really get creepy. You know, I feel like I need to double check this, but I think Michelle Trachtenberg, she said that she had to be kept in like isolated from Joss because Joss was so creepy. And bear in mind, Michelle was like, she was a kid on Buffy. And you know, on this channel, we are team Michelle Trachtenberg till the end of time here. But I think as the videos go on, I will provide criticisms of Joss Whedon, his conduct on set, because that should be taken into consideration when talking about the show. He's a phenomenal writer. I think that Buffy and Firefly and Dollhouse are incredible works of art. But part of being a showrunner, yes, is possibly one of the most important parts of being a showrunner is providing a safe and non-threatening work environment, and he definitely didn't do that. So, as a showrunner, he's possibly a failure, but Buffy, you can't erase Joss entirely from the narrative here. Joss is a huge part of Buffy. I think that Joss is his identity is all throughout Buffy, and you can't ignore it, or else you're being dishonest. And I also think it's fascinating to study problematic figures, like in their own designs, in their own works. And I think that Joss is being upfront about a lot of things, like just the concept I was talking about, where I think that Joss believes Buffy is destined to be alone, her heart aching forever. That's an interesting concept to discuss. But all these interesting concepts are not present in the first season of Buffy at all. Well, not at all. They're there, but in the most rudimentary, elementary, basic fucking way possible. It's just uh it's just so basic. Like I put off covering Buffy for so long because I dreaded the idea of having to watch this first season again. It's only 12 episodes, but it takes me like three times the amount of time. It takes me three times longer to watch 12 episodes of these very poor and kind of boring and very simplistic episodes than it does. Like I can go through a 22 episode season of Buffy if I don't have work or anything to do. I can go through that shit in like 2 or 3 days. Season one is really trying. It's hard. It tries my patience. The Master is such a boring villain. He's the most boring villain, and I think it was designed to be that way. You know, like Joss didn't want to do anything too contemplative, too confrontational, like right off the bat, like too existentialist or too postmodern right off the bat. So he gave us like the most kind of factory settings of a vampire big bad that you could possibly have. And I don't like the master. He's just, yeah, fruit punch mouth. He's just nothing. I think Sarah Michelle Gellar did phenomenally. And in the episode Prophecy Girl, Joss finally gives her some acting that she can do, and she knocks it out of the park. When she overhears Angel and Giles talking about the prophecy, where she will die facing the master. She starts off that scene with this dispossessed, like disembodied almost laugh as she's a 16-year-old girl coming to terms with the fact that she is going to die and be murdered. Does it say how he'll kill me? Think it'll hurt? And when she says think it'll hurt, it's delivered with such pathos, with such vulnerability, with such truthful, innocent sadness to it that oh, it yanks my heart out of my chest. Incredible acting from Sarah Michelle Gellar, and we will be able to see that kind of emotionality from her, that kind of emotional expression a lot more in all the other seasons. Jenny Calendar, I love her. She's such a total babe. I have a huge crush on Jenny Calendar, and I think she's one of the most significant characters in the Buffy verse. But I'll go into why she's so specific in season two. But let's just say that something happens to her, and that marks the entire shift in Buffy when it stops being just this playful kind of teen horror comedy and becomes something far beyond that. It becomes something masterful when something pretty large happens to her in the middle of season two. I think she's one of the most important characters in the Buffyverse because she is the physical representation of the shot heard around the world. I love Jenny Calendar. I love techno paganism. I love whatever the fuck 1997 thought technology was all about. It's whatever. I like looking at her, and I think she's funny and smart, and I like Giles and her together too. Willow is lovely. Like I can't really like examine these characters, I'll go out of my way to tell you that Charisma Carpenter is hilarious and is often the best parts of these very early episodes. I love her performance so much. And Cordelia Chase, you are a true queen. You are everything. But I can't really like examine these characters because they're just basic outlines, which is kind of fine. I've often said on this channel, like deconstructionism, postmodernism, to me only works if you kind of provide proof that you know how it's ordinarily, conventionally supposed to play out. Donald O'Connor in Singin' in the Rain, if he didn't originally dance so gracefully on the floor, it wouldn't matter nearly as much when he would dance on the wall. You have to dance on the floor in order to dance on the wall and have an impact or any sort of visible philosophical depth or effect. And I think that that's what season one of Buffy is really all about. It's pretty damn straightforward. It's not pretty conventional. It is ultra conventional. Um, there's nothing really to analyze here because I feel like Joss Whedon is just like lining up these archetypes, lining up these scenarios, laying down incredibly basic themes that you could find in your run-of-the-mill Goosebumps book. And it's not until the middle of season two where he starts to do some truly outrageous things. Uh, some vulgar and fascinating things with these characters, with these situations, in these settings, and through these themes. Uh, but that's not done in season one. So my analysis of season one is really me saying that I'm so glad when I originally started watching Buffy that I stuck with it. Because season one, it blows, man. It's not good. I'm so glad I stuck with it because woo, it really picks up. It really picks up in season two and really starts to become a challenging show and really fun and really great and stylistically fucking cool. That's not really here in season one. It is just so basic. It's it's basic. Sarah Michelle Gellar is beautiful and incredibly talented. I love watching her. The chemistry with the cast, I wouldn't call immediate either. Like it's not like an instant spark. These actors have to work for it. And they do. I think by the end of this 12 episode season, the chemistry is really starting to take hold of the viewer, and you really want to be a part of this gang. You really want to be a part of the Scoobs. But if I went on and on in a like a hyper intellectual analysis of the first season, I would be lying to everyone. There's nothing here. There is nothing here. I expect season two to expect me to kind of try to talk about more complicated themes. Um, co- Expect me to talk about composition, uh, about archetypes and deconstruction, and season two is extremely powerful. And then season three is my favorite season of Buffy, so expect a long one for that one as well. But right now, this is all I have to say. Uh, it's just giving us these very basic, very ordinary themes and archetypes, um, and settings. It's giving us a formula, even, because each episode works incredibly formulaically. But it pays off because when Joss and the writers start to get a bit more experimental and daring and nihilistic as well in 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 their characterization and in their design, we'll be talking about the show in an incredibly different way. He's giving us the structure. something that we can understand easily without much effort. That's what season one is. Everything else is, I think, extremely complicated and deep, but never losing its sense of fun or charm, or camp. I think that season one is devoted to those lighter concepts a bit too much. But I think that's it for me. I've been your cult boyfriend. Join me next week as we talk about season two of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Thank you for watching. I'm your cult boyfriend, and I'm a huge fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Something I've noticed from interacting with all these different fandoms is when people talk about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, they talk about Buffy differently. You can see it. You can see it in their eyes. You can see it in their physicality, or if you're not speaking face to face, you can kind of like feel it in their tone and their response. People talk about Buffy on an extremely personal level. Buffy means something hyper personal to people who love it. It's not just a show. It's something that helped them, something that aided them, something that formed, shaped, and saved them. Like Buffy saved a lot of people. And when people talk about the show, you can feel it. You can feel they're talking about it differently. They're talking about it in a way you don't normally hear people talk about television. And I, for one, am no different. I think season two of Buffy the Vampire Slayer is masterful. I think that it's extraordinarily structured. I think that it's designed beautifully. I think it's beautiful. I think that in season one, Joss Whedon and the writers and the network, they provided us with basic outlines of standard archetypes in conventional lines. And in season two, that's where Joss started to get experimental. That's where the writers began to philosophically grapple with the characters that we've grown to love. Season two is where Joss starts to punish not only Buffy, but the audience. Season two is where we start to see Buffy the Vampire Slayer for the nihilistic masterpiece that it is. So I'm going to talk like broad strokes. I'm not going to go, I don't think I'm going to do like specifics, right? That'd be impossible. There are thousands of thousands, that might be an exaggeration, but also it might not be. There are a lot of podcasts and YouTube channels and blogs that have covered every single episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer in depth, and they always have something interesting to say about it. Either it's from like a queer analysis or a feminist lens or a racial one, a political one, or simply a gossipy one. There are a lot of different outlets you can go to if you want to get into the specifics of each episode of Buffy. I'm more interested in the broad strokes. I'm more interested in the full effect of Joss Whedon's second season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffy the Vampire Slayer season two, we get a lot of new introductions. Some massive new players enter into the frame. Spike, Drusilla, Oz, and Kendra, I think, being the most the most iconic, quite unlike the Master, who was it was a big bad on factory settings. He was just a standard big bad tough guy villain who I really wasn't thrilled by, but I think he was deliberately designed to be kind of boring. Spike and Drusilla, you couldn't get more fascinating than Spike and Drusilla. You couldn't get more entertaining. I love their dynamic. Of course, Spike is this extremely clever, extremely sadistic and playful and cruel. He's this wonderful vampire with platinum blonde hair and a Billy Idol accent and this kind of like punk rock atmosphere to him. Whereas Drusilla, She is God, guys, I love Drusilla. She is my mother. I love Drusilla. She's like so fucking cool to me. She is like like if Tim Burton was a complete psychopath, he still couldn't have created Drusilla, but she does have like a Tim Burton kind of style to her, like stylistically. You just walk into a room. What are you doing, Drew? I'm naming the stars. We're inside, Drew, and it's daylight. She is a fascinating character. Of course, Drew was a victim of Angel's. Drew was driven insane by Angel. Angel killed everyone close to her, her family, her friends, everybody. Drove her insane and then changed her into a demonic vampire, and she has kind of remained in that psychotic stasis for hundreds of years. And she also has these powerfuls of hypnosis, of suggestion. Maybe she is a seer and sees things, like has visions, but Spike always points out the flaws. Like, no, I don't think she saw it, Angel. I think she read the paper. Things like that. But Drusilla is just so fucking cool. And it kind of speaks to the psychosexual nature of Joss Whedon's vampires. Because vampires are interesting things, right? Vampires are very interesting things. Spike and Drusilla have such a massive impact on the show stylistically, and I think start to rev up the nihilistic engines. They start to show just how nihilistic Joss Whedon's vampires are, and just how scared of nihilism I think Joss Whedon truly is. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is an existentialist show. It's about identity. It's about soul. It's about the definitions of the human character, and by proxy of that, it's an examination of the human condition, which is both a celebration and persecution of it. And I think what scares Joss Whedon most is the idea that there is absolutely no meaning apart from our passions. Passion gives us meaning, but doesn't give us purpose. Passion, passion, passion. The most important episode of this season is called Passion, but let me try to finish my original thought here about vampires. Vampires have always like kind of symbolized something that was scary to culture at the time. To I've gone through this in other videos to be as quick as possible. Vampires in cinematic form, Nosferatu seemed to have been an anti-Semitic caricature, which kind of shadowed or mirrored um, German frustrations and global anti-Semitism at the time. And, Bela Lugosi is kind of Fear, the vaguely Eastern European foreigner who has a large sex drive and our women find irresistible. You get to like The Lost Boys and Fright Night and Interview with the Vampire, like the Anne Rice school of thought, and the Anne Rice and Joel Schumacher school of vampirism is like a sexually ambiguous character. There's something wrong with our blood, aka the AIDS epidemic was huge and it was transferable. And the vampires belong to a different kind of rebellious, unconventional, very sexual lifestyle. And the vampire was basically gay at that point. I think when Joss Whedon came around in the late 90s, the 90s was a very postmodern age. And I think that the first basic tenet of postmodernism is that God's been dead. God is so dead that God is a non issue, all right? Like, we've known this for a very long time. So I think that what actually scares people the most is that what if this thing that we all hold to believe is true is actually true? Like, what are the ramifications of that? Like, what is the consequence of nihilism? Like, what is the end goal of nihilism? The end goal of nihilism is destruction through passion. And I think that Joss Whedon fears that so much, which is why he kind of made that the thesis of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I think that's why he tortures his characters so much, specifically Buffy, because I think that Buffy is this kind of, if not a sexual fantasy of Joss's, it's an escapist sort of fantasy of Joss's. It's this thing that he holds on to in the face of nihilism, of a girl who is just so strong that um, not even meaninglessness incarnate can stop her. Like she can bounce back from anything, even nihilism. In fact, like her very existence is a threat to nihilism because she is so self-determined, self-motivated, and heroic, truthfully. So I think that like Joss is kind of testing that fantasy within his head because he's scared to death that it isn't true. And that's why all these vampires are so deeply nihilistic. Uh, all these vampires seem to want to bring on the apocalypse, the end of the world, complete and total destruction. And we start to really examine this through the dynamic of Spike and Drusilla. Um, they are complete like nihilists, and I think that that terrifies Joss and it excites the audience. And I know that Joss got very upset about how much the network and the audience responded to Spike in particular. They loved Spike. And Joss's original plans were to kill Spike because, Joss thinks that vampires are bad. He thinks nihilism is actually quite scary. I think he's an existentialist at heart. And the differences between existentialism and nihilism may seem arbitrary, but they absolutely aren't. Joss is the kind of guy I've seen interviews and heard commentary tracks where I think he's entirely motivated by Jean-Paul Sartre. I've heard him talk about nausea like at length, ad nauseum, ad infinitum. He's obsessed with nausea. And he's obsessed with a particular part of the book, Nausea, where the main character, the stand in for Jean Paul Sartre, the famous existentialist philosopher himself, is on a bus and he looks at the benches. And then he imagines all of these different components of that bench, the things that make up the bench, like removed and isolated from each other without any actual definition. Then he sees the world as a world without definition, which I think comes to a head in The Body in season 5, where Joss completely explores those ideas and those concepts. Here, he is battling nihilism. He's battling the nihilism that creeps in on his fantasy, which is Buffy Summers. But James Marsters, the actor who played Spike, has told this story before that like Joss got kind of physical with him and he was like, I hate you. I hate you, and if it was up to me, you'd be dead, so just shut up and do your job. I hate you. And I don't think he ever stopped hating him. I think that like when people talked about The Body, for instance, being such a beautiful episode, James Marsters even said that was a great episode. And Joss was like, yeah, and you weren't in it. Go figure. Because Joss doesn't see these vampires with redeeming qualities. Like, there's a reason why when Angel loses his soul, it is total, it is complete, and he is the most evil son of a bitch you've ever seen. That's the thing, right? Because Spike and Drusilla come in as the original big bads, but by the middle of the season, Angelus, Angel without a soul, becomes the big bad. And this is where it gets truly metaphorically powerful. And I think why so many people respond quite emotionally to this season. Me too. Have you ever dated someone and right when you gave them like the most private part of you, right where you were at your most vulnerable, they became sociopaths overnight and kind of tried to destroy your life. People out there are just malicious and antagonistic. Um, cool thing about Buffy is that, like, metaphorically it's beautiful, but also the lore is wicked fucking cool. So like it can work on several different levels. Let's look at the metaphorical one right now. Buffy Summers is this teenage girl who gives her virginity to this older guy who, after getting that virginity, makes it his raison d'etre, his purpose, his reason for being. Uh, he decides to torture her, to ridicule her, to humiliate her, to stalk her, to turn her life into a living hell, and be super fucking docious about it, taunting her about her sexual inexperience, about her romantic inadequacies, hurting her every chance that he gets. Angel torments her, traumatizes her by how awful and cruel he is to her. And that scenario I played out for you, like I can relate to it, but I think that sadly, the most potent thing um, about this uh, about this dynamic here, this tragic one that I'm talking about, I think that so many women have this experience. Like so many women can relate to this scenario, and that's fucking tragic. It's also what makes Angel such an enormously provocative and powerful villain. And David Boreanaz, when he turns, he is so good. But it also goes back to what I was saying. Like Joss likes to provide us with proof that he understands conventions, that he understands like standard plays, like how things are ordinarily expected to play out. And this turn wouldn't have worked if we didn't buy their chemistry, their romance in the first place. So David Boreanaz and Sarah Michelle Gellar, I really felt something that was quite palpable between them. And when the turn came, it was heartbreaking on several different levels in several different ways for a variety of factors. I think that the most hurtful one is that this guy who seems so tortured and so remorseful could just flip a switch and target this girl who gave him every single part of her and not rest until he's totally demolished her in every single way. Thanks a lot, Joss, you fucking bastard. That's also what makes the show so powerful, right? Angel becomes nihilism incarnate. I can't speak. Have you noticed? Angel becomes nihilism embodied, the personification of nihilism, and it's how Joss Whedon views nihilism as this passionate, ultra impassioned, like vehicle, like speeding towards mass destruction, mass annihilation, and a very emotional kind of holocaust. I mean, I think he sees nihilism as fueled by passion, uh, which brings us closer to the episode Passion, but I'm not quite there yet because it also shows us the difference between Spike and Drusilla. Because when Angel becomes the big bad, becomes the overall villain, nemesis of the second season, he kind of cucks Spike in a pretty huge way. Spike is like wheelchair bound, and when he shows up on the scene, he constantly taunts and makes fun of him for being in that wheelchair, and obviously has stolen the affections of Drusilla from Spike. Which shows that like Drusilla isn't only impressionable, but I think she's a lot more psychotic and vicious than Spike ever was. And Spike doesn't actually want the end of the world. Like that there is a line to nihilism. And how you cross that line is through a psychotic, psychopathic passion. And Spike wasn't willing to do that, and Spike ends up allying himself, however you say it. Spike ends up teaming up with Buffy in the final episode of the season to take down Angel. Angel becoming like the hyper personification of nihilism in its bleak and horrific totality, kind of exposes how precarious honor among nihilists can be. Yes, Angel turns into a complete bastard. Complete bastard. And then something interesting happens. I mentioned that Oz shows up as well. Oz is a wonderful character. He's a man of few words, but they're mostly very clever and very pointed. I think he's a great match for Willow. He's Willow's love interest. And Seth Green is a national treasure. We love Seth Green around here. I think that the most interesting thing about him concerning the way that he is used on the show is tied directly to the meta narrative. So maybe how about I loop back around to that point and talk about something huge. Episode 17, Passion. Here we are. This is the moment that the show changed. The first time I ever saw this episode, I gasped, and every other time I watch it, I can barely keep my eyes on the screen because it is so terrifying. One of my favorite characters, Jenny Calendar, is murdered, and it's unbelievably upsetting. She is chased down by Angel. Angel takes an obvious satisfaction or glee in killing her, and he doesn't even feed on her because he hates her that much. He snaps her neck. And that neck snap, that was the snap heard round the world. That snap rattled the foundational structural core of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I feel that everything changed after that. Joss said he killed her off to kind of show that we're playing for keeps on this show. No one is safe, and death is final, which is death is not final on this show, but whatever. It's final with Jenny Calendar. I loved Jenny Calendar. I thought she was such a babe, and I loved her style. I loved the way that she was like working within the show. And this time watching it, did not like the feelings I felt. I'm getting too old, guys. I watched season two and I'm like, man, this Giles is actually a really compelling character. And I'm like, no, Zach, you're an old man now. And now you find Giles to be so fascinating and you are like lamenting and being all sad about his relationship with Jenny. Oh, God, it got me over time. Because now I'm like, oh, I get that relationship. Oh, I get you, Giles. You're a watcher. You watch all these teens with their dramas and you hope for the best. And I'm like, that's literally what you do, your cult boyfriend. You watch teen drama and then you pontificate. That's exactly what you do. I just don't have a Jenny calendar. I'm on the lookout for one though. She was amazing. I love the techno paganism. I love her like blood vendetta against Angel. I like the fact that she was of Romani descent. Her people are the reason why Angel was cursed in the first place. But her death is so stylistically huge. There's not a single laugh within it. Like, I've never seen a show quite like Buffy, or even a film like Buffy, that could shapeshift in and out of stylistic flourishes. It could go from camp to deathly serious without actually betraying either the camp or the seriousness. It could just effortlessly do that. And this is the most perfect example of the whole show. And it might be the most actually upsetting um, character death of the whole show. The visceral impact of Jenny Calendar's neck being snapped right in front of us and we can't stop it and we didn't even expect it to actually happen. Normally people get saved in the nick of time. Not now. Not now. Not this time. Not for Jenny. Oh, and it's such a harsh death. It's such a harsh character death, but that marks not only a stylistic departure, but a change in philosophy. Joss Whedon wants you to be terrified of nihilism because of its ultra-violent outcomes. Like, in order to believe in pure nihilism, you have to reach an ultra-violent goal within your head and commit a holocaust of your own soul. And yes, I think that Joss thinks this heavily about nihilism and about existentialism, and uses postmodern techniques to express it. And the character death of Jenny Calendar is beyond brilliant, it's beyond genius, it is one of a kind, and it's just simply beyond words. Because it is terrifying, it's horrific, it's intimate, and it's close. Closer than I'd like it to be. It hits way closer than I want it to. Oh, and it has not dulled. The impact has not dulled over the years. It is incredible. And like I said, I'm gonna loop it back around to Oz. He's a werewolf, right? And we find out he's a werewolf in an episode that actually comes like right in between where Angel and Buffy sleep together and Angel turns evil, like, and Jenny Calendar's death. So there's Angelus, there's Angel and Buffy sleeping together, and there's Jenny Calendar's death, and in the middle, right here, is the werewolf episode, which is pretty playful, which is pretty nice, a lovely like metaphor for maturity, for like hormonal temper tantrums, of course, because it's a werewolf metaphor, but concerning the meta narrative, I think it's very curious and interesting and powerful structurally very powerful that the episode about a werewolf, the episode about transformative qualities, the episode about transformation happens directly when the show is going through the same kind of transformation. It's becoming darker, it's becoming more intense, it's becoming edgier, it's becoming more openly nihilistic. And that transformative episode, the episode about the werewolf, the episode about transformation, happens right before the show completes its own. You know, the transformation started when Buffy and Angel slept together, and it completed when Angel snapped Jenny Calendar's neck. And I think both are equally intimate and both led to equally psychotic outcomes. And right in the middle is this metaphorical story about transformative powers. This isn't accidental. This has to be deliberate, and I think that's beautiful and does wonders for the meta narrative. It gets you prepared for it. Another character it introduced was Kendra. Bianca Lawson is wonderful. I loved her on Dawson's Creek, and I love her on this season of Buffy. Wish they did more with her character, but I do love that her character, I guess, did die because it is also cruel. It doesn't have the same kind of impact as Jenny Calendar death because it doesn't mean as much stylistically. But seeing Drusilla hypnotize her and then cut her throat with her long nails, oh my God, brutal, brutal. And I also like that she dies because my favorite character in the world is now in play. Faith has been activated. We'll talk about her in the next video. But Bianca Lawson, yeah, with Dawson's Creek and Buffy, the WB definitely seemed to not do enough with her. Like I didn't want Kendra to survive this season at all because Faith is, I think, the most interesting character, one of the most interesting characters in teen drama. And I like that she's in play now. And I also feel like she is representative of that Joss trope of I'm going to show you a basic outline and then I'm going to fuck with it in the next season. Like she's our introduction to the idea that there is a second Slayer and then he's going to use Faith to deconstruct it and make it all Nietzschean and nihilistic and fucking terrifying and hypersexualized in the third season. And gay. I can't wait to talk about Buffy's love interest in season 3, which is Faith, honestly. But getting ahead of myself. Buffy season 2 is where the show comes into such a great focus, such a great and clear idea of itself. Like philosophically, it is beyond penetrating. Like this show fucked me up. We also see that Joss is playing with dream sequences. The show as a whole is playing with dream sequences that would make The Sopranos fucking blush with embarrassment. Um, no one does dreams better than Buffy. I'm being fucking for real. Charisma Carpenter continues to be hilarious, continues to be super cute. Xander takes on darker edges. And Cordelia actually gets to have a lot more to do, like personally. Like there are complexities to her character when she starts to at least like visibly acknowledge the artifice that goes into the social hierarchies of high school. Like that's cool. That's always wonderful to see. Willow is just such a delight and such a lovely character all the time. I always love Willow. Willow Rosenberg is one of the best characters on Buffy. Um, and I think we'll really analyze her character around season 6. But this is a season of television that needs to be taught in school because it's about how you elevate something effortlessly without the audience even really fully being aware that it's being elevated until it's drastically too late, until that neck is snapped and you went, oh my God, it's been transforming this entire time into something that is truly horrific. Because, I mean, to Joss Whedon, to Buffy Summers, nihilism is the enemy. That's what these vampires represent. They represent nihilism. They represent annihilation of meaning and they represent the end of the world, which is nihilistic, which is born of passion. This season is obsessed with passion. Passion is its main theme, and passion in this season ordinarily leads to the most gothic and morbid places possible. Because maybe Joss is saying that passion is an object of nihilism, or when nihilism exists, and it always does exist, passion is very weak to it. Nihilism can objectify passion effortlessly. That the passion that means so much to you, all it takes is one drop of nihilism, and that passion is objectified and it is weaponized. I think that Buffy the Vampire Slayer season 2 is saying an awful lot of extremely complicated things about philosophy, about the meta narrative of television, of drama, and of course of comic books as well. We have to remember there's like a comic book mentality to a lot of this because Joss was a huge fan of comic books. Buffy is totally like a superhero in a large way. She fits all the standard tropes, but more than anything else, Joss was a philosopher, and he was an existentialist. He was an artist, and this was his prime. Season 2 and 3 of Buffy, I think, was that marks his prime. And it's so impressive what he was able to do here. It also speaks to like I like the forced collaboration. You know, everyone talks about like they're all so auteur obsessed. Well, if Joss had his fucking way, then we would only have Spike for like 5 episodes. I am so happy the network was like, no, you little shit, you're not killing Spike. And then Joss had to figure out how not to kill Spike and how to keep him coming back. If you notice, I think his passive aggressive ass brought him back in only 1 episode of season 3 until he figured out in season 4, oh, I can humiliate Spike by like making them put a chip in his brain that doesn't allow him to bite anybody. Like it's Joss had his revenge in his own way, but James Marsters was just so likable that it never really worked. The humiliation of Spike never exactly worked out the way Joss, I think, envisioned it. But that's why I think that like forced collaboration, like forced network decisions that prompt you to think immediately without hesitation, I think they're really good. I think it's helpful. I think that that kind of forced collaboration is definitely helpful within art. I am not this auteur obsessed fucking guy. I think that if you actually like of course, we see Joss Whedon's broad strokes here, like his philosophy, and you would see the same thing with like Kevin Williamson's Dawson's Creek or Amy Sherman Palladino's like Gilmore Girls and Schwartz and Savage on Gossip Girl. You see like the main strokes of the auteurs, but just like a film, you know, like everyone has their own unique voice within the piece. And often auteurs bring back the same team or a lot of members who made up that original team, and then it becomes this kind of like unified voice. But great television reminds you that collaboration is often good, you know, and there are plenty of examples where this works out terribly, where a showrunner or a writer's room had a really poignant tale to tell, and the network vetoed the idea, made them tell something superficial. That happens a lot too. But then you get scenarios like on Buffy season 2, where Joss was told, no, you can't kill Spike, the surprise hit character of your show. You cannot kill him because you're because you're having a fucking hissy fit. You cannot kill Spike. Joss, it was your fault he was so popular in the first place. You write nihilism so well, and then you punish your audience for responding so happily to your incredibly lovable nihilistic villains. That's your fault. Genius, still. Genius writer. But I think that I've said all I can say right now about the second season. I love that Buffy finds the strength within herself and reminds you this is an existentialist show. It's not a nihilistic show. You have the power in yourself to be all that you need. When Angel's standing over her with a sword, saying, no weapons, no friends, no hope. What have you got left? And she catches the sword and says, me, and then kicks his ass. No hope. So like we accept hopelessness as the norm, as the human condition is hopelessness. But that doesn't mean you get to be nihilistic and cruel. No. It means you define your own outcomes and you redefine heroism. That's what Buffy Summers did this season. Passion inside of her was tortured and killed by the man she loved, so she murdered that man, and then she fled the narrative. That's how season 2 ends. But she saved the world, whatever that means. Whatever that means. And that's the point. What does that mean? Because the world is a comic book, the world is a cartoon. You live on a hellmouth. It's relentless, Sisyphean, unending. Thank you for watching my video. I'm your cult boyfriend. I'm your cult boyfriend. Today we are talking about season 3 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's my favorite season of one of my favorite shows. Um, I could go on and on about this season, but I'm going to limit myself to talking about what I find to be the most interesting about season 3, and that's faith. So this entire analysis is going to be about faith. If that's something that you're not into, go away. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk about really anything else other than faith. Because I think that by analyzing faith, we really get like a full idea of the philosophy of Buffy's third season. Faith, 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 five by five, faith, 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 faith. Okay, we get it. All right. So I always call this season Faith, and I think it's one of the greatest pieces of media ever. I think it's one of the best seasons of television ever. I'm stunned by its structure, especially of Faith. She's one of the best villains I've ever seen in my entire life, and the process of getting to her villainy, of her total corruption, um, is such patient but exciting one. Like we spend a lot of time with Faith, even after she kills Alan, which is like the big moment, the big turning bad moment. She still has a few episodes in her that are with hope. Actually, I always have faith in Faith, even in the last possible moments, even in that battle with Buffy outside of her penthouse apartment suite. I still have faith in hope for rehabilitation, for positive change. I always have faith in the character, and I think that's mostly due to Eliza Dushku's pitch perfect, iconic performance as Faith Lane. When Buffy says, "You don't get it, Faith. You killed a man." And Faith responds, "No, you don't get it. I don't care." That's the most haunting and heartbreaking thing I've ever seen. It gives me chills. It disturbs me. Eh, breaks my heart in a thousand fucking pieces. The character of Faith interests you if you are drawn to kind of bad girl archetypes. If you want to know more about Faith, I highly recommend getting yourself a copy of Go Ask Malice, like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer novel. It's really good, actually. I recommend this, to be clear. Faith is a troubled girl on a dark path. She's a slayer. She's a bad slayer. We all know she is, right? Let's get into what she really means. I think there are a couple different ways to view faith. Um, we can view faith as a sort of postmodern wrecking ball, as a tool coming in, well, as a weapon, honestly, coming into challenge. The social hierarchy, the narrative structure of Buffy the Vampire Slayer in season 3. I think a really fascinating way to view faith is as faith itself, as the concept. Because Buffy the Vampire Slayer is an existentialist show, and it's a show where nihilism is the scariest possible thing. I believe that Joss Whedon considers nihilism a true threat and possibly like an inescapable one in a large way. I think that he believes that nihilism is vampiric, is demonic, and I believe that he believes correctly that nihilism um, is the most abusive thing that all young adults and teenagers have to experience and have to battle through, or fall to, or succumb to. I believe that Joss Whedon correctly, and I would agree with his worldview on this, that nihilism targets teenagers, especially troubled ones, conflicted ones, which are most teenagers. I believe that he thinks that nihilism is invasive, that nihilism is perverse, and that nihilism is total. And I believe that Joss Whedon uses his big bads and especially just his vampires as these ranging from like mindless, like automaton, like uh, nihilistic hired guns to people like the mayor or people like Angelus or Drusilla, Spike the Master, as these nihilists who actually see the end goal of nihilism, which is total annihilation of the soul, of the world, or complete ascension into something of a god. If I live in a godless world and God is dead, then I can become God if everything is meaningless. I think it's interesting to view faith as like the hyper personification of faith, as the embodiment of faith post Nietzsche. Post Nietzsche. I think that faith is a Nietzschean dream girl in the sense that faith doesn't just die with God, right? God is dead and we have killed him, fine. But all of those different attributes that built the symbol of God up in our brains philosophically, those things are still there. Faith is still there. But faith in a world without God, in a world where God is dead, faith is kind of neglected, disturbed, abused, troubled, aggressive, impassioned. So many different passions, but no useful place to put them. Faith, Lahane, I think, is the hyper personification of faith itself. And the mayor is nihilism incarnate. The mayor is all of the perverted, nihilistic qualities given a form and ascending that form into one of a true satanic creature. I believe that Joss Whedon sees nihilism as satanic. For a lack of a better word, or maybe that's the best word for it. The mayor is a satanic embodiment of nihilism at its most powerful, and nihilism at its most powerful is sanitized. Nihilism at its most powerful is palatable. The mayor is someone who is like scared to death of germs. His last words are like, "Well, gosh, well, golly," and he sees faith, and it's about manipulating faith. It's about sanitizing faith. It's about trying to care for faith, but you're caring about faith for satanic means and satanic goals. It's positively heartbreaking watching Faith, this young girl who I like to view as the hyper personification of faith itself, um, being completely misunderstood and taken for granted, like by all of her friends. And I mean, she's left out of their fun little reindeer games. She's never really invited. She's an afterthought. People don't really understand her, and she is kind of a defensive person. But Faith is defensive because of how many faithless people there are now. Because of how offensive people are to her. Because of all the fucking abuse she's been through, and like the hard fucking times in South Boston. Like Faith has been through a lot. Faith itself, the concept Faith, has been through so much that faith is losing faith. It's about faith losing faith in itself until she meets someone like the mayor who not only fulfills like God is dead, and if God is our omnipotent father and we've lost our omnipotent father, Faith is someone who never truly had a father. She had an alcoholic, like a drug addicted, basically non-existent, or at least passively abusive mother, and her father was never there, father being God conceptually. And now she has the mayor. The mayor can fulfill the role of God. And God is the father of faith, or at least the surrogate father of faith, at least the mentor of faith. So conceptually, this all works like so fucking gorgeously, especially when you see their dynamic. It's not just the mayor just using her and manipulating her into being like his assassin or a right hand man. It's not just about that. He dresses her up in these bright colors. He buys her a beautiful, like exquisitely furnished, really cool fucking loft, a beautiful apartment in Sunnydale with a PlayStation. He treats her like his daughter, and she sees him like a father figure, like an actual father, just like Faith sees the concept of God, like the concept of Faith looking up to the concept of God. Just when Faith itself as a concept thought that God itself as a concept was dead, she finds a new one. Because just because faith and God, these concepts are dead in the postmodern world, doesn't mean that their symbolic value has been erased from the human condition. Like we still need those things. Like those things are still alive in our culture, and they can be perverted by nihilism quite easily, just like we see here. Faith, the ultimate corruption of the concept of faith. she accidentally kills Alan because in the moment she is ferocious, in the moment she is even hypersexualized. But that's of all crusades. Faith. Faith is one of the most impassioned things you can possibly feel. Faith itself is an irrational feeling. It's completely insane. To actually have faith in something means that you believe in something regardless of fact, regardless of objective reality. To actually have faith means to be deliberately insane within the moment that you're constantly carrying within you. So faith itself, like she's just doing what faith does. She's just acting out the concept of faith in a world that is troubled, in a world that is damaging and damaged, and I think that the structure is kind of beautiful because that happens around episodes 14 and 15. And that's kind of back in season two. It has the same kind of weight as Angel snapping Miss Calendar's neck. And they happen almost at the same exact time. It would be episode 17 in season two, where Angel kills Miss Calendar and completely like turns to the dark side, like you can't save this person at all anymore. And when Faith accidentally shoves a stake through Alan, the deputy mayor's heart, that happens around the same time structurally. So we're seeing the formula that Joss Whedon has worked out being perfected here, perfected and transcended. So we understand now how I view faith conceptually. I view faith as the hyper personification of faith. Like I got her name branded on my body for a reason, because I think that faith is, as a concept, is something that can't die. But as a concept in our lived in worlds, faith is something that has been so abused, and faith is just a troubled kind of feeling now. Because it's been through so much, because faith still exists rebelliously in a godless world that continues to reject her at every opportunity. Like, that's how I view faith in the show. That's how I view faith in real life, like, conceptually, the very concept of faith itself. So, we've gone over what faith means to the mayor, and that's a very complicated kind of subject because there's so many amazing parts where Eliza's doing these acting things of like acting things. I believe they actually call that acting, your cold boyfriend. She does so many wonderful kind of nuanced things with her performance where she says something and then she hesitates for a moment because she doesn't know how the mayor will react, and I think she's scared to death of rejection, of that kind of like patriarchal rejection, considering that she had been rejected from the Watcher Council, which is kind of patriarchy personified, and she's already been rejected by that, and like her new Watcher Wesley is not only like a creepy creeper, he's also an entirely incompetent and deliberately doesn't understand anything that she's going through, and she doesn't want to be let down by another kind of like paternal figure in her life. So she like says something and then wants to see what he'll say, and he'll go, "Oh, you're a real firecracker, aren't you? You know, I bet all the boys will be lining up to see you." And it makes her feel good. You know, it makes her feel cared for. It gives her something that she never had before in her life. She tells this story about a quarry, saying that like when she was, this is right before she has the big fight with Buffy. This is the last conversation she has with the mayor. She tells the mayor about how when she was a kid, all there was this quarry, and they would all jump off rocks and cliffs and stuff into the body of water, and she would jump off the very top one, and she was the only one who wasn't scared, the only one. And that's as far as that story goes, and she says it to kind of impress the mayor. And the acting from Eliza Dushku in that scene is extraordinarily heartbreaking, considering that the fight with Buffy, the fight to the death with Buffy, ends with her being stabbed and standing up on the ledge of that giant apartment building and jumping off into the back of a moving vehicle. Like, if that's not kind of rhyming imagery, like her jumping off the quarry is the same thing as her jumping off of that apartment building, out of her penthouse, out of her apartment building, stabbed to death. She has been training for death her entire life, and I think that's true of the concept of faith. The very idea of faith is that it can be lost, and faith is constantly in preparation to die. Faith, this girl, has been practicing her own death, her own self-destructive qualities. She's been practicing them ever since she was a child, and it started with the quarry. And that's the beauty of Joss Whedon's writing too. Like thinking of that kind of rhyming vocabulary of images and themes, it kind of breaks my heart. She's been training to die ever since she was a kid, long before she was called to be a slayer. And that quarry is symbolic of her own suicide drive, honestly. What is the concept of faith in a world that believes that God is dead? The concept of faith is on a suicide drive. I love you, Faith. What Faith could represent to Buffy are those darker edges. You can kind of maybe view it uh like she's fighting like the darker qualities of her archetype, like her in the worst way possible, like all the bad parts of her, all of the more primitive parts of her can be embodied within Faith. But I think that that's almost a boring way to view it. It is a legitimate way to view the dynamic between Buffy and Faith, but the more interesting way, of course, is the way that it is actually structured, and it's structured like a romance. It's structured like girl meets girl, girl gets girl, girl loses girl, girl kills girl, girl kisses girl at the hospital. It's structured like a romance. I mean, you can't watch an episode like Bad Girls, which is my favorite episode of Buffy, and it's not even close. It's a perfect episode. You can't watch an episode like Bad Girls or Enemies and not think that there is some not just sexual tension, but impassioned, romantic, kind of like legendary and iconic love story right there. Because it is structured like a love story. It is structured like a romance. And Joss Whedon actually wanted them to kiss on the lips. In the episode Enemies, when they have like the knives to each other's throats, and they're staring at each other, and Faith leans over and kisses her on the forehead and runs away. Originally, Faith was supposed to kiss Buffy on the mouth, like kiss her as a lover would, but the censors said no. Censors were extremely homophobic back then. I mean, I don't think Joss got in a gay kiss until the body, and he kind of I think that's how he snuck it in there between Willow and Tara because it was such a heavy episode anyway, and that's the one moment of warmth within that episode. But they definitely said no for the Faith kiss. But there is something extremely romantic and passionate there, and I think it's because you have to look at it both ways, right? I think they're both heartbroken by the unalterable qualities of each other. And I'm going to view Faith conceptually again. I'm going to go between Faith conceptually and Faith as a character in the show. Buffy, after season 2, has lost her faith. She's lost all of her faith, and she's slowly regaining it here um, by coming into contact with Faith, and Faith being this thing that excites her, Faith being this thing that triggers her passions, Faith being that this girl that Buffy not only needs, but Faith obviously needs Buffy. Faith needs someone to believe in her. Without someone believing in Faith, Faith as a concept dies. Faith as a character is loathsome. Faith needs someone to believe in her. And Buffy believes in Faith, and that gives Faith not only a feeling of validation, like she feels like a valid girl, but I think a feeling of romantic interest, of friendship, of warmth and want, of desire, of purpose. Right, because if it's a nihilistic universe, you find your purpose however however which way you do, you find your purpose. And Faith's purpose was Buffy because Buffy believed in her. Faith's purpose is belief, and that's the one person who believed in her for even if it was just for a few episodes. And over the course of the season, Buffy has to put down Faith because Faith was corrupted by the mayor. Faith was corrupted by um, nihilism incarnate, annihilation incarnate, annihilation in movement, annihilation itself. The mayor, who I think is a political figure on purpose because politics corrupt everything that it seeks out to sanitize and co opt. Faith is one of those things that every politician goes after. Every politician abuses and corrupts and projects their corruption of faith for everyone to see. And I think there's a large part of this story where Buffy and Giles and Xander and Willow and all of them, they failed Faith in a very large way. Faith was a girl who needed a lot of help. She was unstable. She was troubled, but she wasn't hopeless. Rewatching the season, you see all these times where she's left out or they simply don't understand her, and often it seems that they deliberately don't understand Faith. They don't reach out when there was still time left to actually reach out with any sort of effect. You can see Faith, she wears her feelings on her sleeve. You can tell immediately when she's feeling hurt, and she's feeling hurt almost all of the time. Faith is self-hating. Faith hates herself more than anything else on this planet. Faith wants to die more than anything else on this planet. I can't stop thinking about her story, about the quarry, and about the way that she jumps off of that building. She's been training to kill herself forever. Self-destructive methods work. They sure do. And Faith, the concept and the character, are self-destructive things, just spiraling endlessly until its climax. Faith does become like psychosexually obsessed with Buffy, um, to the point where Faith Faith is psychotic. So like Faith doesn't know exactly how to handle things. When she feels rejected by Buffy, the person who she wanted to believe in her, like when Buffy loses faith in Faith, Faith loses her mind and starts to kind of become her distorted double. She tries to seduce Angel. She tries to humiliate and torture, emotionally and physically torture, Buffy because she is psychotic. Because the world has driven her to such a deeply psychotic state. No one needs faith anymore. No one trusts faith anymore. The concept, the character, it is all just so powerful. And I'm so impressed by Joss Whedon and all of the writers and Eliza Dushku so much. Eliza was extraordinary. Oh my God. This is such like a fascinating concept to use because the analysis could be endless. There's so every dynamic that she has with every single character branches out into 1,000 different kinds of discussions about how people interact with faith. The concept of faith, how people interact with it. It branches out into 1,000 different polarizing conversations, all from this one troubled bad girl. And that's why I love Faith so much. I think this season is perfectly written television and incredibly well structured. It's the best season of Buffy by a landslide. It's perfect. Like there really isn't a flaw here. And I'm so impressed by it. I'm dazzled by it. I'm in awe of it. Season 3 of Buffy is just so perfect it makes me want to cry. Because when you watch it, you too are interacting with the concept of faith. And you too, I hope, are incredibly sympathetic to this girl just kicking and screaming on her suicide drive. Kicking and screaming on her suicide drive. What an incredible girl. What's the greatest wrecking ball that you could introduce into any postmodern show? The concept of faith. That's the one concept that could dismantle everything. Ah, God, I love that character so much. Eliza, you are a goddess. This role, you were born to play it. Um, Faith hits me so deeply because like it's just so immense. I think and multifaceted. Without ever losing its viscera, like it's palpable qualities. Like this is like this is like a really hot and really, really badass girl. While at the same time, she is the hyper personification of so much more, and something even more delicate than that, the idea, the concept of faith in a godless, nihilistic universe. In a godless, nihilistic universe, faith hates itself, and faith itself wants to die. And faith gets that wish. I've long considered the fight between Buffy and Faith, that final one, to be one of the most engaging action scenes I've ever seen. It's beautiful, it's perfect. The emotion is heightened. The hits really feel like they land, and it's really fast, and it's not too flashy. It's not overdone. It's just hitting, kicking, chained. It's everything. Being stabbed with the gift. Like that's the whole thing. That fucking jackal knife is so cool. Like as a concept, like like the way that she looks at that present that the mayor gives her, the gift of the jackal knife. She probably hasn't gotten too many fucking gifts in her life. She could probably count on one hand the amount of gifts that she's received. And she's probably received none from a father figure. So that knife meant so much to her. So much to her. I think she saw it as like the object of the mayor's affection for her, like as what it was intended to represent. And her being stabbed with it because it was it was her corruption that killed her. It was the mayor's affection that killed her. And she was stabbed by the mayor's affection weaponized and objectified in this really badass looking dagger knife and shoved into her stomach. Like that's how she goes out. Of course, she doesn't actually die, right? She goes into a coma, and we get this like really enigmatic dream sequence where Buffy fans have they've been decoding the dream sequence ever since it aired. She says something like Miss Moffat counting down from 730, which I think is supposed to represent the amount of days before Buffy herself dies. And there's also like a little foreshadowing to Dawn as a concept being introduced later on. Um, which is fine with me. Like I don't think that's like some stroke of genius, but I do think it helps to support my reading of Faith as the hyper personification, as the actual living embodiment of faith itself, because faith has these kinds of faith is a metaphysical concept, and she was definitely speaking outside of the meta narrative, within the meta narrative itself, and speaking knowingly of things that no one could possibly figure out, and they still can't figure it out. I do have faith that faith is being kind of all knowing in that scene, for sure. I think season three is such a phenomenal season. I think it's beautiful. I'm sorry that I haven't talked about literally any other character, but when I think of this season, all I think about is Faith. That's it. That's it. No other part of the season interests me more, and I also think that every other part of the season is in service of exploring the concept of faith. Everything about it is leading back to this character. Um, so I'm really not interested in analyzing anything else because I think that blurs the main goal of this season, which is to explore and kind of redeem the concept of faith, punish the concept of faith, but also redeem it. Like I don't think that Joss Whedon is terribly kind to the characters that he creates in his works, but with faith, he is certainly sympathetic. I think that the writers liked Faith, and I think it shows. I know that every young girl who watched this season, I've seen it's basically meme where they Faith turned a whole generation gay or at least bi. That's quite an accomplishment, but watching Eliza in this season, it's absolutely no question why. I buy it. I believe it totally. Eliza was something else. She was a phenom. She was incredible. Perfect in every single way. But I think that's where I'm gonna cut it off. Faith is such a beautiful character, a miraculous one that that makes me actually want to have faith in faith itself. And you don't know how extraordinary that is. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. That's all. But
I mean, given what we're talking about.
hey everybody, I am your cult boyfriend. I am joined once again by Isabel. Say hello, Isabel.
Hello.
I would like to, if you'll permit me, Isabel, to begin this video analysis and discussion about two episodes from the fourth season, This Year's Girl and Who Are You? I'd like to
Hmm.
start it by reciting a bit of verse from Joss Whedon.
Mm.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I could ride you at a gallop until your legs buckled and your eyes rolled up. I've got muscles you've never even dreamed of. I could squeeze you until you pop like warm champagne and you'd beg me to hurt you just a little bit more. And you know why I don't? Because it's wrong. So what do we what do we think? What do we think of that? It was great.
That's fucked up
That
shit.
So
House
these two
cleaning.
episodes are written by two different writers, but they are the writers who are most often associated with inventing faith. One of those being Joss Whedon, who wrote the episode "Who Are You?" and he directed it. And you do notice a clear, like the quality is much better for the second episode that we're going to
Yeah.
cover. The first episode is written by Doug Petrie, who also wrote like the Bad Girls episode of season three, like the episode where she actually turns. So
I realized watching these because I hadn't thought about it in a while because I haven't watched Buffy a lot in a while, but I feel like Joss hates Buffy, like the
no,
character.
he does.
I
He
I didn't
does.
realize that. Like obviously he puts her through the ringer in like season 6, but like I realized like even earlier on, like he really hates her.
I think that Joss is kind of a disturbed individual, but I think that Buffy is his ultimate fantasy, right? And I think he's deathly terrified of nihilism, of fascism as well. And I think that he puts Buffy through the ringer and kind of humiliates her so much to see if his idealized thing could handle it, like to
Mm,
crush it. I think
yeah.
he tries to. I think he tries to crush his own philosophy through Buffy all the time,
Hmm.
which is where we come to season six, and that's where it gets at its most extreme. But I think that existentialism wins out once again, because I think that Joss is an existentialist there. But I think he's
Hmm.
always kind of hated Buffy.
I was actually thinking about it because I've been watching X-Files, particularly season 3, and I realized that it is like the most schizophrenic show maybe ever made. On a episode by episode basis, they completely rewrite like the nature of the two leads.
Well, yeah,
And
Jillian and David had input with Chris Carter on that show. They
yeah,
had
they
input.
basically and I started reading into it because I wanted to see if like other people felt the same because I was like there are episodes in season 3 where I'm like I feel like I'm watching a completely fucking different TV show. And so I started looking into it and I started seeing people say like theories online that the show is actually three different shows with three different versions of the character. Anyway, I say all this to mention like usually like that's a show that's like very schizophrenic for it, but like in Buffy it always feels like they're trying to integrate it all into the same vision, like it's
Yeah.
all still supposed to be like one coherent
And
version of these people and they
if
try to
season
explain away.
and if season four has an actual flaw, it is that that cohesive vision now has to include a separate television show, just like comic books would, right? Like you have to
Yeah.
read one issue, then read the follow-up issue in a different. You have to read Batman in order to understand Superman. Like they
I'm
try to get you to
sure.
watch Angel so much, including with these two. And I'm just gonna jump the gun on here. I know that Faith's storyline from this episode is followed up immediately on Angel, but I'm
Mhm.
uninterested in analyzing those right now and engaging with those right now. Um, Mostly because I'm not going to cover Angel, and I feel like that's a gateway drug covering the Faith episodes
I
for
mean,
just doing Buffy,
I'm
just
sure.
this.
I'm sure at the time, like it was a more novel idea.
Hmm.
Obviously, like media and
There were
like
really cool things going on, but it
it
does
was
affect.
oversaturated today, though.
Yeah, there are really cool things going on, and I guess to get to the episodes, I did watch a few interviews with Joss Whedon today, actually about these episodes. These episodes are pretty beloved in the fandom, or at least beloved enough to actually ask Joss Whedon about them.
Mhm.
And he said this was the start of his like rehabilitation arc for Faith. And that's
Mhm.
why I'm kind of focusing on these two rather than the Angel ones, because in the Angel ones, it peaks with her breaking down and crying in Angel's arms after sexually and physically torturing Wesley, which is great. We all love to see that. But I like this one a bit more. This one's a bit more ambiguous. Like if you didn't watch Angel and like the last thing you see of Faith is her sitting in the back of that weird rustic kind of pickup truck, like completely alone. It's a bit more ambiguous, I think more philosophically grappling. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm covering
No, I
these two.
agree. I agree,
Um,
actually.
this is interesting seeing like I a part of it does have that dynamic where Joss clearly cares for one actor more than the other, I think, as well when you're
I have
watching
no
this.
doubt he was much kinder to Eliza on set. Obviously, I don't know, I'd be surprised to find out otherwise, just based on her descriptions of him, his kind of characterization, because she's always struck me as someone who kind of really understood the assignment with that part,
Yes.
whereas Buffy is such a chaotic character across the series and such for a character that's like so consistent. She's also like extremely inconsistent in a lot of other ways. She's consistent in her personality but wildly inconsistent in like her actions or the things that occur to her, whereas like I feel like Faith gets a more clearly defined arc
Yeah.
that kind of makes sense in a conventional
Well,
sense,
it
whereas
speaks to Joss's inability, and I think Faith is the only time he actually liked what happened with his villains. Like when he wrote Spike, he did not want Spike to be so popular. He did not want people to love Spike as much as they did. He would write his villains in such a way that was clear and concise and likable and rebellious in a sense. And I think he doesn't like that people love his villains so much, except for Faith.
I
That's the only
mean
one where that was the
us
goal.
that's why he gave us Adam. So,
Adam, okay, Adam though. Adam's fine. Adam's fine. But that's something that Joss is obsessed with that no one else gives a fuck about. Adam is literally like prototype for Ultron for the Avengers movies. Like he's obsessed with this character, with this kind of thing. But no one else cares. No one else cares about these
I,
discussions.
I mean, this I guess is why season four in the past, I never thought very highly of. For the record, I haven't seen it front to back since like maybe 2014 or something. I don't know, like the early to mid 2010s is the last time I watched the whole season in full. I remember most of it because I obsessed over the show, but I do recall it being like the most like mundane season in a lot of ways. Like so much occurs and yet so little. Both.
On this rewatch, I've always liked season four, but I think this is interesting because uh I think that Joss offers all of these different like nihilistic metaphors like
Mhm.
to go after Buffy. And this time it's fascism. This time it's extreme order represented
Yeah,
by
yeah.
Professor Walsh and then Riley breaking away from the brainwashing kind of thing. So well, I mean, this is his fascist season, which
It
is fine, which is good. And like these two episodes I think are brilliant, and Hush, of course, is a phenomenal
yeah,
episode.
yeah.
So
I
this does have a lot of high points, better than season seven and season one.
I think it's also just because it's so functional in its like arc, whereas like when I think of Buffy, I think of the most dysfunctional shit I've ever seen. So when the season actually fulfills what it's supposed to do, I'm kind of thrown off and don't know what to do.
I think season three fulfilled its function. Oh, so did two. I think
Yeah,
that he's
season
very
three
good at
actually
structure.
does. You are correct, actually. That wasn't a fair criticism. You're correct. Season three
And part of
does.
what kept that structure together, and I think the most important part of season three was Faith and was her relationship with the mayor. and
Hmm.
the episodes, if we can finally get into them.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh right, we're talking about two episodes, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, it's gonna
I
take
do
forever.
like the opening of the episode.
Yes.
I like it a lot because I feel like the initial assumption you're supposed to have is that this is actually Buffy's dream.
Oh, yeah, and it's reminiscent of the last time we saw Faith, in the finale of season 3, where she's also saying cryptic things, hinting at, and fans have been theorizing about what she was talking about forever. At least in this one, she literally says, "We're making the bed for your little sis. You have so much to do before she gets here." In
Yeah.
the season 3 finale, she says some shit about like little Miss Moffat is coming and blah blah blah, and they're like, that has to mean little sis. And then she says you have a certain number to figure things out, and that number is exactly to the day where the episode where Buffy died premiered. So like Faith has this like like weird supernatural ability within dreams, apparently,
Yeah.
to say things affecting the meta narrative, which speaks to like this time around. I think there's a lot of ways to view Faith, obviously complete chaos or as a bad girl or as a shadow version of Buffy. I'm kind of enjoying viewing her as the act like a hyper representation of Faith itself.
Hmm.
Faith in like a godless postmodern world, like, and that's where we get into the mayor in the first episode that we're covering, because he
Hmm.
comes in a dream sequence and in the videotape. And the dream sequence, he gets his throat cut by
Buffy.
Buffy. So Buffy basically commits deicide in Faith's
Hmm.
eyes. And then in the videotape, he says some really cool stuff to her. That's where he's like, If you're watching this, you are in a coma." And
I
it's
was
some
tweeting about that. I was like, I love when people make videos that say, if you're watching this, I'm dead. I was like, I'm gonna start doing that before any major life decision.
I've considered doing YouTube videos like scheduled for 5 years from now. Like, hey, if you're watching this, I didn't have time to stop it. I'm dead. But I think that's basically like God himself, like telling Faith herself that that when God is gone, your days will be numbered. But just because it's over for my faith, it doesn't mean you can't go out with a bang, kind of
Hmm.
thing. I think
Hmm.
that's really exciting too. And also in the dreams, Buffy always has that jackal knife that the
Mm.
mayor gifted to her, which I refuse to get Freudian about, but like it's clear as day.
I did want to say about the first stream, the one with the sheets, that I also like that because like I said, I my initial impression is that it's Buffy's dream and that you're supposed to assume she feels guilty about what she did, and then you realize it was Faith's dream because
Hmm.
Buffy doesn't actually give a fuck.
That's supposed to be the presumption that it's Buffy's dream, because that's the same kind of dream she had of Faith at the end of season 3.
But then you realize she doesn't actually care, like she because
No,
she's
she
not.
doesn't. She said something interesting too when they were actually fighting at the mom's house. They're like, "Did it ever occur to you, Faith, that the reason we all forgot you is that we wanted to?"
Yeah,
Like,
it's like really sadistic. It's really
and
cruel.
at
Uh,
this point in my on the channel, I've released like a season 3 analysis, which is mostly just all just a Faith character analysis. But I didn't mention like the Ubermensch. Like I call her a Nietzschean dream girl, but I never elaborate on it at
yeah,
all. I just let it hang there. So along with being all these different things I say she can be, she's clearly also like a Superman, like a Nietzschean Superman who believes that she is this not enlightened one, but someone who is better than the others because she has like superhuman abilities and powers. She literally has lines in season 3 like, "We are better than them." In this one, like an innocent human, no such creature exists.
yeah. She also just is characterized as someone who quote unquote sees through the bullshit.
Or
As
she's
far as like,
characterized as a cleavagey slut bomb by
yeah,
Willow.
yeah, just like the way she talks about other humans is as people who are kind of just incoherently molded by their environments and like the chaos of the universe. Nothing means anything. Everything is kind of just preordained, like people's lot in
Hmm.
life, and she's kind of made peace with that until she doesn't, until she suddenly is not at peace with that, which I
No, I
like.
absolutely agree.
I've always liked that about her characterization.
And I think one more thing on the idea of viewing faith as the hyperliteral concept of faith, I think it's pretty damn cool that these two episodes have their finale, their
Oh
climax inside of a church. And
Yeah.
it starts with these vampires going like, "What was I so afraid of?
Afraid
Of the
of.
Lord? He's supposed to be here. He gave us the address."
Which is weird
And
because
then,
the show makes so many allusions to like Christianity and God, and yet also makes absolutely zero at the same time.
but there's something powerful about a girl named Faith showing
Yeah.
up, this troubled, like forgotten outcast girl showing up to a church. Like God
Mhm.
is dead, but Faith is still here, and
Yeah.
Faith
Yeah.
will somehow protect the followers. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
still pretty
exactly.
damn interesting. And
It
like
is great.
she's doing, and that's the only time it was also built. I saw Joss Whedon talk about like he wrote his script like around the concept of because it's wrong, and has her
Yeah.
say that mockingly until that one scene of her in the church saying you can't kill these people because it's wrong. It's like the one time she genuinely says it.
Mhm.
And that truly starts her rehabilitation, I suppose. But
I mean, it was interesting to me that like the context didn't totally matter. Obviously, I've seen this season most of, in fact, a lot of episodes in the season multiple times, but it's not super. No, they kind of get. It's the first time I've ever been like so glad that they do like the previously on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's where we are. I remember this part, and then just kind of roll with it, and it works. It's also it comes at a very nice point in the story where like one arc of the season has kind of ended and
yes.
kind of the final stretch, but not quite yet. So it's a nice, easy place to kick in. It doesn't mean that there's parts of this episode that have nothing to do with anything we're really getting at, like the parts of like Adam rallying people in the
Well, I mean, who are you?
yeah, fair
Adam
enough.
has no idea what. I mean, he does actually. Is it in this episode where he says like, "I know my purpose. My purpose is to kill, and I feel enlightened for it." You know,
Yeah, okay,
like I know
fair
exactly
enough,
what
fair
my
enough, fair
purpose
enough.
is. You guys are afraid because you don't know your purpose. Uh,
Hmm.
an interesting facet to Fate's character that I never talked about before was actually brought up by Eliza Dushku in an interview I read today, where she really latched onto the idea that Faith represented like the working class. Whereas Buffy is out there in her designer clothes from her nice
Yeah,
house with her
no,
loving mother.
I agree. Buffy has always been like aggressively upper middle class, which
Yeah.
is again, I think part of why Joss kind of detests her in a way. She does have kind of cop energy. And she a
No, she
little,
does. She's in love with a fucking cop,
I mean,
essentially.
she's in love with a like a marine. She's a white blonde woman who is very like morally superior in most situations of
Hmm.
the story, and she's surrounded by like people who are totally fucked up
And
and kind of
yeah,
become self-actualized through their connection to her. So I can understand the inclination to like viewing her in that mindset, and I can understand the kind of more negative connotations of her character, which is I think why
yeah,
she goes down the path of like nihilism later
yeah.
on.
It reframes those early Faith episodes of like she has an inability to connect with these people, not just because she's like, well, even if she
Yeah,
is
because her whole
disturbed,
thing
it's
is that
for a
she's
reason.
her whole characterization, like the whole like sales pitch for her character is that she is like woefully alone, and this kind of no matter how many episodes go by, still like kind of comes to define her character even in the later
And
seasons.
then you realize it's not just woefully alone, it's abandoned.
Yeah, yeah, it's that. Yeah, everyone kind of moves on from her at various points
And that's why
eventually.
the mayor did mean something to her. It's and I think that's why becoming a slayer meant so much to this girl from a working class background, because I mean obviously like she was probably heading like towards a nowhere existence. And now
Yeah,
all of a sudden she's like the one girl in all the world who can.
as most people from South Boston experience their lives being meager.
It does bring a whole new dimension to the character, and how difficult she finds it to ingratiate herself into Buffy's friend group, which apart from Xander, I think is pretty like upper class.
I mean, I think it says probably something that like Xander is probably the closest person out of the
Yeah.
whole main cast that she could find anything to relate to, and she kind
I
of just hates him.
I have to, yeah, I have to call Xander like working class considering he's a construction worker for
He's a
most of the
construction
series.
worker who's like, if I remember correctly, like his parents are divorced or something.
Yeah, but a part of me feels like if you have like a basement to live in, it's not like that great, but
Doesn't
it's
look like the
also like
nicest basement, but yeah, I
it's like
agree.
you have
I
more than
agree.
a one-story house.
And also like he's getting ready to get married and he's still like, yeah, lives there.
Yeah.
So there's some degree of privilege there, and also the fact that he's able to, but also the fact that he like doesn't even, he never goes to college. He and
But that might be by his own stupidity as well.
fair enough.
Like
I
Faith would not have those opportunities. Faith never even was in school in season
Yeah,
three.
yeah.
She just
He's
lived at a
Xander
motel.
Strikes is like closer to middle class, but still kind of like
There's a poetry to Faith being at that school when it's demolished, right? Like this girl breaking out of a mental institution, like looking at this demolished high school, like
yeah,
where her father figure died, essentially, where God died. Like
yeah, yeah.
you were about to say something about Willow and Tara.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say like they're gay, but also again like upper class Southern California college students. So it's like
Yeah,
how obviously not that's a contest, but like like how you have to compare that experience to Faith as well.
Faith, whose like
Again,
mother was
people
her mother was like a prostitute, and then her first watcher was like a woman as well who was murdered. That's why she was in
yeah, that's
Sunnydale
right. I
anyway.
forgot about that.
And then her next watcher was secretly not a watcher at all and like betrayed her as well. And like every authority figure that Faith has ever come into contact with has betrayed her and abandoned her in a very large way.
Hmm.
So, but there is something that she sees in Buffy, and it's romantic, it's sexual, it's primal, it's adversarial. It's like all of the big emotions. It's like every
Yeah, it is
every
definitely.
passionate emotion.
It's the yeah, it always struck me as the kind of thing is like Buffy is so much every single thing about in existence that Faith hates that it's kind of hard for her not to love Buffy because it's
Yes.
like it's literally the most hateable person on the planet.
It's impossible for her not to love Buffy because of the way she talks about violence. Violence like turns her on. Violence is this erotic thing for her. It hits all of her erotic impulses, and if she spends most of her time fighting Buffy to the death, she's going
Yeah.
to grow immensely like
Hmm.
attracted to that person no matter what as well. It's like a psychosexual thing, obviously. But speaking of psychosexual dynamics, they actually switch bodies.
Yeah.
That's the point of what we're talking about. Um, the mayor gives her this little gizmo that allows her to switch bodies there, but not after I think Faith has another interesting discussion. Well, not really a discussion. She has her mother Joyce as a hostage, and she's going through her makeup, and uh, I think the writing's really interesting, and I think the acting is really interesting too. And I think Joyce is a bit too short with Faith in that scene. Faith is loving that moment because she thinks that,
That she has the moral superiority there
yeah,
over
exactly.
Buffy because she's
Yeah,
actually there.
yeah, exactly.
Because she's actually
So,
there and Buffy's not. No, it's okay. No, I mean I get what you're saying. They try to like undermine Faith's point a little bit by having Buffy actually show up to save her, which Faith thinks seems to think Buffy won't do. But it doesn't defeat the point that Buffy still is not
yeah,
there anymore and is revealed in the beginning of the next episode to still never be there.
yeah.
It's kind of only Buffy's only there when it's a matter of like security for things, never because she wants to. Because Buffy is obviously the worst human being to ever be born. So it's
Yeah, of
in the
course,
eyes of
right,
Joss,
Joss?
the most deplorable human being of all time, of course.
What is the first thing that Faith does when she switches bodies? She
Is
gets
that
naked and takes a bash. And that's where
yeah,
you see written and directed by Joss Whedon
Joss
as
Whedon?
she's extending her leg and like obviously checking herself out.
I forgot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That went like way over my head while I was watching.
It's like within 2 minutes, she's like, "I'm gonna take a bath."
Oh, what a horrible man. Terrible
But then
human.
it gives us a chance to see, I think, I one of my personal favorite moments from the show, and the way that it's cut and the sound editing and everything. When Sarah Michelle Gellar as Faith is looking into her reflection
Hmm.
and kind of, I don't know, getting into character, but like you can see that Faith is clearly psychotic as well underneath the
Yeah.
surface, and she can't. She's like, because it's wrong, because
Oh,
it's naughty, like sticking her tongue out and all this crazy shit. And the sound editing is like all like moving up towards a moment, but those kind of jump cuts, those kind of jagged cuts we see throughout this episode, probably just hyper exposing like how Faith is like fragmenting. Like
Hmm.
that's probably what it's showing, but that's something that Joss is doing here that's unique to this episode at least.
Hmm.
And I always loved that moment. And Sarah Michelle Gellar, I think, is having so much fun being Faith.
Yeah,
Like she's really
yeah.
going for it. Whereas Eliza has to play like sincerity, like no longer can she be like the cool one. Now Sarah
Hmm.
Michelle Gellar is walking around all in black leather, black pants,
Hmm.
um, having psychotic fantasies about stabbing Willow to death. Like
Yeah, that's a really bizarre cut in that scene. It's very strange, very
it's really
strange.
telling it how defensive Faith is and how,
Yeah, you start to see her more of her insecurities.
yeah,
Uh,
exactly. That's what's fun. That's what's so
like
much.
because it takes place all in her mind, more or less. The second one, I mean,
Mhm.
like parts of the first part episode kind of do obviously the dream sequences, but I feel like it still takes place within like the Buffy verse, the Buffy subjectivity ontology, whatever. And the second one is like really fully committed to Faith's internal
Yeah.
interpretation of events. And like there's more like cuts and shots and stuff to indicate how she feels about something, which wasn't as much there. I feel like it's interesting to me,
I
mostly
agree.
because it's like she seems so weak the whole episode, while still kind of recreating the usual shtick,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
And
Like the usual like Faith like persona that she puts on for people is still there, but it somehow seems less strong in that instance.
it does play with like the contrived the conventionally contrived like narratives of body swaps. Like normally you find out more about both people, but in this instance I
Mhm.
think you're right. We only find out about Faith and Faith's insecurities, and when Buffy is Faith, it's about how Faith is just spit upon and viewed as garbage and worthless trash.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Buffy doesn't learn anything from this experience.
I feel like Buffy already knew that.
Yeah, well, mostly because it's just like the end of the episode, the way Buffy looks at Faith as she like runs away is kind of just like, wow, I wonder what's wrong with that crazy bitch. And then
No,
like
I
she,
think that's a better moment of like, come on. Faith is beating this
yeah, she's more,
herself up and saying, "You are worthless, disgusting, murderous piece of trash. You are nothing." And then they switch, and then Sarah Michelle goes like, "Oh shit, you hate yourself too."
yeah, yeah. I was underselling it. It's more that I don't know how much Buffy is like respecting that, if that makes sense. But maybe it's she is supposed to be. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure because it mostly just struck me as like she's utterly confused at this
Yeah,
revelation that like Faith actually has humanity.
but it's
And
the revelation that like she is so cripplingly self-hating that it's kind of
yeah,
because I mean at the end she says like, "Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Faith had her fun. Yeah, she had a lot of fun, but she knows
yeah,
that."
yeah, it was
But
terrible.
it's a moment that she would know in that one moment. I don't think anything with like the Watcher Council of assassins or whatever that didn't
The
really teach her
fucking CIA Watcher Council. No, the Wetworks. The
anything. Yeah, scuba diving.
the Wetworks Watcher Squad.
And that's a funny joke. But what the fuck? Why does Giles know the slang term wet works? Like,
It's
why is he?
something about season four where season four like pushes the utter absurdity of like the supernatural world where it's like there's like a military force for vampires and there's a black ops group for people that help slayers in England. It's
Yeah,
just like what are their jobs? What do they do all day? But I can't complain too much. I think it's just part of the ride. But and it's very amusing.
let's
But
go
and it
through.
does work. It gives somewhere for Buffy to be during the episode because she can't be involved with everything else because that would defeat the purpose of Faith's
And
arc in the
and
episode.
structurally, she can't be having like a great time. Like she
Yeah,
has to be having
exactly.
a miserable time where death is imminent, and
So I
she
feel like
gets
the only
spit upon.
logical decision is put Buffy in a box for the day.
Yes, and I also think it's also effective time or money management when it comes to making a show. You keep one
Yeah.
character in the same truck. That's not even a set. That's just the back of a truck
Yeah,
for
exactly. For the
majority of the
whole
episode.
episode. Yeah,
Yeah,
it makes
exactly.
perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I feel bad for Eliza in that scenario, but because it's
But
much to work
Sarah
with for
Michelle
her.
Gellar is chewing it up. She's loving it. She's
Oh, she's
out there
having a
at the
great time.
bronze, dancing her ass off, just like Faith used to. Kind of hedonistic, especially nihilistic. She
Mhm.
fucking fucks with Spike pretty hardcore there, and it's a immortal moment
I
that
do.
Joss should not have written if he didn't want, like, I know that Joss doesn't want those two to end up together and he punishes his audience with it in season 6, but Joss, you wrote that. You wrote that monologue. What did you think you were doing? You just put the fantasy, the ship. You set sail. You put the ship into motion with
I
this fucking
do.
monologue.
I do like the idea that Spike is just fully willing to believe that that's all something Buffy would actually say.
Well, you don't want to know what I think of you, that I'm like that I'm a prissy tight ass with no idea of fun. Yeah, that about sums it up. It does
Again,
plant
like
this.
he has so many creative descriptions for how Buffy is terrible and like a terrible character. He gets so creative. He like zeroes in on every possible criticism of her character someone who hates the show might have.
It does plant seeds, at least for, because we don't see Faith again on Buffy until the end of season 7, and Faith and Spike do have a couple cool conflicts. They share a cigarette together, and I think they talk about that scene. Um, those are two characters who definitely understand each other's psychology, if
Yeah.
given more time to be around each other.
Although I
Uh,
feel like it makes more sense to play her off against Angel, which is why I think in the comics they like pair them up or
yeah, and
something.
she appears on Angel a couple times before season 7 Buffy, but once again
Yeah.
we're not David Boreanaz, never heard of him. We're
Yeah.
not going to
I'm just saying,
LA.
I feel like that makes like more sense as a dynamic.
I know I miss Cordelia, but we are staying in Sunnydale. But while at the Bronze, my two favorite characters on Buffy are Faith and Tara, and this is the one scene where they actually interact with each other as characters. And of course, Faith humiliates Tara in a
Yeah.
lot of weird ways because Faith immediately picks up on the fact that that Tara is totally gay
Hmm.
and decides to pinpoint that as a place to try to humiliate her by bringing up Oz and all this other stuff. And then when Tara stutters, she makes fun of that as well. Really cruel moment, but it's classic Faith. And of course, like Sarah Michelle Gellar is sitting there, like we used to see Faith, like her legs all sprawled out. But then we get like the first one of the first real moments of rehabilitation, or like, a glitch in the matrix, so to speak, when Willow points out a vampire at the club, and Faith is just like, "Oh yeah, it's obvious. Oh wait, I'm supposed to. Yeah,
Do
it's
something
my
about
job
that.
because it's wrong. I must do this." And then she goes and she kills him. And then like the girl who she saved by killing that vampire like grabs her hand and is like, "Just thank you so much." And that
Hmm.
visibly like affects Faith so much that she's like, "No, no, it's cool. Like whatever. I'm fine."
Hmm.
And that's like the first kind of, I don't think there are any jagged cuts in that scene, but that's like the first time we see something inside of Faith that like m probably does want to be good. I don't know, just to
Yeah.
speak as
Hmm.
superficially as possible. That there's a virtue in that, um, unexpected or not, and that she
Hmm.
does have these gifts for a reason,
Hmm.
not just to be total chaos. And then she goes and it could probably be called rape, right? Fascism and anarchy have sex in
More or
this
less.
episode.
More or less. Yeah.
Yeah, she goes and sleeps with Buffy's boyfriend,
At
Riley.
minimum, sexual misconduct.
Yeah, she sleeps with Riley as Faith. But I think the reason that Joss and the character Faith they get away with this is because Faith comes in there with her usual like weird role play bad girl handcuffs antics, and he's like, "No, no, I want to make love to you." And that's the weirdest thing for Faith because no one's ever made love to Faith, probably. And
Hmm.
definitely no one's ever told Faith that they loved her.
Hmm.
And she's like having that experience with Riley, and that's where we get the jagged cuts again, where she's like pushing him away as if he's assaulting her, and it's not the other way around. And she's
Hmm.
like pushing him away and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's like a really intense moment that
Hmm.
I wouldn't say, well, fuck it. I'm Team Faith all the way. I think it forgives the sexual misconduct because it is so revealing of sexual trauma of Faith herself in that moment. Like
Hmm.
she's never had. any sort of meaningful sex, or maybe she's never even had a meaningful romantic connection with like another person, man or woman. Maybe she never really has had one. And that's like a
Hmm.
weird experience for her. And as this kind of nihilistic girl who has never had a reason to have faith, for a lack of better word, in any other person,
Hmm.
like actually feeling its authenticity is probably the scariest thing. And it definitely challenges like her intrinsic nihilism and hedonism there. Like, what do you
I,
think of that scenario?
no, I completely agree. Actually, I had something that's like a slight digression, but kind of connected to what you're getting at. But on that scene, no, I agree. It's kind of weird because Riley's always been a weird character to
Yeah.
me, but at least like at that point in the show, like his sincerity was pretty straightforward, and so I feel like it works in that situation to have someone so like at that point in time, since like the whole weird like addiction arc is in the past, and like the where like he wants vampires biting him and shit.
Oh, that's
And
in season 5. That
oh,
hasn't
that's in season
happened.
five. For some reason, I thought that was in
Yeah.
season four. I'm crazy. So
But of course, the
even better.
fascist would have sexual perversions and addictions in the
Well, no,
future.
even better because that's way in the future. So like at
Yeah.
this point, he's like a mostly uncomplicated,
Yeah.
at least ethically or morally, whatever, romantically character. He's a pretty uncomplicated character compared to like Angel, who always, even at his best moments, had kind of like that dark context, just even in the sense of he's an older individual courting a teenager.
Yeah. And season
Like
4 gave you that palate cleanser of Parker being the worst human being ever. And then you're like, okay, fine. Riley's better than Parker. I'll take it.
yeah, exactly. So I feel like Riley being so like pure of heart and normal, while it makes the show less the romance less interesting, I feel in this context it's like perfect for the scene. Like it makes
Yeah.
perfect sense because the scene is demanding something so like unconditional and not kind of thorny in any way to like
Yeah.
debate that that's such a thing as possible. I was gonna say like I do because like I feel like the whole arc of this episode is really Faith learning to recognize the humanity in like humans and other people. But I will say one thing I've always found interesting is that like from the beginning, obviously, like her whole thing is humanizing like the monsters in the show, which is interesting because the show itself does that. The show makes the case that all these monsters are in fact just kind of normal people with a uncommon inclination towards doing bad things, but like in like Spike is like after a certain amount of time just stops being a freak to some extent. Like he stops being a complete psychopath, despite the fact that he's like a serial killer. By the end of the show's run, he's kind of just a normal dude again. And
He's
like
kind of like a loser. He becomes so relatable, like as he
yeah,
goes
and like
on.
other monsters throughout the series, I can't remember for certain, but I'm pretty sure there's like bits where they're doing extremely like quotidian, mundane things, like playing board
Yeah.
games or like watching TV. So like we're given every reason to believe like the monsters in this universe function mentally just like people who are more likely to just kill people for whatever reason. And but like the main characters are always just kind of like, yeah, they just all gotta die. We
Yeah.
just gotta eugenics the fuck out of them, genocide the fuck out of them, and that's okay. And I like how Faith is kind of just implicitly humanizing them in a lot of instances, like the mayor, obviously.
Yeah.
Um, Even her humiliation of Spike is on the assumption that he responds to being humiliated like a normal person and not like a monster who wouldn't give a shit. Um, and that's interesting to me. I've always
Well,
liked that. I like that she relates to them more than other real people. And
the most human thing Faith did was like her largest error. Like when she accidentally killed the mayor's the mayor's
mhm.
aide or whatever,
Yeah,
Alan. When she
yeah,
accidentally kills him, obviously she cares. Obviously, like it destroys her inside. But like that mistake, she just has to commit to it entirely. Like she has to
yeah,
just
exactly. And I think that's part of why she is so like fragmented mentally in this episode, especially is because it's like you go that far down the route of like just pure nihilism. After a while, you just kind of don't have the ground to stand on or be
no.
consistent about your actions or your values anymore. And it just becomes completely incoherent. And she doesn't really know what to do in any given situation.
And the more you're in that, like I can speak from like personal experience, I'm sure you can too. The more you're in like a nihilism kind of like rabbit
Mhm,
hole or void,
mhm, mhm.
the more you're in that, the more hypocritical and inauthentic people outside of it seem, you know.
Yes. Yeah,
And
100%.
And
100%.
the more antagonistic you end up acting towards them because of those insecurities that Faith has and that demonstrated in this episode.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree. And that's why I think she's such a compelling character,
Yes.
especially like at this specific point in her arc where that kind of comes to the fore. Because like in the beginning, I can understand the inclination is like, what if Buffy, but bitch.
Yeah,
And like I realized that that was probably the starting point for her
it
character
was.
and stop. But like it's good to have that kind of conflict. But
She
and
came
kind
to
of
represent so much more. I think that
yeah.
Joss's original like pitch to the writer, it's not he doesn't have to do a pitch. He's the showrunner. His initial description was just she's a slayer like Buffy, but she's gonna go completely bonkers.
Yeah.
Like that's what they had. But
Mhm. And
there was,
like
there was so much more to her. You
mhm,
can express like the darkest nihilistic thoughts, and without her, you wouldn't have like a teenage anchor or like an anchor that's like a peer to these people who
mhm,
can kind of engage with those darker ideas and engage with them truthfully too, because there is obviously a sexiness to nihilism. There's obviously an attraction to it. And I think it's because of its antagonism or it's how lethal it is, how lethal of a psychology nihilism is a sexy thing. Because self-destruction is always going to be something that is attractive to a
mhm.
certain group of people, I think. And
And because like by the end of the episode, it doesn't do anything to undo the criticisms it makes of like
mhm.
Buffy. So it's still admitting that there's some like authenticity to Faith's view of the world, but not as far as it goes, you know? Or at least like that they are probably both in the wrong in their own ways, in their own views of the world, at least. Obviously, Buffy's not killing people, but or is she? But like by the end of the episode, you're led to assume that they're both kind of hitting a wall as far as their views of the world.
Or
And
the largest revelation is that no one hates Faith more than Faith does.
yeah,
And like these are great character studies of Faith, but I mean Buffy doesn't have the same journey.
yeah, no, because Buffy kind of it's weird. Buffy kind of just hits that wall and then just kind of learns to passively live with it is I think the end of her arc in some ways.
Well, because Joss doesn't challenge that until like season 6 and 7, where
Hmm.
he challenges like this like false moral premise. Like, because I don't think he's a moral nihilist, but he's an existentialist, but he'll still frame things as like things are simply good and bad. Things are simply good and bad.
Hmm.
But he doesn't challenge that until like season 6, like where he makes Buffy like an outwardly unlikable and self-destructive character, more self-destructive than Faith was, in my opinion, in season 6.
No, I agree.
Um, but he doesn't challenge that until then, and we still have this kind of cookie cutter like blanket of morality over it. Like Buffy
Mhm.
has to be right. Buffy has to be like morally sound. She can't do anything that is morally reprehensible. And everyone who antagonizes her will surely be revealed to be inauthentic in some way or misunderstood but dead, you
Hmm.
know.
I actually to go back to the X-Files, I do think they're similar in that like both of them realize that the core like thesis they have for their entire show is kind of unresolvable.
Yeah.
And so like in the case of the X-Files, it's like you can't explain what's going on and because then the show stops.
Yeah.
Um and that's not even really fulfilling because it's what do you do when you find God? But in Buffy, it's just like all right, like you like deconstruct all these like belief systems that Buffy has and all her relationships. It's like, all right, now what? And Buffy's like, fuck if I know.
I
Burn
feel
down
like
the
like
town.
Joss, I don't want to like give any spoilers away for I mean, I don't care. I
If
don't mean
you're
for
watching
Buffy.
like a mid-season 4 episode analysis out of nowhere.
I just mean for where my season 5, my own personal analysis is going to go,
Oh.
where I think Joss spent over 100 episodes trying to figure out like what's a good reason to live? Like why should I keep fucking living? And the ultimate conclusion he comes to might be a sacrifice, but it's still fucking suicide. Like he ultimately spent so
Yeah.
much time meditating over this question and then had Buffy technically kill herself anyway. Like
Hmm.
that's the conclusion he came to, and I feel like he thought that was. I think he thought he failed, honestly, because I think he did. I think he was desperately trying to believe in this blanket morality. Like
Hmm.
it's got to be true for a reason, right? Like net value or like net good. You don't harm certain things or anything. But obviously, by how deep he goes into faiths and securities here,
Hmm.
like he's a lot more sympathetic to nihilism than
Hmm.
his than the first 5 seasons of his show would let on. By season 6, it'd be pretty obvious. But I find it fascinating that I think, spent so much time here trying to figure out an antidote to nihilism and ends up with Buffy killing herself, like
Yeah.
ultimately for his first arc. Like
Only to bring her back and torture her a little bit.
exactly,
And
because
then,
like you said, that's an unsatisfying conclusion.
yeah. And
It is.
and yet it makes like, oh, almost season 6 almost makes more sense as a finale to the show because it really like that's where like the thesis kind of hits its end point for what
I
the
do
show.
think season 5 is brilliant. Dawn is the interesting thing that Joss
Yeah.
invents in season 5, which is a complete and like that completely challenges the idea of meta narrative, of meaning, of time, of family, of everything. Who are you? That's all in Dawn
Hmm.
as well. But for these 2 episodes, I think that they are pretty wonderful. Obviously, um, after she assaults Riley, I can't take any slight against Riley seriously. He's a fucking tool. I don't
Yeah,
care
I
what
hate
happens to
Riley. He's
Riley.
like my least
Like,
favorite character.
yeah. But Faith is
I
about
was
to.
so
I don't
glad
think.
Buffy started having hate sex with Spike because it was like,
I still haven't gotten to the gross episode of season 4 yet, where like some spell happens to Riley and Buffy, and they just fuck nonstop.
I'll never watch it again. I've watched it
I'm.
once.
I want to
I'll
skip
never.
it. I want to skip it.
It's that and the one where everyone's like drunk all the time or whatever the fuck happens. Like those are
I
the two
watched that one.
episodes I
I
will
watched
never
that
watch
one.
again. Isn't that Buffy? Doesn't she become like a caveman or something or a cavewoman?
Yeah, yeah,
Drinking
but
too? Yeah,
but
I
that
don't
wraps up the
care.
Parker arc, so I kind of had to watch it because I remember
No,
that's where
I'd
she.
rather take the incoherence. I can't deal with it. No,
A
the
lot of
fuck.
people hate Beer Bad. It's not a good episode, but it's better than
Wait,
Buffy and Riley having a sex spell. But
I
okay,
talked to you about this the other day on a call, but I was like, I've seen the whole show. I don't have to prove anything to anyone. I've seen every episode once. If I watch it through again, I'm only watching the shit I care about this time. Like,
well, I'm watching for the things I didn't pay attention to last time. Like, how did they form the character Anya and Tara? Like how did they
yeah,
build them up?
fair enough, fair enough.
Like I forgot that Tara's first appearance was in Hush, which I think is like mechanically brilliant because she had trouble and a lot of anxiety speaking up in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously a speech impediment, and like have her appear in Hush as a first episode is mechanically kind of brilliant, Joss.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but so I'm watching out for those moments. So maybe I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think I'm leaving anything out. Something happens and compels Faith when she's at the airport about to make her grand getaway. She sees that on the news that Adam's little vampire droogies that he's assembled are holding a church hostage or whatever. Fucking Riley shows up to the church and is like, Buffy's like, "How did you hear about it?" And Riley says, "Oh no, I was just late to church."
I hate him so much. He
Yeah, I can see
this
Joss
fucking
just laughing to
douchebag.
himself, writing that line because it's perfect. It's perfect.
This
Of course he's
absolute
there. It's his church.
this tool. Oh my God, I hate like even Angel. I feel like you can't go back to like season 1 and 2 watching Angel's arc and think he's like somehow worse. Like, oh my
Angel had a
God.
great arc. Angel had a great arc. He's
I
fine.
love
He's fine.
Angel's arc. It's actually one of my favorites in the show. I think it's a
Spike's
little
arc is the most misunderstood in the fandom. Like, I can't wait till I can get to season 6 and go, guys, this is terrible. This is not
that was the
good for
funny part is
Buffy.
because when I was originally watching the show, I knew ahead of time that eventually she ends up with Spike, and I was under the impression that he goes through this like really ornate arc that, and then like I kept getting closer and closer to the just the fucking end of the show, and I was like, is it coming anytime soon? With the part where they're just like going to movies together and hanging out in normal scenarios, it's like no, that never happens.
No, it's the most toxic thing. I've said it a lot. Well, since we're talking about her suitors, I mean, Faith was part of her construction was to be a romantic interest for Buffy. They were just censored out of that for season three. But
Yeah, I
you
think
can,
it's more or
the
less
tension is
full.
undeniable. So this is also, I think that that's also playing into the sexual dynamic between Faith and Riley because she tried to do the same thing with Angel in season three, like kind of the same. She tried to fuck Angel in season three. Didn't really work out.
Mm-hmm.
Because David Boreanaz, because Angel was playing a trick on her. And in the words of Angel, I'm the best actor on the planet. You sure are, David Boreanaz.
Oh, I love that
Oh, I
motherfucker.
love that guy a lot. But
Maybe I will watch Angel. Maybe I'll catch
it's worth it. It's worth it. It's just frustrating. It'll turn my analysis into like a year long project, and I can't do 5 seasons of Angel right now. And
hmm
I'm also focused on teen drama, and all of those people are 36. Uh,
No, he's 17. What are you talking?
that's the craziest thing about rewatching Buffy now. I don't think I've watched it since I've turned 30. I'm like 30 when this video comes out, I'll be 33. I'm watching it now and I'm going, damn, Giles gets all like the best girls. They're all so hot. Oh man, Giles is so funny. Giles is so relatable. Fuck. And I'm
Yeah, oh
watching it
no, he
now
was
and I'm
my
like,
he was like my favorite character when I was in high school. I
I
was
didn't
just like
like him in high school. I'm like,
he
what this
he sings
lame-o.
like behind blue eyes at the bar, and all the girls are thirsting over him, and they're like, "Why is Giles hot?" And and then he rails Buffy's mom on the hood of a cop car.
I'm watching it now and I'm like, I
They
didn't
have a
know it was
throwaway line
happening.
about that, by the way, in this episode.
Yeah. What's a stevedore? This show is always really, really fucking funny. And like that's one of the most brilliant things about Buffy, and I don't know how to explain it, but I think it's really unique to Joss Whedon's writing and the writers that he has like surrounded himself with, like Jane Espenson and Marty Noxon and Doug Petrie. Um, like how it turns so quickly, or it can still be a hilarious scene, and then you get so much introspection and like deconstructionism, like right there, without ever betraying its tone. Like we've talked about really heavy subjects in this episode, and they are portrayed in a heavy and intense way because of like the composition, but it never feels like it's wrong. It never feels like it's
That's what I was
compromising anything.
That's what I was trying to get at with the one of the X-Files comparisons, like about that show feeling like so schizophrenic, and it's like there's some episodes that feel like, and other episodes within like the same 5 episode span that all feel like they're in completely different timelines in terms of characterization, and there's like absolutely no consistency, and that, in my opinion, is part of the charm of the show. It's kind of part of its nature, but in Buffy, I'm kind of fascinated with how it just has its cake and eats it too,
Well,
and
yeah, that's the thing about X-Files. Like, I do love the X-Files. Years ago, we covered like all the Krychek episodes. Like you said, it's really self-contained though, because like the psychology of Mulder or Scully can change on a fucking dime. There's no consistency, like outside of the natural like presence of the characters. Like, there's no
yeah.
real psychological or philosophical consistency unless it's written by Chris Carter. Like, those
That's
are the
why I
ones.
don't like the idea of like resolving their relationship in any way within the show, because it kind of just undoes the fact that their relationship to each other is completely different depending on which episode you're watching.
Right. Whereas
Um,
Buffy is very much, I think it is, I actually think it's a lot
Everything.
more consistent than I think you do. I think it's very
No, I mean,
consistent.
I think Buffy is consistent. I'm just saying like there's a lot of disparate parts to it
Hmm.
that you would expect to not really work, and you can debate whether or not they
Oh,
actually.
then I agree with you. Yeah, and they somehow,
I would say they just say fuck it and mashed all the shit together regardless, and just say deal with it. And so the show, it just kind of like says you have to live with it, that all these things are somehow part of the same.
that's the thing that like I think Joss was like a hyper intelligent writer, and I think he learned an awful lot from comic books because I think we're describing like a comic book
Yeah,
framework.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Depending on the arc, one character will be kind of
Yeah.
relatable, and then like 5 episodes later, they're like killing a child or something. And that's just kind of the nature of a comic book. And I think that's like the nature of Buffy in its own way, is
And
that
like the the two callbacks we got in Who Are You of like the hyena and of Ripper.
That's what I mean.
Um, that's where you'd get the asterisk, like, see issue 217. Like,
Well, and that's the other thing is like the whole episode is about like because it's wrong, for like people to
yeah.
die and such, but it's just like
But he doesn't
reference
answer that
also
though.
graduation, and
Um,
graduation is an episode that culminates with like dozens of teenagers dying
yes,
for
but
no
but
reason.
here's my thing. Like, because it's wrong, and that was Joss's main goal. And like Faith comes to the realization that murder's wrong. But is it like just inherently wrong? Like what's the thing
What's
that
the
makes her
criteria here?
yeah, like why is it actually wrong? Why is it no longer
Well, and
mockingly wrong? This is the same girl who was like the mayor's fucking assassin who just murdered people like
yeah,
indiscriminately.
I was also gonna say because like she's saying murder's wrong, but like obviously again like Faith recognized the mayor as a life with value, and Buffy fucking decapitated that dude.
Yeah.
So I'm like, in what circumstances is it right or wrong?
There are parts where I think that Joss is such a vulnerable fucking writer because I can tell he does not, I don't think he thinks that he made the argument in this. And he just continues to have faith in like the inherent goodness or badness of people. And like part of doing this show, I think, is like trying to just sucker himself into, like delude himself, brainwash himself into like having a strong moral framework, which we know he as a person and as a writer
Does
loses
not
both.
have.
Yeah, both are gone.
Absolutely none. He is the guy who would write a story that ends with like dozens of teenagers dying on their graduation day.
Well,
And
he
then
is the kind of guy
and
who
that's
would
the
look in the mirror
finale.
and go like, don't be mean to these young women. Like don't be mean to the people who work on your set because it's wrong. But like I feel like he's so vulnerable and exposed in a lot of the Buffy episodes, but primarily some of the Faith ones like this one, where I feel like Joss wants to believe um the X-Files callback. Just
Ah,
I think that Joss wants to believe in that kind of moral binary, but he's done nothing to like to
convince.
demonstrate that outside of just an inherent goodness that maybe Faith can't ignore. Maybe that's part of the larger philosophical thing of like nihilism feels so brutal because it is abrasive, because maybe it's unnatural. Like maybe it is wrong because it's wrong. Like maybe like it is like a harsher like dialectic he's kind of going for here, but I'm not sure. He either failed or he succeeded, but in a harsher philosophical prism.
Mhm.
I don't.
Uh,
What?
I just said, I don't know. I agree.
I think at this point, yes. It's just season six. Joss Whedon is going to be a different animal, a different beast.
I need
And
to
still, that's the season that has its most joyous, like, those musical episodes. Like,
about how everyone won't communicate.
yeah. Which is what Hush was about. God damn it, Joss.
Yeah, you can't do the same thing twice just by reversing the idea. Just
I just want to make sure we get all of our Faith stuff, because I'm not going to be able to talk about her again until season seven. And
ever.
by then, I'll be so burnt out on Buffy that I won't have the energy. But
You just gotta do what that Buffy YouTuber guy does, which is take 15 years to just finish the entire show.
oh my God, no, no, I'll. You know the way my channel works. I'll finish this. Um, what am I even saying anymore? And Faith, but Faith has always been one of my favorite characters here, and it's an archetype I've always loved. And given the fact that it's a TV show, I normally see this archetype in like in films, like we've talked about The Craft and stuff. Nancy is very, very, very similar to Faith,
Hmm.
but given
Yeah.
a television show, and Joss Whedon is he was once an extraordinarily gifted postmodern writer. You get to do a lot more with her here, and this is a really fun episode, and yet I think it's the most emotionally and philosophically intense episode of the fourth season, easily.
Mhm.
Um, considering that like Adam is going through like the same thing, like he's also like this Frankenstein's monster with sentience, and like the only thing that's scary about him is that he is like the symbol of fascism. He is extreme order, and what's scary about him is that he doesn't have to wonder what his order is. Whatever.
Mhm.
Faith is a lot more interesting in this respect because I think she's also a nihilistic icon as well. Only she's being confronted like aggressively. Like I think it's like violent each time she has those fragments, those moments of like, oh, I just helped this lady in an alleyway and she was thanking me, and it feels fucking weird, but also reassuring. Like, ugh,
Mhm.
I don't like this feeling, or this guy is telling me that he loves me, and I just actually was intimate, like in the truest sense with this person. Like it's
Mhm.
a lot more. Those moments to me are like more aggressive than anything Adam does.
Mhm.
And that might be the problem with season four is that it's big bad is a little less compelling. Although I do think that fascism is a theme that should be explored in a teen show about nihilism essentially. Um,
Mhm.
and it's done pretty well. It's just that you know,
Mhm.
Faith and Spike and Drusilla are dangerous villains because they're very likable. They're like they're extremely charismatic and they all have these interesting quirks about them, and I can't tell outside of I can't tell if Joss wanted these characters to be this likable. I think Faith he did. But what do you think like what do you think like Joss's dilemma is? Because like every good episode of Buffy strikes me as a person who's deeply conflicted, like even in his prose and in his composition as a director. Like the body, like I still stand by, that's one of the best directed things I've ever seen, but it's deeply conflicted. Like it
Mhm.
doesn't, it spends all this time meditating over like what is a person, what is a body, and the answer is nothing.
Mhm. I mean, I think he's just a straight doomer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm honestly partly convinced that he's just very committed to that, and that anything to the contrary is just kind of appealing to the demands of the format
I don't
or
know.
the audience in
I
some
think
way.
there's a part of him that really wants to believe the opposite. Because I think if you believe what Joss believes, it is cataclysmic.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I think he's aware it's cataclysmic. I'm
That's where I
just
think the conflict is coming from. Is
because
like,
I just think he's kind of like what else? Maybe it doesn't matter if it's cataclysmic if it's right. Like, it might be less authentic if I argue against it just because it's cataclysmic. And
that's the point that he comes to, but he hasn't hit that wall yet.
hmm I
I
mean,
think he still believes in something. Like he's still trying to believe in something.
yeah, I don't know, because like I think like season two is a season that believes in something.
Hmm. Season
Um,
3 and 4 and 5, certainly. All
mhm.
believe in something or are trying to, and that light is like waning and fading. And then like Dollhouse is completely nihilistic, but I think it's beautiful. It's his apocalypse now. He blew his back out on it. Um
Yeah,
like Firefly is about like the the one crew of unique individuals in a world of complete fascism. Like it's
yeah,
still pretty nihilistic when you get down to
and
it.
they're all Confederates.
Yeah, and it was honestly maybe his most optimistic show and got canceled like after 10 episodes. So that taught him a
It's
lesson.
weird because it's kind of like his most reactionary, but also his most hopeful. So I don't know what that tells you about
Yeah, but
Josh.
you'll notice that when he made Serenity, that shit is bleak. That
Yeah,
shit is
I
that's
just said something about the idea that like the most optimistic thing this man is capable of doing is only optimistic by virtue of him feeding into his more reactionary tendencies.
yeah.
And then Buffy, the one show that's just like completely doomer, is him kind of actually appealing to more, in some ways, to more like progressive politics and
I
such.
gotta think that this character is something that he held on to for like so long, considering like the movie that was made originally and how he didn't like that. It still kept it, like still made a point of keeping the rights and keeping it close to him so he
And
can
even
make,
referencing it in the show as
yeah.
more or less canon. I don't think the movie itself is canon, but like the gist of events is at least somewhat canon with the show.
I think this character, I think he actively punishes and despises her in a large way, but I honestly think that Joss Whedon, yes, a problematic figure, but as you're watching Buffy, I think we're seeing like a dude like lose humanity, just like Buffy does, just like the main
Hmm.
character does, like
Hmm.
in almost real time. And like all of the arguments to the contrary that are always so much more like emotional and engaging. And
Hmm.
he never actually comes to a meaningful solution. It's always a nihilistic one that feels more truthful. Like the body is one of the most truthful kind of episodes ever,
No,
and
I
that's the
agree.
realization it comes to.
I mean, what the reason I love again season 6 so much is that he gives you what seems like the logical episode to make, which is once more with feeling, only to never actually fulfill what it
Yeah,
demands of the show for the rest of the season, which is to confront everything that was revealed in that episode, and then nothing is resolved. Which I think is in a lot of ways like more true to life. Like a person with like Xander will not do the correct thing for a person to do in that situation. He's going to leave his fucking girlfriend at the altar. Like that is what he's going to choose to do. But I also like just in the idea that the show makes it pretty clear that the only healthy relationship Buffy will ever have is the one she had with Angel pre-transforming. It will never be reignited. It will never come back.
no, and that wasn't healthy. It
Yeah.
still wasn't.
Yeah, I should say like in its own way. The only one that she can like hold on to or that was enough for her was the one that will never come back.
Exactly. The whole tragedy of it is that they can never they can never fulfill their passion, or else he will literally try to kill you and all your friends.
Yeah.
But
Although even if he couldn't, I feel like the show just makes the case that it's just like, nah, no, and just no, I don't want it to. They don't even try to like
well,
give you
it
the
comes into
friends shenanigans.
like a larger thing I want to discuss, because I haven't gone into this in my analysis videos either, is the idea, and I think season 7 is the one that kind of attacks this. Like another thing that Buffy just sets down, and we just have to believe it, is destiny. And that's part of what like is part of Faith's acceptance, right? Like it is her destiny to be
Mhm.
a savior of mankind, like because that's just an inherent moral good, I guess. But like destiny plays such an important role on the show, but it doesn't feel too constricting, but it does sometimes. Like what do you think Joss's idea of destiny is? And I say in season 7 he combats this because there are like 1,000 slayers, or there's at least like 12 other slayers at that point, so it's not really
I
that
forget what is
special.
the justification for that.
God, I don't remember. I really don't remember that. I know they destroy the Hellmouth, and then like there's a bunch of charge slayers everywhere else, but they keep the potentials at their house. And then I think they all get activated when the Hellmouth goes away, and I don't really remember exactly though.
Interesting. But as far as predestination, no, I mean, I feel like the show makes the case again and again that people are just who they are, and I mean, like in some sense, I think you might disagree. That he, in some sense, I think he kind of argues that people don't change. Obviously, like Faith is an interesting instance, but it's like even in that, Faith changes by like kind of understanding who she is as a person better. Whereas like other people in the show, like they never really start making different decisions. Again, like I keep using Xander as an example. I think he's like the best possible
I mean,
example of a character that just kind of understands who they are better and they kind of act accordingly. But their nature doesn't change in some
it's
ways.
Spikes does though. Like
Yeah.
he,
Yeah,
um,
with the help of
Angel's clearly does. Angel was cursed into changing though.
yeah. Yeah. I mean even Angel's kind of beginning situation is its own kind of fate. He's like fated to be
Yeah,
like
exactly.
tormented and feel responsible for things that he is objectively not responsible for.
Destiny. Well, then again, maybe this is part of what Joss is ruminating over too, because like Adam is so scary because he completely understands his purpose. Because destiny is purpose, right? Like destiny is like knowing your purpose and going for it or something.
Mhm.
Like that's close to it. And
Mhm.
that is that's villainized in season 4 at least, or at least with all these fucking villains who have this apocalyptic end goal and do everything like their only actions are in service of that end goal. Angelus did it, Master did it, and so did the
Yeah, again,
mayor.
like literally every major plot, at least if I recall in like the first half of the show's run, is something that is a prophecy in a book somewhere.
Yeah,
Something they directly parody in the Zeppo. they parody that, which is the joke is that
Yeah.
the new biggest apocalypse of all time is occurring, but it's all behind the scenes because you've seen it like 7 times already and you don't
They
care.
they referenced that in this episode too. Like,
Yeah,
um,
exactly. They
but
keep making jokes about it, about like how like the routine of things being destiny and
mhm. And Anya
unavoidable.
saying, "We're gonna go have sex in front of candles," and Faith goes, "Don't want to miss those 7 minutes." And
Uh,
Xander's also like concerned in the first episode that Faith, he's determined. Faith is gonna go after him
yeah,
because
because we have a
she's a,
history. We have a history. As if he matters fucking at all.
I know, right? Oh my God. But but every single apocalypse, and just like Riley, I find myself needing to know the plural of apocalypse, which is another great line from season 4. Every single one has been overturned. So like
Yeah.
Destiny, because it's not just destiny, it's duty, right? Because faith is also, because I'm trying to relay this all back to faith. It's like I think Joss was having these same problems when
Well,
he was
yeah, I
writing
mean,
it.
because like the whole thing is, I mean, obviously the premise of the show is sort of predicated on the idea that Buffy is supposed to die pretty quickly, but just never
Yeah,
does.
exactly.
Um,
But so is
and,
faith for that matter.
and I was about to say, yeah, the same exact scenario happens to Faith, which is that presumably she is supposed to die, and you can interpret that in other ways, like the fact that she is poor or
Hmm.
from Boston, and as we know, most people from Boston should also die.
Especially Southeast.
Yeah, I loved her cameo in The Departed. No, like she also presumably should have that
Yeah.
fate as as a person that is kind of like abandoned and forgotten by the world. She's not really supposed to be superpowered. She was supposed
And
to
she
like,
doesn't receive the care that Buffy does. Like I think early on, Faith knows. Well, it's also Buffy gets to feel special by being the only one, and the only reason there are other Slayers is because she's like died and came back to
yeah,
life.
she
To
died really quickly too.
whereas Faith is like, okay, you're the chosen one, but there's another one, and she's a cute blonde from sunny, rich California. Like, she is
She's she's an upper middle class, a single child from Southern California with a
who
lot of friends who
only
hangs out
dates
with
like
an
vanilla male models. Like,
who has an adult male father figure who doesn't abuse her,
yeah,
who
crazy.
will not try to take advantage of her, and so on and so forth. A revolving door of TV ready attractive boyfriends,
Exactly.
all older, chiseled, and with jobs like detective, serial killer, marine.
So like if we put ourselves into that psychology of like an underprivileged girl like that, like being granted immediately, like awakened with superpowers. And it's like you are actually one of the most or the most instrumental girl in the entire world. Like you're going to help save everybody. And then even like
But
someone
not
just,
really.
but not really. But then again, like the mayor I like to view as a sort of like omnipotent father-like figure, which would make him God in a sense. Like even if he wasn't, he's the mayor of Sunnydale. He is so important, so much more important than a librarian. So I think a lot of what she does is in direct competition with Buffy. Like she has the more like important father figure. She has like
Yeah, because like I don't know how much the mayor made, but I do feel like the status
the
part of it
status, yeah.
is
Like,
supposed to be important there.
and I think that like a large part of her trusted Buffy. And when she killed Alan, that was a big fuck up. But also before that, Buffy was growing wearisome of Faith's you know, see it, want it,
Cleavage.
have it, like stealing and breaking into shit.
She was tired of Faith's cleavage.
I don't know how you could ever be, but still.
And then she comes back and Buffy's already got a new boyfriend.
Yeah, yeah. And I picked up on some like some definite like sexual energy with like I thought you were trying to kill me in the first place because of how much you loved like your first boyfriend, and now I come back like less than a year later, 8 months later, and
And
you're
you've
not even
already
with him anymore, and you're gonna kill me over that guy.
It's really
But that's why she's in
disturbing.
the coma because Faith had like poisoned Angel with a bow, and then the only
Yeah,
thing that
yeah.
could save him was Slayer blood. So they were gonna she was there to kill Faith and get all of her blood to give to Angel. Like that's
Again,
why
like
she was there.
the show just keeps making the case that Buffy's like the worst
Yeah,
human being alive.
and I know that it was Faith's fault that he was poisoned, but at the same time, you're about to make this young working class girl an actual blood commodity for like a 260-year-old serial killer, essentially.
It's absurd. It's absurd. But it's
And then
because
we
it would be wrong otherwise.
exactly, and the mock, and I buy it. The composition and the writing and the acting is good enough that I buy it within the framework of the episode. I don't believe that Joss Whedon believes it. I don't,
Which
but
part?
I think he knows he's supposed to because it's wrong, and
Yeah,
nihilism is too harsh of a pill at that point to swallow. But I mean, a
it's
couple
what it
seasons
is.
later, he'd be exploring it fully,
Hmm.
but without Faith. Faith
Yeah.
won't be there for
Would
that.
have been better if she was there.
God.
Or maybe
Oh
not.
my, no, I want to, yeah, yeah. Faith and Buffy having violent destroy a house sex. That's a lot
Oh
more
no,
interesting to
just
me.
because I know if she did come back, it would have just been to be a good guy with Buffy, and the conflict would have had to be at least, I mean, I say that, but obviously, like they were able to maintain some degree of conflict between Buffy and Spike for like several seasons. But
Yeah.
I don't know how that would work with Faith necessarily.
That's a fascinating character. She always can act like a little bit of a wrecking ball when you throw her into situations like these. Challenges characters in interesting ways and cool ways. And I always love having Faith around. Have anything else to say about Faith? I think we covered it.
I think we covered the whole show. Yeah.
I'm your cult boyfriend. We're talking about season 4 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer today. Season 4 is the college season, and we've talked about the transitional period that all great teen dramas go through. I would also like to start this off by saying that I like season 4 quite a bit. I think it's a good season. It doesn't really wear its themes so visibly on its sleeve. I think this time is one of the few times where I like actually I think fully understood and engaged with the actual core philosophy of the season. But I'll get into that in a moment. I love teen drama. Teen drama, I think, is uniquely suited for television because it's a coming of age, long form narrative where through television, through the seasons, you see the characters actually grow up, actually age. And with age comes changes. A college season is always a difficult time for a teen drama. Dawson's Creek, I mean, oh, I got a prop of Dawson's Creek right here. I can reference it. They tripped and stumbled a bit in season 5 and 6, their college seasons. Veronica Mars season 3 tripped and stumbled as well. One Tree Hill just said, "Fuck college, we're doing a time jump," which is fucking based. That's a Chad move. The more that I think about it, that's a big fucking Chad move. Skipping college, and I think it's a interestingly revealing of the flaws that covering college can have. The thing about high school is that it's also more in line with like postmodern thought and ethos. In high school, class and social stratification is readily available to be interacted with. You have kids from all sorts of different backgrounds being forced to engage with each other in an involuntary situation. College being an entirely voluntary situation that is kind of predicated on class in the first place. If you go to college, you certainly had more opportunities than those who didn't go to college, and you will be granted more opportunities in your future for going to college. College is, I think, a more nihilistic time, a more nihilistic atmosphere for storytelling than high school is. With high school, you can have like a new sincerity. With high school, you can have kids really trying their best. In college, that's where nihilism starts to take hold, which is kind of fitting because that's also where nihilism starts to take hold of Buffy in a large way. Joss always offers these nihilistic metaphors for Buffy to engage with, to battle, to overcome, because I believe that a large part of Buffy is about Joss Whedon himself trying to nurture, trying to hold on to his humanity. And with each season, um, as the as the nihilism progresses, uh, Joss loses hold of his own humanity as the show goes on, and I think it's clearly evident in the way that not only the writing and the composition of the show, but Buffy as a character over time starts to give up, starts to surrender herself to nihilism, which is ultimately undeniable given the frameworks of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is a pretty doomer show, all things considered. He often provides us with these nihilistic metaphors for Buffy to overcome. In season three, it was like that bad girl shadow slayer self of Faith. You can also view season three as Buffy actually battling the death of God as a concept, with Faith being this attribute of religion, of the human condition that just won't die, and Faith is this neglected concept, this abused and misunderstood concept that through her alienation has been weaponized by her loneliness and by her anger. This underprivileged girl who I think she's my favorite character on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And on the channel, I did an analysis that was over an hour long about her 2 episode arc in the fourth season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, This Year's Girl, and Who Are You? I implore that you check out that video because I think it's pretty insightful, and I do think that those are the best episodes of season four. Buffy the Vampire Slayer's metaphor for nihilism, the big bad in season four is Adam. Um, Kind of symbolic of the initiative, which is definitely metaphorical of fascism. You could only go into nihilism so much until you can come out of it on a very fascist kind of lethal sort of eugenics-based determination and purpose. Fascism is so dangerous on Buffy the Vampire Slayer because it weaponizes nihilism with a lethal, selfish, and morbid kind of purpose or goal. It reintroduces the concept of destiny into nihilism, and the only way to reintroduce that into the philosophy of nihilism is through fascism, is through kind of a total annihilation of self in service of a morbid and twisted moral framework that is not only insincere but genocidal. And that's how you get to fascism, to the initiative, to Professor Walsh, and to Riley. I think Riley is a big reason why a lot of people don't really like season four. Riley's fine. Riley's fine. He's a huge tool. I find it very difficult to believe that he was written to be a likable character at all because genuinely nothing that he does is particularly unique or charming. You know, I think he's serviceable to the structure, to the narrative, to the idea of um engaging with fascism as this nihilistic metaphor symbolizing a new kind of evil that Buffy and the other Scoobs have to overcome. Riley is this kid who is this Marine who is obsessed with psychology, who kind of breaks away from Professor Walsh's brainwashing and like I guess nutrition regimen. Like she has him basically feeding from a tube essentially connected directly to the heart, to the core of the initiative, to the core of fascism. And Adam is this Frankenstein's monster creation of the initiative of Professor Walsh, who is mostly scary. And I think Joss Whedon thinks that Adam is terrifying because I think that Adam when we look at this like sentient Frankenstein's monster, this cyber doomer apocalyptic big bad, I think that Joss Whedon thinks that Adam is so terrifying because I think that the most essential part of the human experience is constantly wondering like who you are, what your purpose is, what is your destiny, what are you here to do? And Adam's terrifying because he knows exactly what he was here to do, and that does give him a sense of enlightenment. True or false, authentic or inauthentic, he does know his purpose. And I think that's terrifying to Joss Whedon, so it's fun to work within that framework. And also, we're getting some signs of the auteur here. Of course, I think that Adam is like a prototype for Ultron for his Avengers films that he would make much later on in his career. Joss is clearly interested in having these kinds of discussions about the nature of artificial intelligence, about science, about fascism through science, the totalitarian nature of actually understanding your purpose in life, because that is something that is programmed. It's not something that is necessarily inherited. It's something that is programmed, something colder. But it makes the moral frameworks of life a bit more easy to recognize, especially if you understand that you belong on one end of it. Because fascism can really justify anything, anything. And that's possibly what's the most dangerous thing about fascism and about the initiative is that they can morally justify almost everything, every terrible thing. Nihilism weaponized will always be fascism. Always. Yeah, that is terrifying. I do think that Forrest, Riley's friend, his closest friend in the initiative, is an interesting character, if not a little underdeveloped. Just slightly, though, slightly, because it does insist on him a few times. There should have been one more thing. I wish he was more included in the Scoobs or something. Like maybe if he had like a friendship with any of the members of the Scoobs, if he wasn't so isolated to Riley. I think that Forrest could have been a really interesting character if he had some sort of dynamic with, I don't know, with anybody, just some sort of friendship or even like mild interaction with anyone who wasn't Riley, or even when he interacted with Buffy, it was because of he was jealous of Riley's infatuation with the girl. Forrest could have been a really cool character, but he's just a little bit underdeveloped. I think that the attention, the focus of season four, I think is mostly on point, but now Joss is having, and all of the writers are having to incorporate an entirely different television show within this one, considering that Angel started at the same time, and there are quite a few different crossovers within season four that would make sense if you watched Angel directly afterwards. If you only watch Buffy, you don't really feel like you're missing too much, but it is a hindrance to the show a little bit sometimes. It does affect it negatively sometimes. But I mean, I think it was a much more novel concept back then. It's definitely one that fits into the comic book framework that Joss Whedon is so pitifully devoted to at times. But that kind of limits Buffy the Vampire Slayer season 4 in a couple different ways. Angel, I do like the show Angel. We're not going to cover Angel, at least not anytime soon. I miss Cordelia so much. That is my wife, but we're not going to LA. We're not going to do Angel right now. I think the best way to watch the Buffyverse, is getting a watch guide and watching Buffy and then the episode of Angel that you're supposed to watch. Like that's the best way to experience the Buffyverse for at least the first time. But watching it this time without the aid of a watch guide, without watching any Angel, I do know that I am being a little teased and a little starved sometimes for completion of arcs or um, like the full total scope of the actual composition of season four. So that's kind of annoying. That kind of bugs me a little bit. It's often unnecessary to like insist on Angel viewership for the completion of some of these arcs. It's often unnecessary. It's kind of a frustrating structure when something could be resolved within Buffy, but no, they're going to they're going to stretch it out to make you kind of have to tune into Angel. It's kind of an annoying structure, but it's something that Joss definitely learned from comic books, you know. Think of all those major tie-in events that happen within comic books. Like in order to understand Iron Man, you have to read Spider-Man, and then you have to read two other fucking books as well. It's something that Joss learned from comic books that I think is easily incorporated in television. I just find it to be kind of frustrating, and Buffy suffers slightly as a result of it. I still think season 4 is a wonderful season, and I don't feel like I receive a throat punch every time that the show kind of urges me to tune into Angel, and I refuse. I just it's just that it's so unnecessary at times. Like you could wrap up so many arcs here in Sunnydale. I don't have to go to Angel, but you're insisting that I do, and it's kind of annoying. A couple pretty interesting things, developments happened during this season. Oz leaves the show. Fucking I love you, Oz. I'm gonna miss you a lot. Seth Green was a busy actor, and originally his storyline with Veruca was supposed to last, I think, the entire 22 episode run, but he had to be somewhere to shoot a movie, probably Austin Powers or something, and they rushed it to within like the first like 6 or 7 episodes. They rushed it, but I think they pulled it off. Still, it does offer to us to look at the interiority of Oz in ways that we hadn't before. It's just it's not as delicate as I'm sure Joss and the writers and Seth Green would have preferred. So it's like pretty aggressively we have to look directly into Oz and try to pinpoint the source of this like um monstrous anger inside of him. And I think, thank God he comes back for the episode New Moon Rising, because that's actually a beautiful episode. That's an episode that gets me crying when Oz finally says goodbye to Willow. And Willow says something along the lines of, like, I think I'll always be waiting for you. Like, if I see you, like if I see you 50 years from now in a foreign country, I won't be surprised because I'll always be waiting for you. The most intense part of that episode is where Seth Green confronts Tara in a hallway, where Oz confronts Tara in a hallway, and he's putting together that Tara and Willow are together now. He's like, "You smell like her. She's all over you. Do you know that? What's going on? No, don't go away." Like we hear Oz yell and we see Oz get so angry, and for a character who's monosyllabic, for a character who's very calm, cool, and collected, we realize that it's not just ironic. You know, he's not just a werewolf because of irony, because wouldn't it be funny to have this like the chillest fucking dude in the world have this rage that he can't control within himself. We start to get like a bit more philosophical with that kind of discussion there, because obviously there is a trigger, and that trigger is Willow. And the werewolf metaphor is always interesting because it's typically targeted at men, young men who are going through transformative periods in their lives, and normally they're like they're sexual ones, they're adolescent ones even. The most transformative time in a young man's life is coming of age, and Oz being this werewolf, I think is very revealing and very telling of the male ego's capacity for violence, even within the most unassuming and outwardly understandable kind of young man. There is a violence inside of all men that can't necessarily be tamed or directly domesticated, especially if it's coming from a source that you're entirely vulnerable with, which would be like a first love, which would be a Willow and Oz situation. That there is that there that the show gets a bit extremist with its politics sometimes, but I love it. But like even Oz has this toxic part to himself that he can't control, that he thinks he can control, but there's no such thing as control. It sounds a bit dire and it sounds a bit harsh, but I also think it sounds a bit real. You know, I've always said that Faith and Tara are my favorite characters on the show, but Oz is the one I've always related to the most. You know, like no matter how hard you try to to find your zen or whatever that means. And no matter how cool and calm you try to appear, it's a constant process of composition. Oz is always composing himself. I think he's always soothing himself because he might always be on the brink of changing into a monster that he can't really control. And when he goes away for a while, he feels like he controls it. He brings Willow out and shows her the moon. And he's like, look, I haven't changed. Like, I got it under control. I met these monks or whatever. Well, we're learning how to kind of master the werewolf inside of me. But Willow's the ultimate trigger. Heartache's the ultimate trigger. Those things you can't account for. I think young men are always in a state of constant composition. They're always undergoing construction. And no matter how composed you are, there's always something that's going to uh, trigger something primal within you. And now that I've said the word primal, I would like to talk about what I think is the driving force philosophically behind season four. And it's about primal urges, about innate human characteristics, which are animal at times. Oz definitely expresses this concept through his transformative qualities that he can't domesticate, satiate, satisfy. He has to leave the narrative of Buffy the Vampire Slayer entirely because he can't control his primal base urges. Faith, when she shows up, I mean, she is like primal hedonism and nihilism incarnate. I fucking love her to death. She is great, but her arc on Buffy this season, she comes to the realization that you know what, murder is wrong, and like I said in my over an hour long analysis of those two episodes, I think that part of that is saying, like, maybe nihilism feels so brutal because it is brutal, because maybe it is unnatural. Maybe nihilism feels so brutal because it is brutal, because it's primal, because it's animalistic. Primal is unnatural. Nihilism can be grossly unnatural. Maybe murder is wrong because it's wrong. Because our primal core will always be there, um, kind of trying to manipulate us to act in more animal ways, more gruesome and morbid ways to each other. And you can dress that up with an initiative, you can dress that up in clever outfits and amazing weaponry and firepower. But at the end of the day, part of the human experience is also not only warring with the nihilism that is intrinsic to our lived experience, but also those more animalistic urges and tendencies. The season finale, Restless, is one of the most troubling and I think one of the most terrifying episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It terrifies me. Incredibly composed, absolutely terrifying. It gives me the fucking it creeps me out. It fucking it scares me. It really does scare me. It's the one about all these dreams. And I think there are 1,000 different places you can go for dream by dream, frame by frame analysis because there is a lot of meaning and a lot of like even like red herrings, like the cheese man and shit like thrown into all of these dreams. You could spend a few hours just analyzing Restless. I'm not here to do that. Go watch someone else's video, go read some old blog post about the Greek poem of Lesbos that Willow is painting on Tara's back, or go somewhere else if you want to talk about 730 and counting down from it. And as long as you're back before dawn, like go somewhere else if you want all of that. All that is very interesting and intriguing, but broad strokes here. And if it goes back to my theory on this season being an exploration of not only fascism, but how I think fascism is nurtured by those kind of primeval parts in all of us. And the point of the Restless episode is that the first Slayer ever is kind of hunting them down because Buffy tapped into this primal energy that is the collected energy of all the Slayers, which Faith must also have the ability to interact with as well. but I guess she just hasn't. And I think that this original Slayer is obviously like those animal components of Buffy, of of the show itself, of the show's own philosophy. And it's not like a huge showdown that happens. It's just Buffy talks to her like she is this disobedient animal. Like, no, I don't need you. I don't, go away. Go away. Go away. By the way, your hair, you should really think about what kind of impression you're making in the workplace. Kind of just lightly humiliates the original Slayer, as you would a disobedient animal, an undomesticated one. Because I think that Joss and season four, it is a meditation on domestica, on domestication, and how like the postmodern, the ultra modern human experience is one of a result of domesticating every single part of the human that was more animal. And if human is an animal, is that unnatural to domesticate all of those human parts of you? No, absolutely not. It's what allows us to even have these discussions in the first place. It's what separates us from nihilism. And yet, domestication is a form of repression, of soothing, of constant composition, of constantly composing yourself and your lived experience. Because Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Joss Whedon as an auteur is a very like conflicted guy. And I think that the human condition is a very conflicted thing. Um it's a very conflicted existence, reality. We're very conflicted animals because we are animals, but we spend all of our days, all of our nights, all of our waking moments constantly conditioning ourselves to believe that we aren't in a state of constant composition to keep those nihilistic urges under the surface. Because it's wrong, because it's wrong, because it's wrong. Yeah, Joss is dealing with a more brutal philosophical prism here, a dialectic that is harsh, but he's not wrong. Murder is wrong. You have to domesticate yourself. In order to live in a world with any sort of order, with any sort of semblance of compassion, the primal urges, the primal parts of ourselves that are never going to go away, just like Oz's inability to keep his transformation under lock and key. We have to deny those primal urges. It's that primal nihilistic part of you that is saying there's nothing wrong with murder. There is no morality. And it's the domestication, which is born of a sort of agreed upon delusion or artifice that we actually aren't animals and humans are elevated creatures. That's the part that says murder is wrong. And in order to operate in any sort of society, you must believe in that. Whereas fascism caters to those primal urges in a way that is truly dangerous because it weaponizes those primal nihilistic urges because it legitimizes them in a certain way, because it gives it a direct purpose, because it gives it a direct overarching goal. It gives it something that is lethal to the outside world. It gives it a holocaust of destiny. That's what fascism does to the. Fascism is just as animalistic as nihilism. But existentialism, which I believe at this point Joss is still an existentialist and Buffy is still an existentialist show, you create your own meaning, and we must all agree upon certain shared meanings like murder is wrong. Season four is starting to break away from the traditional philosophy of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and this season I think is very good. I think it does an extremely it's extremely dedicated to exploring the primal ancestry of nihilism. Honestly, is what Buffy the Vampire Slayer is most dedicated to exploring in its fourth season, and I think it does it tremendously well. I really, really like the fourth season. Most of what is done within it is in service of exploring like the primal characteristics of nihilism. And how nihilism, you can dress it up in fancy clothings and an edgy cigarette. At the end of the day, it's just some kind of weird, ancient, wounded animal that's always been with humankind from the very beginning. Season 5, we're about to talk about a masterpiece. So tune in next time. Thank you for watching. Damn, I forgot to mention Hush. Hush is one of the best episodes of Buffy ever. Ever, 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 ever. It plays with in a very postmodern way. It plays with the contraptions, with the storytelling mechanics, with the idea of communication and of language, with the inability to use either one in a way that is meaningful. It deconstructs, and it builds up a new sort of sincerity, but it never loses its existentialist veering rapidly towards nihilism, not nihilistic kind of frameworks. Hush is a great episode. I'm surprised I did not mention it. Hush, obviously, I think it's one of the best episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The first time we see Tara, I think her introduction is mechanically brilliant because she's a character with a speech impediment who has a lot of anxiety about speaking up. And she's introduced in an episode about the logistics, the mechanics of language itself, and just what communication actually means. It's a beautiful episode. Thank you for watching. I can't wait to talk about season 5. I can't wait. Like I said, we're going to be talking about something that is truly masterful.
Hello, everyone. I'm your cult boyfriend, and I'm here with Jacob. How are you doing, Jacob?
Good. I'm adjusting myself. Hold on. There we go. I had a
Excellent.
blanket under me.
Right. This week we're actually talking about an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like one of my favorite televisions ever, if not my most favorite one. Like my favorite shows are Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Dawson's Creek, and Veronica Mars. And I think Buffy got to be like it had so many opportunities to be like as good of a show as it was so intensely popular. Veronica Mars, on the other hand, was like saved by the grace of God at the end of every season. It should have died. It should have been canceled, but somehow they got to come back. But there are all these weird studio notes that like kept it from being this masterful through and through. But genius still poked its way in. I even have a Buffy tattoo there.
You have a
It says
couple, don't
face
you?
on it. Oh, you got to see that I'm wearing boxers in this. No big deal. I didn't,
That,
I didn't account for that, but things are gonna get a bit spicy. Actually, to let me start this off. We're covering an episode called "The Body," and the body deals specifically with trauma and loss, and the way that people process grief. And it's a very wonderful depiction, but it's also the kind of episode that almost like provokes or the kind of episode that
bring shit
insists
up.
that you engage with it.
Yeah.
So if trauma makes you feel uncomfortable talking about pain, grief, loss, like these are like heavier subjects. I just want to give a heads up. This isn't going to be like the happiest video I've ever done. It's not going to be the saddest either. It's just get ready for discussions like personal anecdotes, just discussions on how to handle grief, loss, and trauma. If that makes you feel uncomfortable, maybe click off. But I would also hope that if you clicked on this specific video, you have seen like either all of Buffy or at the very least up to this point. Um, because the body is something I think is incredible that I wouldn't want spoiled for anyone. So if you're watching this video, just out of your like kind allegiance to Jacob and I would click off and start Buffy, and then come back here when you get like I don't know 100 or so episodes in, till we get the body. I just want to give a heads up. We're gonna be talking about like personal things, emotional things, the deliberately provocative things emotionally. I don't know. I want to do that. Jacob, what's your relationship with Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Uh, I probably love it about as much as you do. I don't know when I watched Buffy. I think I watched it when I was started maybe like 17 or 18 years old. Um, Yeah, roughly, probably tail end of high school, and then into like early college, I was watching Buffy. So it's been years since I actually watched it consistently. I only recently picked it back up again, just after ages. Um, yeah, I definitely love it about the same as you do. It's one of my favorite shows, if not my favorite. I might give the edge to Twin
Don't,
Peaks,
don't
or like
I was
yeah,
like, don't say
or
it. Don't you say
no,
it.
no, specifically The Return.
That's
I
fair.
actually
No,
think.
I know that
Yeah,
there's
if we're talking just like Twin Peaks season 1 and 2, barely makes the top 5, barely makes that. Like Buffy way above that. Return though is like my favorite work of art. So, but no, Buffy is huge, huge, huge for me. Probably the first show I ever proper fell in love with, at least like to that degree, because I'm not much of a TV person. I never really have. That's why I only cite like Twin Peaks, and maybe the only other show I've been into in the past like decade has been The Leftovers. And otherwise, I don't watch TV. But Buffy just it hits something real with me. It hits something really real with me. And I still think about it frequently. Again, I hadn't watched it for years, and I still think about it quite often. I guess it's just the right intersection of things for me. And I also find that as I get older, I relate to different parts of the show.
yeah. Yeah,
You
it's
know,
an incredibly like multi-layered experience. Joss Whedon, who's like the showrunner over here and also wrote and directed the episode we're talking about today. Uh and I don't care. He was a genius once upon a time, and like Buffy is particularly inspired. Um I've always loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but as I get older, the more complexities I see within it, within this thing that seems pretty superficial to probably most people. But like I'm used to that. I cover Dawson's Creek all the time. No one ever gives that show the time of day. Um, but whereas like Dawson's Creek, I think is like stunningly postmodern and really cool, and like Veronica Mars is awkwardly like conservative. Like I really
yeah,
like that weird philosophy it's got going for itself. Um, Buffy and Joss as a whole is like existentialist to the point of being nihilistic, like to
yeah.
really engaging and flirting, more than flirting. Like by season 6 and things like Joss Whedon can be a nihilist. I mean, at his most romantic, he's existentialist, but he's pretty nihilistic
Oh,
as a
100%.
thinker.
100%. No, and even from the beginning, I mean, I was thinking, obviously I'm far from the first person to bring this up, but like, it's funny to do an episode like this, considering like the show is based on innocent people dying on like a weekly basis.
Yep.
I actually, because like I said, I picked it up again recently. It was kind of weird because I'm in season 2, so I jumped from season 2 to the body, but it works well as like a standalone thing, so it's not too
It does.
rough. But I was in season 2. The last one I watched actually earlier today was the one that introduces Spike. It's the one where
Yeah.
Buffy has to like set up like the parent teacher thing, and then Spike shows up, and like her mom is stuck with the principal in the back. That one. And
Might
there's a
be
part.
unpopular, but forget introducing Spike. They introduced Drusilla, and
Yeah,
Drusilla
I
is
love
so
Drusilla.
fucking
Drusilla's
cool.
amazing. But well, that's the thing is like the Buffy's classmate who's like lumped in with her as like a quote unquote like bad seed, you know, she doesn't go to
Hmm.
school and shit like that. She gets kidnapped by Spike, tied up, and then Drusilla like rips her fucking throat, turns her into a
Yes.
vampire. At another part of the episode, there's a guy who I think you're meant to assume is either a teacher or a parent of a student, and Spike just fucking breaks his neck without even turning him into
Well,
a vampire.
if I
Like,
remember correctly, like Spike essentially like sets a child on fire, like the chosen one,
yes,
right?
yeah, the anointed one,
The anointed one. Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
annoying one, yeah. As I see the internet refer to him as the annoying one. Yeah, the anointed
Oh
one.
man.
I love how they got rid of that plot point because they're like, this is going fucking nowhere, but we're stuck with it. We got to kill him somehow fast.
In season
No,
2,
but
that's when it turns masterful, and it turns
yeah,
masterful. Like you're getting all your characters in order because you got Oz about to come in, and you got all these other
yes,
people. Like it's about the stage is almost set, and then you get the beautiful part where Buffy and Angel finally sleep together, and Angel takes
it
her
goes
virginity.
horribly wrong.
It drives her boyfriend to turn into the most toxic, sadistic person on the like. David Boreanaz is actually a great actor when he's doing his Angelus bit, when he's
Yeah,
actually being
when he's
sadistic
not
and
doing an
cruel.
an Irish accent, but
That's when
no,
he's
it's brutal. It's where the show like turns Buffy into like a punching bag. And I know like given like all the recent shit with Joss, you can, make whatever moral judgments you want about like why Joss chose to do that, but I do think there's like
yeah.
something profoundly relatable
Well,
in I don't entirely trust his reasons for turning Buffy into a punching bag, but I still find like her transformation into one as like profoundly relatable.
yeah.
The
In
specific
fact,
ways, because it's yeah, or go ahead.
I've spoken elsewhere about like Joss Whedon is a problematic person and like most likely a creep.
Oh
I
no,
believe
horrible human. Yeah.
yeah, I believe Charisma Carpenter. She is queen. I mean, I believe Cordelia. Like Joss
Yeah,
Whedon is most
it's
likely a creep. I've
no,
said
he's a
that
creep.
elsewhere. Uh,
He's been borderline like artistically bankrupt for over a decade. For
yes,
me,
yeah.
he
That's why I said once upon a time he really had something to
yeah,
express.
and
That
of
once
course
upon
even
a
at
time was when I was like 9 years old, though. Like,
yeah, and again, like even then, like I take his sincerity with a lot of the stuff I find profound in Buffy with a grain of salt. At points, some parts are genuine, and other things I find like more suspect. But even then, I think they're at least partly elevated by the people involved in the show. Like
oh
I think the show would be considerably less worthwhile if it weren't for say like Sarah Michelle Gellar and
and a
actors like
lot
that.
of the a lot of the writers on the show too, like
Oh yeah,
show running's a weird thing like to talk about because like I will credit Dawson's Creek mostly to Kevin Williamson or Buffy
but
mostly to
obviously,
Joss, but that show would be nothing without so many of the writers who worked on that show for all fucking six or 7 years and then moved on to Angel too. Like he had a
yeah.
great group of collaborators with him.
I think
I
a
mean,
good one is Nicholas Brendan and Xander, because I think minus Nicholas Brendan, Xander would be like a fucking horrible character. But
yes.
then plus Nicholas Brendan,
Oh well,
Xander becomes something else.
I
Like my
always
favorite
try.
episode is his episode
Oh
actually.
yeah, you
My
like
favorite
the Zip, right?
The Zeppo
The
is my favorite
Zeppo.
episode, probably. I mean, there's other episodes I love and I've watched more, but I don't know. The Zeppo is always the one that like stuck in my mind, especially considering like I didn't like Xander that much at that point, but then that was an episode where I was like, man, maybe I relate to Xander. Maybe I'm also an asshole. I don't know, but anyway, the body though was where the show
The
took like
body
a real
was
turn. This
yeah.
was
I
like the
haven't
beginning of season 6 in its own way, like the
yeah
real premiere for season 6. Because season 6 is like the depression season.
exactly. I I don't hide at all. I think the body is one of the best directed things I've ever seen. I think this really cements
Oh, it's
Joss
beautiful.
Whedon as a very capable visual storyteller for sure.
Yeah.
That's like there's compositional like methods in here that I just haven't seen anywhere else, and I'd be hard pressed to find something that deals with this kind of immediate reaction to trauma as well as eloquently or as confrontationally
Mm.
as this did. Um, but one thing that does make Whedon unique, and I think this is all Whedon because it's apparent in all of his major works, like Buffy and Firefly and Dollhouse and Angel, is his existentialist philosophy, but mostly his. I've heard him talk on like commentaries for Firefly, like mostly his hyper fixation on Jean-Paul Sartre's work. He talked about like reading Nausea as like
Yeah.
the most like enlightening experience of his life, like a life-changing revelation reading Nausea by Sartre. And there's this part in Nausea where like the narrator is on a bus and he sees a bench and then he imagines each object that makes up that bench as its individual thing, and then he loses he gets existentially nauseous by the very concept of what an object is and how we
Yeah.
place like definitions and meanings just on mere objects. And of course in like Firefly he'd use that to go like a gun isn't a gun, it's a flower, but a flower has no meaning if it doesn't have any intent, or does intent even have a meaning? So he's really interested in like vessels of meaning, which brings us to the body. Like he would do this a little bit before, like he'd experiment specifically with like the body and like what makes up an identity. Like that's what all of Dollhouse was about. But even before on Buffy, there's a great faith episode where like Buffy and Faith literally switch bodies. And it's like that.
Yeah,
It
I
talks
remember
about
that.
like what is like the composite makeup of identity, and you're still self-hating if you're no longer yourself. And the answer is, of course, yes. Self-hate is eternal because Joss Whedon's a nihilist. Um,
Mm.
but we get all the way to the body with that kind of like philosophical makeup, where one of the most stunning things about the episode is that it's clearly the episode where Buffy's mother is dead. And I like that there's no really thematic lead up to this. I believe the episode before was like an intro to the Warren character who'd become a villain in season 6, like, and his like
Yeah.
robot girlfriend.
Yeah,
Like
I didn't.
a really light episode, and then she comes home and her mother's dead on the couch, and that's where that episode ends, and this one picks
Yeah.
up. So really, just know there are hints like her mother's having like health problems.
Yeah, I remember
But
that was like recurring throughout the season that she was
yeah,
getting like MRIs and shit.
there's just no thematic build into it. It's very very much emotional whiplash. But this episode starts off beautifully. One of the most interesting things about it for me is that like Buffy's mother becomes almost immediately like her body becomes inanimate. Like her body like Buffy almost immediately has to disown or separate the body from the person. And she even damages the body, like when she's doing CPR. I don't even know where to
Oh
start
yeah,
with this episode.
yeah, that's a pretty
Um,
brutal sound effect in that one.
Pretty brutal sound effect that I think is all still within this one long take that Joss opens up this episode with,
Yeah,
of Buffy. By the way, everyone did an amazing job acting in this episode, and Sarah Michelle Gellar
exceptional
really
work.
got to express a lot of range.
Literally every actor gets like a showcase
Yeah,
in this episode. It's
they
really
really do.
beautiful. There's the my
Um,
favorite is the centerpiece, which is the all the rest of the friends like in
mhm.
Willow's apartment, and it's
Oh,
like it cycles through each of them, but we'll get to that. But
yeah, I cry every time I watch this episode at different parts. Different parts get me as I get
yeah,
older and I'm processing my own grief. Like my mother died when I was probably like Buffy's age in this. I was barely out of high school, like a year or two out of high school, and like my mom died then of a drug overdose. And father died in a car accident around the same time, and like like uh and the way that this that Joss Whedon handles this, um is quite astonishing. It just makes me think of weird things like my mother said too. Because I saw my father's body. Remember, like we had a dog, like a family dog that was mauled to death by another dog, and like wait, like before buried the body, kept the body in like a bathtub or something. And like my mom was like, she didn't, I was like 8 or 9, and she didn't like want me to see the body because like she had this thing that was like once you see like a corpse you forget what that person was like when they were actually alive. And like I refused to listen. I'm like, I gotta go see my dog. And like, I mean, she was right. It's just like a stiff fucking thing that doesn't really like have an essence anymore. In fact, it just like kind of beats into your head the finality of every like nihilistic outcome, even for an 8-year-old. That's not really hard to see. So like when my mom died, like my grandparents went and identified the body or whatever, but I had the like option not to see it, and like out of respect for her I didn't, because like her philosophy isn't wrong. I think like Joss agrees with it. I don't even know if Joss is saying that like seeing the body is crucial for um seeing the body completely, like I think damages the perspective of, I don't know. I don't know. This
uh,
is the personal testimony area. So
yeah, I don't know. I feel like not to jump to the end of the episode, but the ultimate endpoint is that it, at least for Buffy and Dawn, it doesn't like make a difference. Like I think it gives Dawn something to look for. You know, like she still she can get she like she I think like for Dawn it's she feels she'll get closure from it, and so she fixates on the idea of seeing the body.
I,
But
I think I think she gets lost in a nihilistic abandon. Like it reminds me of with the
yeah,
dog, or when my father died, because like her react like like I was at where Buffy's at when my mom died. Of like, that's not her. She's not in there anymore. And then Dawn says like, then where did she go? Like, and
Yeah.
then it brilliantly ends with like her about
Yeah.
to touch. Like you're like,
It's a
God
nice.
damn, Joss.
It's super quiet. It's super quiet. You don't expect that that's the end of the episode at all. It's really beautifully done.
It's almost like when a human dies, the body is dehumanizing. Oh, obviously that's the actual literal definition, right? A
Yeah,
dehumanized.
yeah. It's really abstracted. It's super abstracted. It's very weird. I mean, obviously the part where I can't remember her name. You get like the whole monologue about like I just don't understand it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, in the middle of the
Oh,
episode.
it's that moment where we can go back to the beginning now. It's that
Yeah.
moment where when she has Giles come over, um,
Yeah, it's really
and like you can see the moment where Buffy stops seeing her mother's corpse as her mother and starts seeing it as an object. Is
mm,
in the line, and it's one of the most perfectly delivered lines I've ever heard. Sarah Michelle Gellar did so fucking well. Like she's like, no, stop. We're not supposed to move the body. Like I can't do it,
yeah,
obviously. But that when she actually says the body, like not supposed to move her, no, it's an object now. We have to like dehumanize this thing in
yeah,
order to move past it or accept it as an object because it's no longer has any essence or identity or definition. Or it finally does have a true definition. It's a body now.
yeah.
Like it's wild that like we're only 3 minutes into this Buffy episode and there's so many like this concepts, like wildly complicated
It
concepts being thrown at you to confront and accept.
yeah, it does a really good job of laying out kind of I guess I don't know the schematic of the episode will follow from that point. It does a really good job. You get like it's I don't know if you'd call them grace notes, but the episode is like full of these like weird. I guess you could just call them like Ozu shots. Like I think of like the shot in the late spring where there's like this really emotionally tumultuous point in the story, and then it just cuts to a vase for like 2 minutes.
Yes,
And
yes. Oh,
there's shots like that throughout this episode. The first one I think is Buffy. She throws up and then she looks out the window, or there's like
yeah.
the wind chimes. That's the first one, and then there's several more throughout the episode. It actually kind of it
And that's Joss's way of showing that these are all just objects.
yeah, they're objects, and also just it's like a life, like the world keeps moving without us kind of thing.
Exactly.
It
And
actually
like,
reminded me in more, or sorry, go ahead.
no, you go.
Okay, it reminded me more of this might seem like a weird comparison, especially for Joss Whedon. It might be sacrilege. It reminded me of Kiarostami a few times, just because there's a movie called Life and Nothing More, and also Taste of Cherry, which like Life and Nothing More specifically, it's about the aftermath of an earthquake, I think, of like a natural disaster that destroys this village or community, and the people just like people are dead, like family members are dead, people are lost, their homes are decimated, they have to leave, they have to find new places to go, and the whole movie just consists of things like people watching soccer or like paying for soda in the aftermath, like
Yeah.
like the things just keep happening. There's no like conclusiveness, there's no like dramatic punctuation to any of these things. Buffy's
No.
mom dies and she
In
just
fact, like it spits in the face of every fucking postmodern analysis I've ever done on this channel because it actually
yeah
gets to
yeah
like the very human moment. Because like like watching it, I'm always transported back to that time when I'm told like my dad's dead or your mom's dead, and the person that was telling it to you, you're not focusing on their face. It's not cinematically
Oh,
done.
you mean
You're looking
yeah,
at
when
them from
he's
here. You're looking
yeah,
at like a random spot on them, just like Joss focuses on the paramedic and the doctor, like from Buffy's eye view, because she's
yeah,
just losing it, staring off, just like vacant. And that's how it is, and it fits against every postmodern thing I've ever said of like we want our lives to be cinematic, therefore they are. No, they're not.
there's no
They are not.
yeah,
When actual life happens to you, it's anti-cinema. You don't get to see the
yeah,
person's face delivering it in a single clean shot. You're looking at it from here, like,
yeah.
and it's unappealing and it's distracting, and it's
Hmm.
just so much emotion in that. Like I can't, like I'm getting emotional talking about it, as you should, because this is actually those are really striking moments for me, and
I,
it proves that there's more to this life than my easy postmodern reading of it. So that's
yeah.
fun.
and I mentioned to you, but like I didn't really none of this registered for me when I originally watched this episode. Like again,
Yeah.
back in like 2013 to 2015 ballpark around that time. For a few reasons. One was because I had it spoiled for me. I told you that. I knew this happened around season 2. I didn't know how the episode was structured though. So I didn't know it was like this thing. I assumed like, oh, she probably gets killed by the bad guy or something. And also I didn't really like Joyce. So at the time I didn't like I kind of like disliked Joyce as a person throughout the show, but that obviously never occurred to me on this viewing because I think it's mostly irrelevant to because it's
Yeah.
about Buffy. But also I had never gone through this at that point in time. So all of the touches that serve to be relatable in some way just didn't register for me in any way, shape, or form. I did not follow that at all. Like I was like, oh, it's cool. It's like there's quiet, there's no music, so it feels like really realistic. And I was like, I kind of like made it technical almost what it's trying to do. Whereas like I watch it now and my grandmother died in the past year and a half, and it was different from this. It was like we knew it was actually reminded me of the part that where Tara's like Buffy asks her like about when her mother died. And she's like, was it sudden? She's like, no, but also yes, because like my grandmother was like her body was giving out for like a whole month, and so it was a process, and like she was kind of like out of it for a whole week. But
And
then
then
when it
there was
actually
like
happened,
no, it wasn't sudden, but yes, it was because it's always sudden.
yeah, it was because like her body, like she had been basically like flatline, like she was out of it for a week, but then like her body was still working, so she wasn't gone yet. So we reached a point where we were kind of just like, okay, like we went out, we got food, we come home, and we're like, oh, grandma's still here. She wasn't conscious anymore, but she was like alive, and so it's like we kind of like entered a normalcy about it. And then I think I was watching. My family had been visiting for her to see her, and my uncle got me to watch an episode of Gilmore Girls, which I'd never watched in my fucking life. And it was in the middle of the episode that she died, while we were all kind of like not noticing her because it was one of those things. So yeah, it was like for a whole week we had been like super attentive, and then all of a sudden we weren't attentive anymore because we had gotten used to the she wasn't going yet. And then it happened, and it was the most abrupt thing in the fucking world.
Yeah.
And then I saw, that's why I like watching this episode now. I'm like, I saw basically like every character arc that happens in this episode play out in real time.
Yeah.
Like I saw like the Xander arc, I saw like the Giles arc play out. Like my uncle was the one who like took the role of like, everyone go grieve, I'll deal with the shit. Like I'll deal with the shit that no one else should have to do. And like there's like the points where Willow's like, I don't know what to fucking wear.
Yes.
That like some
I'm
of the
sorry
realest
you
shit.
experienced that, by the way.
Oh no, I don't know if that was
But
too deep into it, but like it
no,
was just
but
to like
even at the end of the day, like when I first watched it, it was closer to my parents dying, so I was like all relating to Buffy and Dawn hardcore. And then
yeah,
a while after, like now it's like Tara, like now it's
yeah,
because now I
100%.
have friends who are losing their parents now, like or like losing people close to them, and they're
You relate to different characters for in this episode at different points in your life, which I
yeah,
think is a good
Tara
a good
Tara
way to think of
normally
Buffy
makes
as a
me
whole.
cry. She didn't make me cry this time. This time it was Anya and her fucking amazing
Yeah,
monologue of
that's
like,
what
I
I meant.
don't know
Yeah,
what to
Anya's
do.
monologue.
I don't know what to do. Why can't she be making orange juice? Why can't everything just be
Yeah,
normal? I don't know how to act in
yeah.
this situation. Anya
It's
was
really
such an
beautiful.
underrated character. Like, oh my god.
Oh no, Anya's amazing. Anya was one of those characters that like I guess like a sleeper character. Like you watch the show in the first few seasons, you're like, Anya's all right. And then you get to the end of the show and you reflect back on it and you realize Anya was one of the best characters in the whole show.
Yeah, and Emma
She's almost an
Caulfield, like
audience surrogate in a way,
she
but
she killed that delivery, that mini monologue of like, because they start coming down on her, and you always have that friend, or sometimes you feel in a situation where like you're not trying to be emotionally insensitive, but you don't know how you're supposed to act, you know?
yeah, I
Uh,
actually did that. Because like my grandma died, and I didn't know how to fucking process that. And my uncle was like doing the thing where he was like being like, very cold about it just so that everyone else can deal with it while he, calls a coroner and whatever. And I think I made a joke about I was like, yeah, do something funny with my body, like use it for a prank or something, like when I die. And my dad got upset about it because he was like, now I'm talking about dying and shit like that. And I had this moment where it's like, it wasn't me being insensitive because, like, obviously I fucking love my grandma. Or it was just like,
Sure.
I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to do like the thing where I like lighten the mood or like
Yeah.
make it palatable to people? Or yeah, it's like a super disorienting experience. Super disorienting. So I watched that part with Anya. I'm like, I forgot about that monologue completely.
It was beautiful and like confrontational, and that shit made me cry watching it this time. I forgot how, I guess watching it like self-contained like this, like
Yeah.
I'm on season 2 as well in my rewatch. Like
Yeah.
I haven't met Anya yet. Watching it just like this, I guess maybe without being around Anya all the time, that monologue like hit so hard, and Emma's delivery was just unreal. Of course, Amber Benson as Tara, her performance in here is so subtle though. In that scene where she's like
Yeah. It's
doing
because
her
she's
best to
like,
like
it's because she's not
she's
like as
trying so
emotionally
hard.
invested.
Yeah, she's trying so hard to make people feel better, and like she can look at Xander with his hand like with his fist in the wall and like understand the pain, and the pain's not coming from the fist. Like she can like empathic or something, like understand these
Yeah.
things. Because she's been there, and I don't think it was revealed that she's been there before.
No.
Um, and
It's
also,
it's
we'd be remiss not to say that this is how Joss snuck in his first gay kiss. This is the first
Oh
time they were
yeah,
kissed.
yeah. I actually completely forgot about that, and I was reading about the episode earlier, and that came up. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot, because I think it's one of those things in your like
Yeah.
in your head can, and you're like, oh, that happened in like season 4 or some shit. It
WB was like really progressive. I think a year or two before Dawson's Creek had the first like two men gay kiss. Um, they definitely did for American television, and then Joss had this over here, and they were on the same network. They can make fun of these shows for being superficial, but they really move things forward. So I mean, it's and in that moment, it's so tender and so sensitive and affectionate, and you're not thinking about it as the first time they kissed on
I think that's
screen.
why he did it, because he
Yeah,
was usually pretty averse to like outright like statements. He didn't want to like
he tried to
glorify.
do it earlier with two different characters, and it. My favorite season of Buffy is definitely season Faith, season 3, and
Yeah,
the undertones are still there, or overtones, I should say. That Faith and Buffy
yeah,
like they have sexual attraction to each other, like they do dig each
yeah,
other, they have they have a queer relationship. But in that, I don't know if you remember the episode where like she has her like tied up or something, like and she's about to run away, and she has her like weird little mayor scorpion dagger thing,
yeah,
like to
yeah. I remember
reveal it.
that thing.
And
God, it's
in
been
the
ages.
televised version, she kisses Buffy's forehead and runs away. But in the original script, Joss had her kiss her on the mouth and then run away. But they were told they could not do that at all.
Yeah,
They had to wait 2 more years, 2 more seasons to recognize the queer sexuality in any sort of way, which is not Joss's fault. That's WB's fault. But Joss did try to recognize this stuff before.
yeah.
Um, but the body is so incredible to me. Yeah. Like Willow in that scene is like freaking out. She doesn't know what clothes she wants to wear. Like I can't wear royal blue, and be like, oh,
Yeah,
look at me, I'm royalty or whatever. And she's like needlessly critical of Anya, but she's just like there's because like you can see that Tara and Anya feel like Tara knows how to
outsiders.
handle this situation, but yes, they are outsiders, and they
Yeah, that's
don't.
why I was thinking like Tara's like not as invested in Joyce as the others are. Not because she doesn't like her, but just because she hasn't known her as long, you
Yeah,
know? Like she's relatively new to these people's lives. And so when Joyce died, it was like sort of on the outside of this, that person that served as like a mother figure for all of them for years,
exactly. And even
like
the
Xander.
composition of that scene is perfectly like set up with Xander double parking, and then when they all leave the room,
He gets a ticket
um,
for it.
the camera like slowly pans and moves over to the window to show like a security cop like giving his car a ticket. These and then you get so mad at like the needless way that the world keeps moving of like, yeah.
And Xander's just like, I don't give a shit. And I often say that I think Xander is like covertly one of the best characters of the whole show, but also like one of the
It's a
hardest to like.
controversial. Yeah, it's a
Like
controversial.
he's one of the hardest to like
Yeah.
because he's like the most like consistently like the shittiest member of the group, but I also think like in that is like there's an authenticity to it because
Yeah.
I think the way they develop him is pretty good. Like how you never really get to see his home life, and so you just glean what his home life is like from how he
Yeah.
like passive aggressively jokes about it and shit. Like, so I guess I like him because I think he's like a nuanced character. I don't think he's a good person. I think he's very far from one. Especially in season 6, like the shit Xander does consistently throughout the show are horrible shit.
Oh
But
yeah.
it's like so unreasonably human or like overwhelmingly human the shit he does
Well,
that
the
I
popular
find it
reading is
authentic.
that Xander is Joss's analog. Is the popular
I
reading
would buy that.
Yeah,
I
me
haven't
too.
heard that, but I'd buy it. I'd buy it because
Yeah.
he's less. He's not that the rest of the cast are perfect, but like they're fallible. Like Buffy is constantly fallible, but like also is able to like usually overcome her failures in some way. Most like Willow fails in like season 6 and is able to try and like overcome her failures, and that's like a
Yeah.
constant thing in the show. Xander never overcomes his failures.
No.
Like he's constantly just fucks up and then just has to live with the consequences of the shit he did, which I don't
Absolutely.
know. I guess I find that compelling, but that's why I like him here, is because he's you know he's handling in like the worst way a person can handle this shit, which is that he's making everyone feel even worse because he's like
Yeah, in a
punching a
pretty
wall.
toxic way. He even punches a wall.
He punches a wall. He's like, it's the fucking doctor's fault. I'm gonna, if
Yeah.
but like I relate to that shit too. Not in the example I gave, but like in
But like
when
Tara's
shit. Yeah.
characterization here is so good though, because like Amber, it cuts to Amber Benson's face quite often because she can
Oh
see.
yeah,
Like
quite a
it's like
lot.
Xander's words are piercing her, but not because they're insulting, but because she can feel like the pain, like where it's
He
actually
gets it.
coming from, you know?
Yeah, like you would understand the other characters getting mad at him, but not
Yeah.
Tara getting mad at him. In the same way they get mad at Anya. Like they're like, Tara understands Anya's reaction, but no one else does. And I
Yeah, I
feel
mean,
like she
I
like
mean, Tara's
yeah.
Tara's my favorite. Tara and Faith
She's
are
one of
my
the best
favorite
characters by
characters.
far. By far one of the best characters.
Which is
By
amazing.
far. But
And like she did make me cry again watching it, but like normally it's just her. This time Anya just Emma Caulfield. Wow.
yeah,
Oh,
again, like it took so long for me to realize how much I love Anya as a character. It took me so long.
yeah,
Because
same.
at first I saw her as like kind of just like tangent, like just like this weird extension to like buff the cast, but then like you watch it again, I think it's partly also like how season 6 pans out with her and Xander. So like I also like
Mhm.
have that hindsight now. So I'm like,
Well, like
man,
superficially, Anya is just like demon capitalist girl who is afraid of bunnies. Is like the
yeah, she's like a gimmick character played
superficial
up as
thing.
one. Yeah,
But
she's
there's
definitely
so
played
much
up.
humanity to her, especially you know when she starts to like incorporate emotionality like into her like forcibly into her persona. But that's still, I think watching it back, I'm gonna love Anya, especially like you don't understand. I hate being human. I can't like rip people's heads off and blah blah blah. And I'm flunking
Yeah.
math. like,
She filled
like
a good void after Charisma
after
Carpenter
Cordy
left the
left,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, she left a good void of like just like this weird. She was slightly less hostile than
Mhm.
her, but like
I
filled
like
that
that we
good
have
like
our human characters
antagonism.
here, and like we don't know what Angel thinks. James Masters is a star here, but he's not in this episode decidedly. Like we're keeping Spike out of this. I like that it
No,
is
I
the
actually saw a thing about that where the like they showed
We've been talking
Joss.
about James Marsden so much, by the way.
I realized I said that. Yeah, I caught
I
myself.
think I did too.
He showed him the script for the body and he was like, man, this is the best script you've written, and he's like, yeah, you're not fucking in it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But if I do remember, and I do remember correctly, like he brings flowers to their house, like in the next episode, like because remember he
yes.
has a good relationship with her. One of my favorite parts of season 2 is when Spike has to team up with Buffy near the end, and he's like sitting there
He's
with
hanging
Joyce
out with his
having like
mom.
tea.
Yeah. And he's like,
Fucking
"Have we
great.
met before?" And he says, "Yeah, you hit me with an axe," which is the episode I just watched
Yeah,
because he almost kills Buffy, and then her mom comes up and hits him on the head with an axe, and he's like, "Yeah, you almost killed me once."
yeah. Okay, that's why we can't have Spike. But but yeah, that's an amazing script. After that, we get some of the best work with Dawn on the whole show.
Oh my God, yes, this was actually I was surprised how much I remember of this episode, but like the scene with Dawn was the one that was like in my head, like viscerally in my head when I thought of this episode. It's
I,
brutal.
it's incredible. You want to start us off on Dawn?
I
Like,
mean, it already starts great with like the little like quotidian situation, which is that like her problems have nothing to do with what is happening
yeah,
around her. Like she's getting bullied
yeah.
at
She's
school.
crying, and yeah, you think it's
You think it's about that, but they reveal it's because she just got called like crazy or like a freak,
yeah.
and she's accused of self-harming. um and it's a really good cut. It's like the only instance in the episode I think of like some kind of like, I don't know what you'd call it, but like taking you out of the moment in some way, in a way
Oh,
that's kind of like reflexive. Because most of the
yeah.
other episodes like played straight, like you're shown all the information, given all the information, you just watch the
I
situation
like
play
some of
out.
the misdirect. There's another misdirect I really like too when Buffy calls the paramedics and they come and they save Joyce, and then in a really quick, almost
Oh
ironic
yes, yes, yes,
montage,
yes,
like
yes.
we see Joyce getting better and going like, "Thank gosh, it's a miracle. I'm alive." And then harsh cut, she's still just a body on a floor, and you're
You
like, "Oh my
also
god."
Yeah, that was a rough one. I forgot about that. And there's also the opening, like the second opening, which is like the dinner, which I read is
Yeah,
because they needed to have the opening credits. Like they have to have the opening credits, but they were like, it's gonna be so fucked up to have Michelle
yeah.
Trachtenberg like over Joyce's corpse. So they added that scene so that it would be less jarring. But
Oh, it's the Last Supper, really. I guess probably.
yeah, it is. But Dawn, that scene is beautiful. I love that scene. I know
Mm-hmm.
people hate Dawn. I never hated Dawn that much. She has her moments where I find her frustrating, more in season 6 than in 5. But here she's wonderful. Absolutely
Even
wonderful,
Dawn
Michelle
is like
Trachtenberg.
possibly the most complicated way that Whedon deals with identity and what it means to be anybody. Because
Because
like
she
Dawn's like,
doesn't be. she
yeah, like Dawn's like no one. Dawn was like invented out of thin air, like, and she only exists because of like that implanted magic memories in everyone's head. Like she's not a real person, and yet she is a real person, right? Like
Yeah, it's
like
really good.
that's a fascinatingly complicated way to handle, like, are you still a person if you didn't actually exist but everyone insists that you did? Like, I, yes, I guess yes, but the way they handle this scene is beautiful. Insists on her in the bathroom, like just doing like normal like 13, 14-year-old girl shit of like, man, she's such an asshole and she calls me crazy and that's not fair. And then she gets to
Yeah.
like flirt with like the cute boy at like the art class or whatever, and
And
like,
she tries to convince him that she doesn't self-harm, and then he's like, I understand if you do. And she's like, yeah, I do. And like,
and then Joss handles this perfectly, where it insists on her friend like walking over, like when Dawn goes out to like see Buffy, and Buffy is telling her what happened, and everyone can see that something bad happened, right? And her friend's like walking up to like the window, the glass, like looking out at her, like as if like she, like even at that age, you want to, like there's like a very human thing to want to comfort someone.
yeah.
It's like it's like a human, like it's like it reminds me of the Terra stuff, like for being such a nihilist, like Joss can get like really humanist and really like almost metaphysical with the idea that like it's a natural human thing to want to comfort someone, and like humans know when something traumatic is like being revealed to someone, like they know, and like you
And
want to.
then and then it manifests in like the kind of ironic way, which is you're like, I know it's bullshit when people say like, is there anything I can do? But I'm also gonna say, is there any like it?
Yeah.
You start
And
commenting on the thing while doing the thing.
once again, it's brilliantly composed too, because when Dawn leaves, it like pans back over to her unfinished art piece, which is like
Negative
kind of
space.
a sketch of a body, but like is it an art? Is it a sketch if it's unfinished? If there's no painter left, if there's no involvement left, is it just a scribble? Is it nothing then? Or is there still an identity to the art piece, even though it's not defined anymore? Like it's
It's
still
also
there.
it's also technically, this only just occurred to me what because you were talking about it. It's a body that has no interiority because it's defined by like the negative space around it. So there's
That's
nothing inside. It's just a shape, but it looks like a body.
Thank you
I
for
originally
springboarding off of that. That was brilliant. Yes, thank
I
you.
well originally I thought it was meant to be an analog for Dawn because
I
Dawn
think
is
it
like a
I think
fake
it is.
person. I think it's both, but
Yeah,
yeah, no, it's really good. And
that's
that's all I feel
wild.
like every kind of sequence ends with some weird like note like that,
Hmm.
like off-putting notes. That seems like kind of almost ironic, but like given the context to like serious to laugh at, but like well, I'm thinking again of like the car ticket, like the ticket on the car.
Yeah,
It's like yeah, a person these people
but
love is dead, and
that
you
will
end a scene with
elicit
like
the
a
same emotion from everyone who sees that
yeah.
ticket scene of like an eye roll or like a god.
It
Why
has
would they
nothing
do
to do
that?
with it. Yeah,
Like why
the
would they
world just
do that?
doesn't care. They don't care at all. It's really beautiful, and
And then
that goes into the morgue, right?
I believe we're at the morgue now. And by the way, like with each different vignette, because that's how this is really set up.
Yeah,
We
it's
we're
little.
getting like we're getting the autopsy of the body, like in
Mhm.
brief glimpses with each different like situation that we're in. We're getting like
Yeah,
little, and we're not even seeing who's wearing the gloves. It's just a normal doctor or whatever, but like he's just in a
it's
very
a job.
sterile clinical way, just like cutting into her head or like unzipping the bag or whatever body bag.
Yeah,
So
it's a
that's how
super
like
disinterested process.
exactly. I'm really
Yeah,
hammering the point home that like this is not Joyce anymore. She's been literally dehumanized.
yeah. It
Um,
also on that note of like the sequences, I was surprised like how few scenes there actually are in this because they're just so
yeah,
long.
I mean
Like
we
the
only
scene
got
in
like two left. We got the morgue and then
it's
the fight at the end.
yeah, because like you watch the scene at Willow's like apartment or room, it's literally like or like a quarter of the episode. Or like almost
Hmm.
a third of the episode. It's like 10, 15 minutes, something like that. It's a while. It's a long time, and that's every scene in this. Even the intro, like we called it the introduction, but that's also like the first like 10 to 15 minutes of the episode.
Yeah,
Like they're long. They're long,
it
like really
is.
languid scenes.
And by the way, each one is just as powerful as the one that came before. Like
Yeah.
there's no weak part at all. It's a patient episode that doesn't feel like there was any wasted time. Like
Yeah, there's
every
no dead air in it. There's always something happening. They
exactly,
even
and now,
like
and now
they
we're
did
not.
what?
Go on.
I was gonna say they even make a point to like as soon as like dead space appears in some form, something happens to punctuate it. Like a sequence ended in Willow's room, and then Nicholas Brendon punches the wall, and then it moves on to the next thing. Like just there's not even really a time to process what one like when one thing happens, like process it all. Like Anya has her whole monologue, and then it immediately moves on to the next thing, which is
Yeah,
weird. It almost feels fast paced, given that the episode is again like 15-minute scenes of
and yet
people
thinking back
standing.
on it, I remember these silent moments. I remember, like you said, Buffy looking at wind chimes, holding the phone in her hand, like
And then she cleans up
um,
the vomit. And you get a long
yes.
like take of it like just staring at the vomit on the paper towel.
How about the part where like we already left, but like Buffy like sees that her mother's skirt is riding up slightly,
Yeah, I
and she
love
goes over
that.
and she makes her decent. She pulls the skirt back down. Like there's so many things here that like just
Yeah, she wanted
fucking
her to
like
have dignity.
this episode of television like hits me harder emotionally than like probably anything I've ever seen. And you know, I'm I'm not like the most easily moved person, but It's also well done here. But yeah, we're at the morgue now, and they definitely do that thing with that I was talking about that's so like anti-cinematic that I love so much, where the doctor is telling her
Oh
how
yeah.
she died, and you're once again seeing it like this, just like at an awkward, like Buffy's eye level. Um, because our lives actually aren't cinematic, you guys. Because when real life happens, it's pretty anti-romantic. Um, but that's how that's happening at the morgue. My
You
favorite
get
part
that.
of that is
I think we're about.
the
I think we're gonna say the same thing. So yeah.
I mean my favorite thing is the Terra conversation, but
Oh, I was gonna say that in the scene you were describing where he's describing what happened to her and she's like, was it okay? He's like, oh yeah, she was fine. She, probably didn't feel it, maybe a little nauseous, and it's like, I'm lying to make you feel better. And
yeah,
the
exactly.
dubbing doesn't match the lips. It's a really good thing. But no, I
It's
agree.
loyal.
The Tara conversation,
It's
beautiful.
beautiful, and it's beautifully framed too, like awkwardly symmetrical because there's like a cushion between them, and they're sitting on either
Yeah,
side
Buffy's like a
there.
little off center on it. Buffy's like a little
Yeah,
too far from the frame for it to be perfect.
exactly, and that has to have been deliberately done because it
Yeah.
looks so well crafted there.
I also
And that's
love that.
when and that's when Tara reveals that she's been through trauma as well, and that's normally that scene brings tears to my eyes every time. That's normally the one where I lose it.
It works because again, like we've already said, like that Tara's like the most outside of the situation aside from maybe like Anya, but she's the most like outside of the situation, but that makes her like the most capable of like actually talking to Buffy or talking Buffy through what she's processing. Because even like Giles, because Giles is like a father figure to Buffy, and he's the one like handling this in the most composed way. Even he has like nothing to offer her, and even
Yeah.
he, Tara, Tara is the one that's like actually able to like relate to what Buffy is experiencing in like a not necessarily mature, but like a composed way, in a way that like Buffy can, you know connect with, because everyone else is like, can I get you food, and she just like, it goes in one ear and out the other, and she's not like processing it. It's like the only proper conversation Buffy has with someone in the whole
No,
episode.
it is. It's the most the most productive conversation. It's the
Yeah,
one
I
you,
would.
you least expect, and it's something about Amber Benson's performance and the overall
She's
characterization
a
of Tara.
wonderful
Tara is,
actress.
yeah. Oh, she's great, and
Wonderful,
Tara like through
wonderful.
and through is like such an empathetic character and such and a character that will never cut you off or like step on your words or your feelings. Like the way that Tara handles that situation is there's a confidence at least in like
That
in
what
her
she's
revealing
saying
her
is
past, but
valuable.
there's also
Yeah,
like everything that Buffy's going through is valid, and that she
yeah,
even says like, oh no, I don't mean like.
yeah.
Tara's the only
Exactly
one
the
who
same.
tries to make, who really chooses her words in this episode. She's the only one
Yeah,
who really like deliberates over how she wants to like engage with Buffy. Everyone else just does it viscerally, does it raw, because they're also dealing with such a the tragedy as well. And you can see Tara, that scene is so patient once again, because I think Tara is choosing her words really carefully before she says them, and they end up being like so meaningful on account of that. And I actually think Buffy is moved by that conversation
mm. No, I agree. I agree.
as much as she can be in that
Yeah,
immediate response to trauma, as much as she can be. Like Tara couldn't have done better to try to
better.
help.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's a really wonderful scene. It's again, it's the only one that she seems to like really like register that someone's talking to her, and I think just by virtue of that alone,
And
it
it's also like,
reveals that it's valuable to her.
and I can see that like Buffy is going through it, and I could probably speak from personal experience again. Like when trauma happens to you, um, it's awkward because it's one of the most selflessly selfish things like you go through, because like uh, you're really thinking of yourself in relation to this tragedy more than you are of any other thing, and it's hard for you to really like accept any sort of like nurturing from others, especially from
Yeah,
outsiders. But I think that that's a more revealing case of it because Tara has never like mentioned this before. like Tara is a strong person. She's been through all of this as well. Or and it wasn't like when she was a child. It was when she was like 17 or 19 or something. I remember
Yeah,
saying
I
like
think that's what
it
she
was a
says.
pretty recent like event. And it's just like the things that you don't ask are like why, like Buffy, I can even see it in Sarah's like performance, like why didn't I even know this, or like why didn't I even expect this, you know, like I don't know, I see you know, everyone falling over themselves for the tragedy of Buffy, but then there's people like Tara as well who like I think internalize it and handle it on their own because they don't have a support group like Buffy is like um
No, I agree. I think it's similar to how they kind of show like again like Xander processing things or other characters where it's like largely in the background and you kind
yeah.
of get it from like little bits of dialogue or even I would say like Charisma Carpenter throughout Buffy and into Angel. You see like these shifts happening, but it's so minute. It almost doesn't register. Whereas like Buffy, it's like there's these very pronounced changes that take place in her life. And then whenever they happen, she vocalizes them. You know, you get a big season 6 monologue about how she feels depressed that goes on for like 3 minutes where she describes in great detail how depressed she is, you know, and you never get that. You get, you know, you get like Tara saying like, oh yeah, my mom died like 4 years ago and I never mentioned it. Or you get like
Yeah,
Xander saying, yeah, my dad, you know, my dad's an alcoholic. Or, and, you know, he just makes that in passing and then moves on. And
I think
you
it even
never like,
speaks to like to Whedon's idea of the body, like as you were saying earlier, a body without interiority. But then there's this hidden interiority to people that we didn't even know about.
yeah,
Like
it's like
like
a
like
ground
there are
beneath
so
the
many
ground.
layers to there's so many layers to Tara, and like before that moment, she lacked that interiority. But did she truly lack that interiority, or was it only lacking because he didn't know it? But now that's
Yeah,
part of
because it
her identity.
informs it. It
Yeah,
informs her
exactly.
actions like retroactively. You can kind of see
Wow.
the how it informs, like in say her introduction and her early relationship to Willow.
Oh wow, because all we are bodies without interiority unless we find a way to like make that
Change
interiority visible. Oh,
or
what
change
the
in some way.
or
I think
change.
that's actually
Whoa.
I think that's actually why this might be I don't know if this is a controversial take. I haven't seen anyone talk about it. I kind of like Willow less as the show goes on. Like I think in the first like say 4.5 seasons, 4 or 5 seasons, she's like the one of the best characters.
Yeah.
But then it's like she hits the end of her character arc.
Yep.
And then the show goes on for another 3 seasons. And so Willow like doesn't really change after
Well,
she
all
meets
you
Tara. You get the season 6 thing, but even that isn't
but
like
that only happened because they removed Tara from her.
Tara. Yeah, so
Yeah.
like once you get Tara, and I think this is like kind of the best way to describe season 7, which because like season 7 is a season where like not much changes, but like yeah, like Willow kind of just like hits the end of her character arc and like stops changing, and she mostly becomes interesting to me in those seasons in relation to Tara.
Yep.
Tara, like Tara's like an incredibly interesting character, but mostly because it's you're being introduced to her, so you don't know anything about her, and so yeah, I
Exactly.
guess,
But
yeah,
you also never think to ask, and neither does anyone
yeah,
else.
yeah. No, she's really covert.
Like, remember when we meet Tara's family?
Oh,
And they're like awful, like Amy Adams, remember?
Amy
Like
Adams
they're
plays her mom.
plays her sister or cousin
What
or
the
something.
fuck?
Like we see
I don't
Tara's
remember
family,
that.
and they're
I don't remember
miserable
that at
people.
all. I
They're
completely
miserable,
forgot
like
about that.
hyper religious people who hate witches or some shit,
I completely forgot that.
which is very low key for hate gayness, hate queerness.
Yeah,
Is the
there.
overall metaphor there. And that episode actually ends with like Amber Benson smiling, the best smile I've ever seen on television, because they're all like, "You're part of us now. You're part of our family." I don't think it happened yet
No,
by the body,
I'd
but
be
like, oh
surprised
my
if it
god,
did.
that's
That's
another.
actually like one of
No
the
one
weird
brings
things
the
of this.
waterworks for me more than fucking Tara. Like, it's an understated character
I agree.
that has so much, but like to go with the interiority, like we're all just bodies without interiority until we can define or change or do something with them, and all maybe it's our fault too, you know, like I ask, I don't know. But after that we get Dawn sneaks off to the morgue to look at the body because she really needs to see
See
it with
it.
her own eyes. I mean, I don't know what she
Yeah.
has to do. I understand it, but I don't know exactly why she's doing it. She has to see it, the visceral
Yeah.
response to looking at it. She wants to know she's actually gone.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you want like the closure and then you actually see the body and then you feel exactly the same as you did before and
Exactly.
you're like where's the music cue? Where's the credits? Where's like the thing where I reach like this plateau of emotion and it doesn't
There,
happen.
there's no actual closure. In fact, like it's a dehumanizing experience to see the person once so full of life in this stiff, cold thing. Because they're
Yeah.
always talking about like the visceral touch, like the of the body, about it being cold and frigid
Mhm.
and empty.
Mhm.
But a vampire springs to life while she's in there
Yeah, it's
looking
like
for her mother's corpse.
you that happens. You're like, oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
I forgot what this town is. I forgot like this whole episode, like 30 people were getting like killed by like a lizard man probably somewhere,
yeah.
like at the high school.
And Buffy has to go in there and cut off this vampire's head.
Yeah, with like a surgical, I don't know what you call it, like a bone saw, I think,
Yeah,
something like
and
that.
we get our brilliant ending, which is like they're both on the ground. The vampire's been dusted, and Buffy can see that her sister's looking at the corpse of their mother, and Buffy, like I said earlier, is saying like it's not her, like she's not there anymore. And Dawn is reaching out to just touch her face or her hair or something, just to touch her, and goes like, "Then where did she go?" And then it cuts really quick, just as her
Yeah,
hand's about to touch
it
the corpse.
reminds me of the last shot of Prince of Darkness. Not to spoil that for
Hmm.
people, but like where he touches it, like the conclusions that he's like he has to confront whatever the person is beneath his skin because he realizes he doesn't know anything about himself and he touches the mirror to touch himself and it cuts before he makes the contact, so you're kind of denied that conclusion about it or
Hmm.
whatever. You're in both cases you're kind of like denied whatever that offers them, you know. You don't know what she gets from that experience of touching her mother, which I actually
Exactly.
like, not to get too into it because it's kind of morbid, but I had that same thing actually. um where it's like yeah, I did exactly what Dawn did in this episode in that
Mhm.
instance, more than anything because I was like I feel like I'm supposed to. It was
Yeah,
weird, it was weird. I was like I feel like I should, just out of respect or something, and it was like this weird moment. It's probably like the most surreal experience of my life actually,
yeah,
but yeah, so I kind of respect that they don't like show it, just because
yeah.
it's one of those things that's like it's not something you can articulate. It's like it happens to you and but you don't do it. It's like I don't know how to explain how surreal the experience is. It's just very weird. It's very weird, but
Absolutely.
that
I've done that with other members of my family that have died or friends, but I remember
yeah.
with my mom specifically, I didn't want to see the body because she had this thing about it.
Mm, I remember.
That's just wild.
It's disorienting. It's like
Like,
out of
did you
body
feel like you were
experience.
touching? Like, did you feel like it was anything, or did you feel? What did you feel?
No, no, it was because I think I kissed her head, like her forehead, and it was like felt fake, like
Yeah,
like it was like plastic.
yeah.
Yeah.
From the embalming too, right? Yeah.
Oh no, this was shortly after she died,
Oh,
so still, yeah, while we were waiting. Um, Mostly because I was trying to get my mom out of there. But yeah, it was shortly after, although not to get too grand, she had been there for like a few days, like before she died. But at that point, she had only been gone for like maybe 20 minutes. But no, it's a very out of body. It's very out of body. It's very disorienting. It's very. I keep saying that just because I don't know how else to describe it. But I like understand the compulsion, I guess, in the episode.
no, no, no. I understand the compulsion
And
too.
I think it manifests in different ways because I think like people have like different justifications for why. I think it's just more of like a primal thing, if anything else.
Yeah.
Like you feel like you're supposed to, then you invent reasons for why you're probably supposed to. But it's more just because you want to satisfy that curiosity about like I don't know, that's gonna be me or something like that. Yeah, it's very weird. Otherwise, I relate more to like the almost kind of like dissociating yourself from the emotions, which Buffy kind of does by the end.
Yeah.
Because I remember like after I saw my grandma died, I called a bunch of people to tell them and then to comfort them. And I'm like, I'm fucking here, man. Like, I'm the one that, like, I was there when it happened and I'm trying to comfort other people that are like 30 miles away. And I'm like, but I did because I thought, I don't know,
Yeah.
like a coping thing. But yeah, I did that too, which I think like characters do in this episode. I think after a while, like they all kind of take on that role, like when they go to get snacks for Buffy. It's
Yep.
more for them than anything else, you know, because they're trying to like, I need something to do that feels helpful or productive or useful in some way. So they go to
Exactly.
get candy for her, and they're just like, I don't even want the candy. I'm like, that's fine, I got it. Yeah, it's like that. It's that. You know,
Fascinating, and that ending is so powerful. That sharp cut. Like I know the ending's coming, but it still kills me
I
every
forgot
time. I
about
don't
that
expect
shot.
it.
Yeah, I forgot about that shot completely. I mean, I knew how it ended, but like, I forgot that it specifically that shot. Like I
Hmm.
assumed it was gonna like there was gonna be more exchange of words because again this has been like 7 years since I watched this. I thought there was like a few more words of exchange before it cuts to black, and then I saw that I was like, oh shit, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's really rough. And what's the episode after this? It's
After this, Dawn tries to bring her back.
that's right. I remember that one. Yeah, she tries to bring her back to life, but we go
I
right
believe.
back into like the dumb bullshit.
I think
Yeah.
Spike freaks out and like doesn't want her to. I think that's or Spike freaks out and they try to bring back Buffy. Spike freaks out once or twice. I don't know
Yeah,
about resurrecting
he's
dead
often
people.
involved in resurrections. Although it is funny that like they actually do resurrect Buffy. And I remember I saw people complain about that because then they're like, "Well, why not Joyce?" And it's like, Buffy's Jesus. Don't worry about it. Buffy's a superhero. It's she's supposed to come back. No one else is. But there is kind of a weird like inconsistency, and I think this is I'd say like the whole fucking nature of Buffy is that like constantly inconsistent with like all of its shit. Like magic. I was actually talking to a friend a couple days ago where we were talking about like how sometimes magic is a metaphor for being gay, and then other times magic is a metaphor for drug addiction. I'm like,
Yeah.
what are you trying to say there, Joss? What are you trying to say about gay people, Joss? But
Yep.
I think one of the other things is like how death is like this weird thing in Buffy where like in season 2 there's an episode where like a football player died, like a high schooler, he died, and you see how his mom is like horribly traumatized by it to the point that she like watches footage of him playing football
Yeah.
over and over and over and over and over again forever. And he was like, his brother's like, oh yeah, I just brought him back to life as a zombie, and he's like fully functional,
Yep.
he can talk, he's can walk, he can move around. The only downside is that he looks like a zombie, but everything else he's fine. And they do this a lot in the show, like people constantly like coming back to life, and they're just like, no, it's all good, man. I'm just a zombie. And then other times you get episodes like this, and it's like, no, death is final. There's no fucking coming back from it. And I'm okay with that. I like Buffy on the merit that it's a fucking mess of a show that's all over the place constantly. It doesn't really, cohere a lot. But I like that. I
Yeah.
like how chaotic it is, how like vampires, it doesn't matter if you fucking kill them because they're just demons, there's no person underneath, but then they introduce vampires who have a person underneath, and you're like, so
Yeah.
okay, is Buffy just a goddamn mass murderer? But it works through those contradictions in a really, like, I think beautiful way most of the time, not all the time. I think the drug addiction magic metaphor was a little on the nose, but other times I think it's quite beautiful, quite compelling.
I think it's mostly beautiful. I
Yeah.
think it mostly nails it. Um, with any show that has over 100 episodes, there's going to be
Yeah,
a bit of inconsistency, but
with different writers. It's the Star Trek thing. I've been getting into TNG, and they do a similar thing where it's like they introduce rules and then they introduce other shit, and they completely contradicts, but it's because they have different writers every week
yeah,
and stuff like that. You know, not every writer's gonna remember some like throwaway line of dialogue about Fox Mulder's past that you did 3 seasons ago, and it's gonna contradict the thing that comes up now, but you kind of have to roll with it. again, you have a TV show where it's like set in a town with presumably a population of like 300,000 where like 5 people die a week. So
Yeah.
take what
But
you can
they
get.
make it. They're aware. There's self-awareness.
Oh
in the
yeah, they do eventually. They're like, oh no, we all know. We just kind of block it out because we don't want
Yeah,
to
they did
worry
it in
about
the
it.
first episode, not eventually. They're like, didn't they just see all these vampires? Like, don't they know that they're? Yeah, they know. Just
Yeah, they did it in the episode I watched. The principal, Snyder, great name by the way.
and
Principal
Deep
Snyder.
Space Nine, motherfucker, right there, dude.
Yeah, he knows about it because like he's implying like, oh, I fucking hate Buffy. I hate these kids. All those kids that died, they were just getting into drugs and gangs and stuff. And then he goes behind the scenes with his smoking man dude, and he's like, they have to know. They can't know about like the vampires in the town. And also
Yeah.
the episode where they give Buffy an award for being the class defender, and she's like, you knew, and they're like, of course we knew.
Season
Every
3 ends with the mayor as a giant snake, like coming to
they're like
graduation and eating kids.
Like Buffy, literally every week you were hanging out in a graveyard punching a zombie that almost kills a high school, and you tell the high schooler, "Run, I got this," and you think we don't know, like. But yeah, it's the weird, goofy nature of Buffy that is so endearing, so endearing. You
But
just
it's a
have to
show
roll
that
with
can
it.
like do this kind of whiplash. Like it can do
Oh,
a body,
easily. I
and
don't
the
think
body
anyone
doesn't
like
feel
was
out of
out of it.
place. If anything, the body feels even more powerful, like within the context of normally this show's tonality is a bit more playful, whereas this one, it's
Even about death, it's playful.
mm-hmm.
you know
Um,
considering like frequent, like at least 5 of the main cast get resurrected at various points, and shit like that. So especially if you include Angel, but then other times that there's just no, that you brought up. I don't know if it might have been before we started recording, but the character from Angel, the season 1 character who dies, I forget his name
mhm.
because it's been like ages since I watched it. What's his name? The Irish dude.
Yeah,
Don't
Irish dude.
remember. Irish dude, yeah, or
And I'll
Scottish dude, I
I'll
forget.
I'll think of it.
Eventually, I mean, even he died, and that was rough. That was brutal. And then the finale of Buffy, they Harry Potter it, and they're like, let's see you know, how much of the main cast we can kill off before the end of the episode. But I
Yeah.
think they only do like 2 or 3. But
Look up what his fucking name was, please.
all right,
Freaking out.
because and I won't spoil like who dies in the Buffy finale, but yeah,
Well, I mean, one of them gets resurrected in Angel, so it's fine.
is it the guy? Yes, Glenn Quinn.
Yep, Glenn Quinn.
He played Doyle.
Doyle. Now Doyle's
Doyle.
a great character too.
And
Doyle's
he got replaced by
by Wesley.
Wesley, the pedophile of Sunnydale. That's right.
Yeah. But Doyle's character makes me cry on Angel as well. Great character.
Yeah, and I think Angel does kind of like a slightly more consistent job about dealing with that. At least I didn't watch the whole show. I only watched the first like 3 seasons
I've
maybe, but
seen
like
Buffy a lot more. I've seen Angel all the way through once. I've
yeah,
seen Buffy a lot more.
just because of like its interest, like its genre influences, it kind of deals with death a little more consistently. Like there's a bit more finality
Yeah,
more
and
often, whereas
like
like Buffy is a comic book. So
just plainly and simply, like Angel just is not nearly as good as Buffy in every
oh
way,
no,
shape, and form. Angel is a good show.
I
At
think he's a
times
good
it can
character
even be
too.
at times it can even be a great show. But there's quite a lot wrong with it at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Whereas Joss Whedon, I mean, I dig Firefly and I like Dollhouse a lot. Serenity was fine, and then that's about it. I mean, I like Age of
Yeah, and
Ultron
then
too,
he
but that's
and then he
different.
retired and
Exactly, he retired and never made another thing again.
never
Um,
never harassed any people. Never, you know. Again, I do think a lot of the I think some of that shit is obvious even in Buffy. Yeah, I think it's just at times it's helped by the people who he collaborated with
both
make it work.
Both Charisma Carpenter and Michelle Trachtenberg are two of the people who came forward talking about him
Yeah.
being
No, it
creepy.
was horrible shit. They had a special room for Michelle Trachtenberg.
Yeah,
I mean more that like there's like shit that appears in the plot lines of Buffy or in like the
yeah.
decisions he chooses where you can tell like the guy who wrote this is probably not the best guy, but and if it ever works, it doesn't always, but if it ever works, it's only by virtue of like the people who were channeling that shit, making
Yeah.
it good. Like, yeah, again, I said like Xander would be an obscene character in any other context, I think, but like Nicholas Brendon, I think like lends something to it and invented the character sort of on his own. It's that actor as auteur thing, and sometimes like writer, and which isn't me trying to like explain away why I still like Buffy, but like I think
Oh
it's
man, I
worth
have no
considering in a
problem
TV show.
saying it. Like, Joss is problematic, um, an upsetting individual, but works like the body make me cry, and works like the body speak to very personal traumas
Yeah.
I've had.
No, I agree.
Just a
I
thing that
agree.
happens.
It's one of those things like Buffy became more than itself in its own way, I guess, which isn't me like being like
And Buffy has
overly.
a huge like feminist and queer following who will tell you that they hate Joss Whedon but love
Yeah.
Buffy. Like they love everything
Yeah.
about it.
No, wonderful show, wonderful character. I again, very formative for me. Very formative for me. Again, I find myself relating to different parts of it as I get older. I related more to like the first couple seasons as a watching as a teenager, and now I'm in like my mid 20s and I'm thinking about season 6. I'm like, ah, shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll,
I
I'll
always.
never I'll never get over Faith as the Nietzschean dream girl. I will never get over that. That's
I
perfect.
always
Okay.
I always think of like Buffy's like rock bottom shit in season 6, like just her life just spiraling, like her relationship with Spike in season 6.
Well,
How
nothing comes, dude. It's all Faith for me. Okay. I love the ending of the body. That's harsh, but nothing beats when like Faith accidentally murders somebody and Buffy
yeah.
confronts her and is like, "Hey, you killed a guy. Like you don't get it, Faith. You murdered someone." And
Oh
then
yeah, and
she
she
turns to the
completely
camera and goes,
represses that.
"You don't get it. I don't care." And then cut the credits, like, and then
Oh,
it's
and
silent too.
yeah, and then of course like you're led to assume that she's actually like horribly traumatized by that experience, but she's like burying herself in like coping
Mhm.
mechanisms to like process the fact that she murdered a guy.
Yeah,
That's okay. Angel redeemed her. It's all good. It's
she was good on some Angel, but Buffy's got a lot of layers to it. I do think like the body is not my favorite Buffy episode. My favorites I think are the ones I just named. The one I was just talking about is Bad Girls and Consequences. That two part. But the body is the episode that I think is Joss at his absolute finest. As a visual storyteller, as someone who has something important to say, both philosophically and cinematically. Like that to me is like the him at the top of his craft and form.
I'd
Um,
agree. I think it's the easiest episode to understand why it's good, I think, because I think otherwise everyone's favorite episode is just so like
is one more
small.
time with feeling.
Yeah, no, well, great episode, but like it's everyone has like a personal reason because it's always like something that like they personally relate to.
Yeah,
Whereas the body is one that's just like it's this universal thing that everyone kind of gets it.
it is.
No one watches the body and says like I don't get why this is, you know, the most popular Buffy episode that to air on, basic cable. You get why. You get why it's so acclaimed. It works.
You can't ignore it. It insists that you give it your undivided attention immediately. Yeah, it's one of the best directed things I've ever seen. I'm always really 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 astonished by what Whedon and the people over at Buffy were able to pull off and capture with the body. I mean, and it comes in at like episode 16 or something. It's not like a huge
Yeah, it's right
moment
in the
in a
middle.
season.
They're even like, do you think this was like Glory that did this? And they're like, no, and then they just kind of move on. You forget
Yeah,
that there's a season-long villain, again, probably like 2 miles away from all this, murdering some innocent people, but you don't think about it. It's all exterior noise.
It's a wild show, because then at the end of this season, they could have me laughing my fucking ass off at the running joke that like Spike is the only one who knows that like that Glory is Ben and Ben is Glory, because he's like an unnatural monster and normal humans don't know the difference, and they keep going, wait, are you saying there's a connection between Ben and Glory? Yeah, is everyone like on a lot of drugs here at the moment? Like and then they'd have me cry with killing. Buffy dies at the end of this season.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, man, like 10 episodes later, Buffy dies and Dawn
Yeah.
is like all fucking alone. She is all alone after that, which is rough. And that was almost the finale.
Yeah, and then Joss is like, fine, I'll bring it back, but you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill I won't spoil it, but yeah, I'm gonna kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed our
Buffy's
big bads, because now it's 3 brain dead rapist incels.
I'm
Who
gonna
you
kill
grow? I
everyone.
grow to love Andrew. Andrew is amazing, and I'm like, Jesus, Joss, stop it.
I'm
The
gonna do
one,
some good bottle episodes like Tabula Rasa and Once More with
yeah,
Feeling. Although Once More with Feeling I think is like exceptional from like a story standpoint. What it does is like phenomenal,
it's
really phenomenal.
exceptional, but like that's I know a lot of people who try to get someone into Buffy and they show them like that episode, but it doesn't
Uh,
work unless you've seen the 100 or so episodes preceding
It
it.
it doesn't work because the whole bit is that it's banking on you having just like sat through maybe like 10 episodes of people like aggravatingly not talking about their problems.
Yes.
Like literally that's probably like 14 hours of TV or like 12 hours of TV of people just like having problems, be like, I'm not going to do anything about it. And you being like, ah, God damn it, just talk about it. And then you get this explosive episode where everyone uncontrollably shares their problems in song. It's great.
Except, and I love that like Allison Hannigan can't sing and she gets like 2 lines here and there. Like
Yeah,
there's so
yeah.
much goodness.
Again,
Oh my
like there's
god.
not much there to begin with. Because like at that point, Allison Hannigan's like kind of just hit the end. They could have like,
And
you could
by the
like
way,
cut.
I know we're all wondering, yes, I've played Walk Through the Fire at open mic once.
I
They
have
did
not.
play that song. Brilliant song. I did it.
My favorite is the Giles song in the last song, but just because I
They're
think
all,
Anthony Stewart Head is great at singing. I love
yeah,
the
I think
scene
he's an
early
actual
on.
like performer.
Early on in the show's run, there's a part where they walk it. They're like, "Oh, we gotta find Giles," and they go and they find him, and he's singing behind blue eyes at a bar, and they're all like, "Am I horny for
Yeah,
Giles?"
I remember that.
That's when they try to like. That's about the time where like Giles begins like his punished Watcher arc, like his punished Giles
Yeah.
arc,
Well,
where he's no longer like the librarian dude. He's like this
there's
badass
a way
oldie.
that like Joss Whedon handles death that I just haven't seen done before. Like it freaks me the fuck out. Because we're in season 2, we're about to get to the first character death that really did fuck me up. When like Angel is chasing down Miss Calendar, who is like pretty
Yes.
cool, like the techno witch lady or whatever she is, the tech
Yeah, she's
witch.
Giles's love interest, and she's like,
Angel grabs her and snaps her fucking neck.
"Yep, yeah,
Like,
it's brutal." It's. I was thinking while watching the body, I was like, it's shocking that this was, you know, on basic cable.
yes.
Because like someone could have just been like flipping through the TV, and then boom, there's like this morgue scene where you see like a scar in the head, and they're talking about how she died of a brain aneurysm. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah,
And then
I don't
again,
know
like you
how they
watch this
do it.
season.
Like you said, like the deaths are arbitrary until they're all of a sudden not.
Well, the
Like,
reason is because the deaths when they're like, all right, you accept that all this death is arbitrary. You better remember that when,
yeah,
a character just
yeah.
dies for no fucking reason. Because that's
Oh,
how,
God.
all these no name, all these red shirts in the background, all these red shirt high schoolers and, teachers just die whenever it's convenient for the plots. Like, I hope you remember that when Miss
Perfectly
Calendar gets
said.
her fucking neck snapped or Angel
Perfectly
has to
said.
get stabbed by Buffy. Yeah, it's great. So maybe it is consistent. It's more consistent than we gave it
Yeah,
credit for.
yeah, for sure. Do you have any closing thoughts on the body?
Oh, no, I do not.
I think this was a pretty fruitful conversation, actually.
Me
Uh,
too.
I think it was revealing, and I hope insightful. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Um, yeah, I could talk about Buffy for a few more hours, but I won't torture anyone. Um, but I want to thank you guys for watching, and thank you, Jacob, for being here as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Of course.
have a good one.
I just pulled this out of the closet. I forgot that I had it. It's the Buffy the Vampire Slayer board game, which is actually pretty fun. I remember forcing a group of my friends to play it with me a couple times. Uh, it's more fun than you'd think. There's like a big bad you have to beat, but there are like monsters of the week, and it's like a group game, it's like a group board game where you have to kind of work together to defeat the monsters of the week and then the big bad. And there are some of the monsters of the week, like they're all based on monsters from the shows. One of them was like Hush, so like you wouldn't be allowed to speak during the entire round. Or there's like a Once More with Feeling part of the game where you have to sing everything you say to each other. It's actually pretty fun. There's a decent amount of role playing involved with it too. I even bought the expansion pack so I could play as Faith because I am hopelessly devoted to our girl Faith. She's really fun, and I forgot I had these. So anyway, let's get into the analysis. Let's talk about a certain splendiferous, magnificent, effulgent god named Glory. Funny, because I look around at this world you're so eager to be a part of, and all I see is 6 billion lunatics looking for the fastest ride out. Who's not crazy? Look around. Everyone's drinking, smoking, shooting up, shooting each other, or just plain screwing their brains out because they don't want them anymore. I'm crazy? Honey, I'm the original one-eyed chicklet in the kingdom of the blind. Because at least I admit the world makes me nuts. Glory's one of my one of my top five favorite Buffy the Vampire Slayer characters. I So far as like the big bads go, she's my favorite of the big bads. I think she's really cool, super entertaining. Claire Kramer, the actress who portrayed Glorificus, was so good. She understood the assignment, and she's just unbelievably entertaining in the role, and she's super hot, so that's fun too. Glory, of course, they introduced like a couple new characters this season. Two of those characters are Glory and Ben's like this like nurse learning to become a doctor who Buffy is kind of romantically interested in, and Glory, as we've covered, is the big bad, and it's kind of confusing because you'd think those two would connect, but for some reason season 5 never makes them connect, like I don't know why. There's no connection between Ben and Glory. That's kind of like the one flaw of season 5. I had to. Obviously, I had to. Um, Glory is this like demon hell bitch who who scared the other like demon gods of a certain demon dimension, and they banished her from the demon zone because they were afraid that Glory was going to take over, and they confined her within the body, the prison of a mortal man, being Ben. So Ben and Glory, they shift out of each other. They turn into each other in and out. And whenever they do this, like mortals, humans, they don't remember that it happened, which makes for some very funny Spike lines. Spike is hilarious, all right? If I forget to mention it, James Marsters is incredible in this season. I think this is my favorite Spike season. There's something really cute and cringe and funny and occasionally heartbreaking about seeing Spike so in love with Buffy. Season 5 I think has the best Spike moments, the most human ones too. James Marsters was incredible in season 5. Season 5 as a whole is a masterpiece. I think that the best seasons of Buffy in order are season 3, season 2, and then season 5. I think that those 3 seasons are beyond words, to be honest. Beautiful television, masterworks, all of them. And it also marks the end of, I think, Joss Whedon's original intentions with the show, the original arc. This is the season where Buffy dies. but we'll get into what her death means, I believe, symbolically and personally for Joss Whedon and to the show and to the philosophy of the show. We'll get into that in a little bit. You won't have to wait too long, though. Glory is an entirely vain god, self-obsessed. They even say early on that Buffy compares Glory to Cordelia, saying that she reminded me of Cordelia actually, and we're talking about the superficiality. We're talking about being obsessed with status. We're talking about Glory itself, and I like to view the characters on the show like hyper literally now, like based on their names. Like glory, I think, is about like renown, about esteem, about status, about how people view you. And there's a certain inherent or intrinsic vanity to the concept of glory itself. There is a self obsession to the concept of glory. And I think that that is morbidly personified in wildly entertaining and demonic ways by Claire Kramer within the character of Glorificus. And glory itself as a concept, like it's like a weird empty thing that the human condition is always striving for. We're always striving for glory, to attain some kind of glorious status. And it's not only empty, it's deeply narcissistic, right? It's like some people would think that glory is the gift for a life lived virtuously, which is an entire lie and something that Joss Whedon, an existentialist, a nihilist, definitely is intimate with that concept, with the artifice of the concept of glory, where how glory is, I think, inherently evil, and also glory being a god, because glory concept does seem to control the hearts of men. And I like that she shifts back and forth between Ben, and I've seen a lot of analyses where they talk about gender dysphoria, and I think that's accurate. That is not something I engage with about the character. I'm more hyper literal about it. I'm like, Joss Whedon has presented us with this existentialist masterpiece of television where God is beyond dead, God is a non-issue, right? But God is this villainous, cretinous thing in a lot of ways. And where is God held? God is held within the very souls, the bodies of unknowing, um, desperately pathetic, and extremely normal and average young men. Like Ben is carrying around the the works, the deeds, the mightiness of glory of a god, and it's through Ben's body, like as an instrument. That's how gods do their horrific deeds, which are normally always horrific. Um, Gods are an error. God is bad. God is dead, and God should stay dead. But God will never be dead if helpless young men continue to carry it around with them. And Ben is not happy that he's bound to glory, to this hell bitch, to this demon god. He's not happy about it, but it's just a part of him. It's like this primal part of him. Season 5 also asks the question of what even is a body. And I think we investigate those concepts in the most interesting ways with Buffy's mother. But I'll talk about that episode in a moment. But we also talk about it with Dawn. Like, what is Dawn? Is she just a body, just a vessel for a key? Does she exist? Is she a narrative mechanism? Is she some sort of like postmodern ploy, mechanic? Um, what is a body? Well, what is a body for Ben? What is his body? Like, it is this thing. It is a vessel. Yeah, it is this thing that carries within it Holocaust, the status of annihilation. Annihilation is status. Glory, I think, is a fascinating villain, and I think that it's really cool that she keeps morphing in and out of Ben, who she is bound to. Think that's a fascinating concept because you can also go even a layer under it for a bit of uh, gender theoretics, right? You can say that um, within every man is this incurable drive towards glory, this incurable narcissism, which is personified through uh, through a sort of like sexual or erotic fantasy, or you can do vice versa on that as well, and it could be just as interesting that that within every narcissistic, beautiful woman, there is some weird and weak, entirely average man holding her down. Holding her back from her true potential. I'm a big Glory fan. I think Glory is amazing. I like the conversations that she has with these characters, with Tara before she drives Tara insane, with Buffy, and there are like a lot of like big bad confrontations in this season. Glory got a lot of time to really develop. But I think the most interesting conversations she had was with Dawn. Dawn, who is one of the most interesting and fascinating creations of Joss Whedon, played by Michelle Trachtenberg, who we love on this channel. We are big Gossip Girl heads over here. Georgina Sparks for life, and I think she's incredible as Dawn. And since we are Team Michelle Trachtenberg, Joss Whedon, you are a fucking creep. Stay away from her. Stay away from her, Joss. Stay away from her, you fucking weirdo. Look at what I have on screen right now. She had to be isolated from Joss. Joss was not allowed to be alone with a child. What the fuck, Joss? A large part of Buffy the Vampire Slayer for me when I'm watching it is I believe that I'm watching Joss Whedon try to salvage his humanity, and by the end of its 7-season run, he loses it. And that kind of plays into Buffy's death. I believe Joss spends so much time on this show trying to figure out like a reason not only to stay alive, but a reason to even live virtuously or with purpose. And Buffy and Joss, I think simultaneously because he is speaking through the characters in his work, they both come to the realization or the acceptance that life is meaningless. That life is not only meaningless, life is damaging and hurtful, and death is the only gift we can ever have from life, especially when we have exposed everything from faith, from glory, these big concepts hyper personified as actual villainous characters. We've exposed them as not only corruptible but evil and psychotic. Life has no purpose, life has no meaning, and the longer you stay alive, the more hurt and damaged you will become by the experience of life itself. Buffy wants death. Buffy in season 5 comes to a point where she wants death, where she understands that that her existence is no more important than Dawn, a character, a human being who isn't really even a human being, who isn't even really a part of the narrative. She is something that has been inserted within the narrative, but in an existentialist way. It is all of us who give meaning to objects. Right? And if Dawn is this character, this little girl who has hyper literally been objectified by the plot itself, as she is the plot device that keeps everything in motion, gives everything momentum. She's been objectified by narrative, just like every other child and every other generation and every person has been objectified by someone else's grand narrative, be that a god's narrative or just the narrative of capitalism, the narrative of end stage capitalism, just the narrative of the human condition. Because if you get rid of capitalism, we will still want to die because life will still be meaningless. Like, it's a real doomer. It's a real fucking doomer season. But I believe that like leading up to season 5, Joss through confrontations with Faith, right? Through confrontations with Adam and with the mayor and with Angelus. I believe that up until season 5, Joss was doing his best to look for that silver lining, however superficial it may be, trying to search for that silver lining. And he doesn't lose it all here. He somehow gives us a hero's death within the complete acceptance of nihilism. Sure, Buffy sacrifices herself, but it's still technically suicide. It is still suicide, and suicide is still a liberating thing for Buffy. In fact, she's upset when she's brought back in season 6. She's beyond upset. She's mortified and gutted by being brought back to life. She was happier dead. Death was her gift. But within Buffy's sacrifice, within Buffy's suicide, because that is what it is, Joss Whedon still provides us with a hero's death through nihilism. And the way that he accomplishes that is reminding us that living is the most courageous, is the scariest thing you could possibly do. So please live. You'll receive a gift, and that gift is death. Buffy found herself within a narrative, just like Ben holds within himself glory, right? The burden of a god. Buffy always carried within her the burden of a slayer, an authoritative idea of legacy, of glory itself. And she found herself objectified by a narrative, and she sacrificed herself so that others could break away from that narrative. And I think that's how you have a hero's death within nihilism. You sacrifice yourself to free those you care about from the narrative that has punished you so much, and that narrative is your own existence. Joss Whedon is a doomer to the core. He's a nihilist. And I think that Buffy's first 5 seasons are fascinating because Joss seems to bounce back and forth between complete nihilism and a hopeful sort of naive existentialism. And by the end of this initial arc, he has to accept that life is a burden. The narratives we apply to life are hurtful and damaging, and that death is a gift. And he spent so much time with this character, Buffy, trying to figure out a way to live virtuously. And ultimately, um, despite all of his meditations, all of his ruminations, all the things he tried to explore, ultimately, the only answer, the only honest one, was suicide. But there is a little bit of optimism here, and there's no way that you could view Buffy as anything less than a hero. And that's incredible. It's a very bitter pill to swallow, but it's honest. It is honest. The episode called The Body is one of the best directed things I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the best things, if not the very best directed thing I've ever watched. I think its composition is extraordinary. I think that what it is expressing is aching and very intimate, and it hits all of those personal, private, scary places within all of us who have ever dealt with loss. I was Buffy's age. I was the same age Buffy was when my own mother died unexpectedly. And it's difficult for me to talk about the body. I have made an entire video about the body, an analysis of it that was about an hour and a half. So I'll link that for you to watch. Uh, it's a very difficult episode to talk about because it interacts directly with scars that aren't scars, right? Cuts that will never heal, cuts that will never mature enough to become scars. And it's hard for me to talk about that episode, but it strikes me very deeply, and I love it. And it's beyond beautiful. W- it moves me. It moves me. It is moving, and it, it's a stunning work. The body is beautiful. So watch my analysis of the body in its separate video. Buffy the Vampire Slayer season 5 is a remarkable season that really wraps up all of the themes, all of the philosophical discussions that the show is having with its own archetypes, with its own meta narrative, with its own frameworks, and with the audience. It wraps up all of those philosophical discussions, I think, beautifully, and I think honestly, right? I think in a way that is remarkable. Now, of course, Joss is going to come back, and so is Buffy. But season 6 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer is going to be an entirely different beast. It's going to be outwardly nihilistic. It's going to be frightful and pessimistic. And we will no longer have Joss struggle with the question of meaning and meaninglessness because He's decided that life is meaningless. And we will no longer have Joss throw out his back, trying as hard as he can to be optimistic in the face of total and complete doom and gloom. Joss doesn't have the energy to be optimistic anymore. In fact, I don't know how much humanity Joss has left after this season. So talking about season 6, we'll be talking about Buffy in a very different kind of way. In a way that might be closer, but in a way that's also very, I think, shocking and depressing and self-hating. Buffy season 5 is a masterwork. These episodes are structured beautifully. I think that Jane Espenson, Doug Petrie, Marty Noxon, Joss, of course. I think they're all so comfortable here. The episodes are structured beautifully. Like, there are really no duds this season. Every single episode is magnificently composed, written, acted, and presented. I'm really astonished by how fucking perfect season 5 is. It's so good. Season 3 I will always think is the best one because Faith has this immediate power and appeal to me personally. Um, I think it's daring and brutal and gorgeous and sexy. Season 5 is about reaching the end of a long philosophical debate, and the side that won out on the debate is meaninglessness, is nihilism. Nihilism won because nihilism is the only honest reaction you could have to life itself. A heroic death through nihilism by suicide. That's the end of Buffy's hero's journey. Eat your heart out, Joseph Campbell. You were a fraud. This season is beautiful because this season is truthful. And funny as fuck, dude. This season's so funny. I love this season. Thank you. Hello, hello. Season 6 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a different kind of animal. What is the best way to start this? Probably it's that I look at Buffy the Vampire Slayer as a series of trials for Joss Whedon. He's trying to like salvage that last spark of humanity or even optimism, that last shred of it. He's trying to salvage it, but he ultimately loses it. He's trying to hold on to that spark of optimistic humanity within him, and it's extinguished by nihilism. I think the first couple seasons of Buffy, it's a very existentialist show, and our villains are the nihilists. Nihilism is the villain, perfectly personified by villains like Spike and Drusilla and Faith. But over time, I think that Joss himself starts to become disenchanted and lose grip with the Jean-Paul Sartre school of existentialism and completely gives in to nihilism, which was vilified in the earlier Buffy season. By season 5, it's as if he tried to find meaningful ways to Buffy to live in an ultimately meaningless universe trying to solve the Camus problem, the absurd struggle of life. And ultimately, the solution that Joss Whedon found for his heroine was suicide. I know it was a sacrifice, but for all intents and purposes, it's Buffy jumping off of a building. It's Buffy killing herself, and death was her reward for it. And season 5 felt like a pretty great ending for the show. But Joss said, I'm not done with you yet. I'm going to torture you. I'm going to absolutely humiliate you. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer Season 6 is born, resurrected. The season starts with Buffy trembling, scared, petrified, dehumanized, punching her way, clawing her way, digging her way out of her own grave, out of the earth. And the season ends with Buffy and her sister Dawn happily, gladly, curiously, confidently climbing their way out of the earth. As Buffy tells Dawn, I don't want to protect you from the world, I want to show it to you. But how do we get from point A to point B? How do we complete that arc? Well, I think it's one of the most cruel arcs ever forced upon a character in a teen drama. Joss really, really tortured Buffy. Buffy is suffering from suicidal ideations this entire season. This season is the season where fans are overjoyed. I still see tributes to this season to this day on social media, especially Spike and Buffy sleeping together, having a relationship. A lot of tributes, a lot of love for their relationship, which just strikes me as entirely stupid. Like, I don't know if you're deliberately misunderstanding the dynamics of their relationship, but Spike explicitly tried to rape Buffy near the end of season 6. Having sex with Spike was just Buffy's way of projecting her own self hate, her own suicidal thoughts, her own suicidal fantasies, her own form of self punishment. She even said, Spike, I'm using you. And Spike is a bad, bad dude. He's a bad guy. I love Spike. Spike is a serial murderer. Spike is a killer. Spike is an animal. He's demonic. He's a bad boy. And bad boys and bad girls, they serve a function. Something for the upper middle class to entertain themselves with when life itself no longer satisfies them. There's something terrifyingly depressing about seeing Buffy basically working at McDonald's, completely alienated from everything and everyone in her life. Uh, Working at McDonald's, getting railed. Like, this is our chosen one. It's a fascinating exploration of how capitalism alienates you, how religion alienates you, how friend groups alienate you, how social strata and hierarchies alienate everyone, how your own emotions alienate you from actually participating in the experiences that create and forge them. Um, there's a lot to this season. It's about the all encompassing embrace of nihilism itself. And it's also in defense of nihilism. Because, like I said, you don't get from point A to point B. It's not like Joss flips the script. No, Joss finds those moments of sweetness within nihilism, but just like he would do on Dollhouse later, and I feel much more articulately in a much more sophisticated way. I think that this is really Joss's first experimentations with pure uncut nihilism. So there's still a few like minor flaws to his nihilistic vision, but holy shit. But by Dollhouse, he would become probably the best nihilist artist of the 2000s. So in Dollhouse, he would do the same kind of thing, but I think in a much more beautiful and artful sort of way. But Joss finds the sweetness within nihilism because nihilism can actually be incredibly tender, even though the end of nihilism ultimately is always self-destructive. Self-destruction doesn't have to be that bad. Sometimes you can break down to the self to realize that you are actually no one, but if you are no one, then anyone can happen. These are things that are explored in Dollhouse in a much more interesting way. But Buffy comes to the realization that there is a sweetness to the universe. There's a sweetness to the world. And it's not like a kind of, it doesn't sanitize nihilism at all because all the sweetness of nihilism is intimately bonded to something morbid and damaging. For in every paradise, a Holocaust is intimately associated with it. You know, Buffy can go out and look at like the vibrancy of nature itself with her sister, like feel confident, and it is life affirming. Because Buffy was ultimately right when she said the hardest thing about this world is living in it. She said that near the end of season 5. And nihilism, it may be sweet and morbid and self-destructive, but it's also just such a freeing thing. It's liberating. And our bodies are unique. And our bodies are keepsakes, mementos, containers of experiences. And you can fill those as sweet experiences, or you could fill those with damaged and demented ones. No matter what, you're going to have your fair share of both within your body. But Spike and Buffy's relationship is nothing but cruelty. It's nothing but self-hate. It's nothing but suicidal. It's nothing but punishment. Our villains this season. Um, we have two primary villains, two of them, and they are both weaponized nerds from high school on killing sprees. And that actually makes them the most terrifying kinds of villains that Buffy could ever face. Because if you think about it, Warren and Dark Willow, Buffy doesn't overcome either one. She doesn't. Others do that. Willow tortures and skins Warren alive, and Xander finds that spark of humanity within Willow, that spark of humanity that Joss is trying his hardest to hold on to, but ultimately loses over the course of his career. He finds that spark of humanity, and he nurtures it, holds on to it, tries to feed it the flame of love, all while telling a story about a yellow crayon, and how Willow was too ashamed to admit that she had broke it in grade school. The yellow crayon. The yellow crayon actually gets me choked up. It works. It works. And Buffy isn't unique in the punishment that she receives in season 6. All of our primary cast members do. Xander is a fucking loser and stands up Anya, leaves her at the altar on the day that they're going to get married, which was his idea to get fucking married. Just because there's a possible future where you turn into a monster of yourself, or you turn into someone that you despise, where you and the person that you love aren't happy, just because that's possible. It's always possible. It doesn't mean you're not. It means that you are a coward, Xander. If you cannot like overcome that pessimistic kind of fantasy, you are a coward. And I love you, Anya. Anya also punished. Anya, in a moment of and we've all been here, right? like you have been rejected and you just want to feel something and maybe you want to feel a little dirty. Maybe you want to feel fucking used. It's fine. It's part of getting over heartache. It's part of getting over pain. So in a moment of weakness or in a moment of actual humanity from this vengeance demon, she and Spike hook up and it's kind of humiliating, mostly for Xander, a person who's always ridiculed Spike, telling him that no woman with any sort of integrity or decency would ever find him remotely sexually attractive. Well, the two, I think, most important sexual fantasies of his life, Buffy and Anya, um, it's good enough for them. Xander. Fuck you, Xander, anyway. But the ending of the Yellow Crayon really gets me. It really gets me. Warren is the leader of the trio comprised of Warren, Jonathan, and Andrew. My most unpopular Buffy opinion probably is that I like Andrew. I think Andrew is funny. I think Tom Lenk is a pretty funny actor. And he's good in season 7. He's a lot better in season 7. But even here, he's got some great deliveries, some great comedic timing. I mean, and his story is interesting too because it is an erotic kind of like sexual power that Warren has over Andrew, and it's not explored too deeply, but it definitely adds to the complications of this season. Definitely to the sexual dynamics of power. This season is very interested in power. Um, because for every sweet thing about nihilism, which is like freeing and being able to be vulnerable, there's also its opposite, which is just being able to be a tyrant and powerful and obnoxiously psychotic, which the trio certainly were. Warren, oh man, these are three incels, and Warren in particular is a psychotic misogynist. Uh, and we knew this from season 5, where he first appeared making sex dolls that he abandoned. Um, and it's just kind of cemented in season 6 when he where he tries to mind control his ex-girlfriend into a sex slave for him and his buds, and he ends up beating her to death. He hates women. He's a psychopath. And he's a nerd from high school. Like when he gets all of these like powers from like these stones, he goes up to a person who used to bully him in high school and be like, "Remember me? Remember I'm Warren. Remember me?" And like he, it is so Columbine energy. It is so school shooter energy, like unmistakably. But let's not forget that Willow is the same. Dark Willow talks about how Willow was made fun of. Willow was a nerd, but not anymore. I'm powerful now. She's psychotic and homicidal. But Warren is a woman hating psychopath. He kills Tara, shoots her accidentally, but he fucking fired the bullet, didn't he? And he tried to kill Buffy. Almost did kill Buffy. Calls a lot of women bitches, especially when he's trying to kill them. And the death of Tara leads to Willow's ultimate corruption, and Willow had been the Wicca and witch metaphor is a pretty malleable kind of thing on Buffy. Originally, it meant, for Willow, it meant queerness, but now it seems to mean, along with queerness, there's been an additional metaphorical value of drugs, of being a junkie, and she became a junkie this season. Like Willow's corruption, it's really fascinating because it is a long, slow burn villain origin here. From the very first episode, it is entirely clear that Willow is going to be the big bad. It's just not going to happen though until episode 19, Seeing Red. It's just not going to happen for a long time. But all of the signs are there. All of the warning signs are there. Just like they are with all of these kinds of weaponized nerds that you read about in the news. I do get like Dark Phoenix vibes from her, a certain kind of comic book like villainess thing from her. But the fact that she is juxtaposed and like mirrored with Warren so much, and Warren is unmistakably just like one of those incel loser freaks who go on killing sprees that we see in the news. I don't really think Dark Willow is that different. Although at the end of the day, like morally, I don't see the problem with Willow wanting to kill three deranged incels. Why? Because it's wrong? Like Joss is still stumbling over this kind of moral bullshit. That's why I mean on like Dollhouse he does this so much more effectively. Because here it's like what, like Buffy's the only one who can decide who she's gonna kill? She's gonna drain Faith of all of her fucking blood in season 3. Like, she killed Angel, you know? Like, but she's the only one who decides who she can execute? Those three incels weren't doing anybody any fucking favors. I think they should have just let Dark Willow fucking kill Andrew, Warren, and Jonathan. That would have been fine with me, but apparently that's evil. And we all have to almost die protecting them? Fuck off. She didn't have like I'm gonna end the world thing until later, until she got the magic from Giles and felt the empathy of the world and all this pain. And she said to herself, "I'm gonna, unearth this satanic temple and destroy the world." Whatever, Joss. It's still a bit clunky. David Fury wrote the final episode, but I'm sure it was structured and planned out by Joss. It's still a bit clunky. It's a phenomenal season, but this kind of nihilism Joss wouldn't have mastered until Dollhouse seasons 1 and 2. But I mean, it's still here. It's still interesting to engage with. But Joss and all the writers, Buffy season 6 tried to corrupt every single character on the show, but you can't corrupt Tara. Faith and Tara are my favorite Buffy the Vampire Slayer characters. They're my favorite characters on the entire show. Tara, she's just so sweet. She is such a good person. And I mean, I think she is incorruptible. I think that like her love of Willow is so defining for her that she finds so much value in her love for Willow that that love kind of comes to define who Tara is, and that is such a tender thing, and it's such a truthful thing, and it's such an egoless thing. Like there is no narcissism to Tara. This girl uh, who stutters, who has too much anxiety to speak up, to say exactly what is on her mind. I loved Tara. I just thought she was like the best possible person, and I think that season 6, I mean, the best possible person, but what's heartbreaking about her character is that she is so meek and that people do like to use and abuse her and make her feel bad. But over the course of her arc on Buffy, she becomes more confident, but without becoming narcissistic or self-involved. That's what makes Tara so, I think, incredible to me, and I think inspirational in a large way. I love Tara. And the writers understood the Tara that they constructed, which means they knew that Tara is incorruptible. That doesn't mean Tara gets away without a scar, that Tara gets away from this without any sort of punishment. At this point, if Joss Whedon can't corrupt you, he will kill you. And that's what he did to Tara. You can't corrupt Tara, you have to kill Tara. And by killing Tara, you've unleashed Dark Willow. And Allison Hannigan, her performance in season 6, I think is the best performance in the season. She is outrageously good. Her characterization as Dark Willow, her performance as Dark Willow is almost too good. She is phenomenal. Psychotic, petty, evil, honestly, but just so hypersensitive that you always understand her, even at her most vile and just mean. And also, Allison's performance throughout the entire season, right, is great. Uh, she does the the junkie performance super well. She does the relapse really well. She does getting clean extremely well, and she does the tenderness with Tara extremely effectively. I think that Allison Hannigan, this is her best performance in the entire series, and her performance in season 6 is the best performance of season 6. Her arc is extraordinary. And I think Dark Willow is an effortlessly wonderful villain. I think that she looks extremely great. I think she looks extremely captivating as Dark Willow. I think she looks cool. I think she is cool. And I think she's evil. And I wish I got to see a little bit more of her, but it's kind of the less is more approach, which works for Dark Willow because it's like a switch is hit. And Willow doesn't live here anymore. I love Dark Willow. But Dark Willow is a psychopath on a killing spree. He's a psychotic nerd on a killing spree. And while, like, Joss hadn't finalized his philosophy too well yet, because there is no reason why you should be opposed to killing Warren, Andrew, and Jonathan. They were all complicit in pretty terrible fucking things. That there is no reason why we shouldn't see those people die. So, like, an apocalyptic event is set upon us, is thrust upon us, and then we can agree with Xander, and then we can understand. Joss and David Fury, they both had to do that because they understood that their philosophical argument wasn't a winning one. Just kill Andrew and Jonathan. End of Dark Willow arc. Fine. Who gives a fuck about those two deranged incels who are gonna fucking rape? They're terrible people. But the apocalyptic event is thrust upon us, so Xander. I love his Yellow Crayon story. And I love that Xander, I feel like Xander is hip to this fucking philosophy. He's like, I'm so worthless. I can't satisfy anyone. I can't satisfy the meta narrative of the show. I all I do is run and hide, and I can't even do that too well, can I? And at the end of this season, he brings down the big bad without trying to hurt her at all, without throwing a single punch. He brings her down with love. Him being slashed and torn apart, and each time he gets back up and says, "I love you, Willow." I think Joss knows that nihilism is inescapable, but he's also intimately familiar with the sweetness within nihilism. There's a lot of morbid shit in nihilism, but there's a sweetness in it that we have to nurture, that we have to foster, that we have to help those we love remember and never forget it. Our bodies can be containers for nihilism, but there's a sweetness within it. Just like Buffy showing the world to Dawn, nurturing in a maternal way the sweetness within Dawn. In the face of meaninglessness, she wants to show her sister the world. Xander, at the edge of oblivion, in the middle of an apocalypse, the only thing he cares about is being able to interact with the sweet part of Willow again. And maybe you can call it some kind of fantasy. on Joss's part, but I don't think so. Because what brings Willow down is not only the sweetness, but the unbearable, unfathomable pain that's within her. And she collapses in Xander's arms, breaking down, sobbing. There's a sweetness intimately linked with the grotesque components of nihilism, but maybe the antidote to the nausea of human existence comes from something that is really difficult to experience, but it's the complete marriage of those two. Marriage, union, relationships being a pretty big part of Buffy. It's about tying meaninglessness to meaning itself. Once More with Feeling was a huge episode this season. Written and directed by Joss Whedon, some amazing songs. My favorite song is Walk Through the Fire. Every song is so deeply nihilistic because even Walk Through the Fire, it's like, well, life is just walking through the fire because what else can we do? We will never learn. Some people never learn. You just have to walk through the fire and let it burn. That's the human experience. A phenomenal episode, one of the best Buffy episodes, one of the most loved ones, and it's for a good reason because it is one of the best episodes of Buffy on the planet. Thank God Dark Willow had Xander. It began with Willow bringing Buffy out of the earth, and it ended with her putting her back in it. Thank God Dark Willow had Xander. And Xander, I do believe, is a stand-in for Joss Whedon. I believe it's his analog. And I believe in a large way, Joss Whedon is looking at this show that he has tortured with nihilist thought, and he's going, there's still that spark. I thought it was gone, but it's still there. It's still there. It's still there, and he salvages it. Tries his best to. I think season 6 is a phenomenal season. This is where Joss Whedon is starting to become one of the great nihilist artists of his generation. It's difficult. It's a difficult season because it is unmerciless. It's relentless. It's it's a hurtful season, and I don't think the audience is spared from the punishment either. I think that you are punished. I think that Joss giving the audience what they've clamored for years, Spike and Buffy together, I think by giving them that, he's punishing them because it's so awful and twisted. And Spike does try to rape Buffy, assaults her in a bathroom. Fucking lowlife, scumbag. Like, I think for every punishment inflicted upon Buffy, there is like an equally voyeuristic punishment inflicted on the viewer. I actually think Xander talks us all off that cliff, off that ledge. I think that Xander is a great nihilistic negotiator. And by that extension, so is Joss Whedon. Nihilism is undeniable. Nihilism is self-destructive. But there is a sweetness to all the harms inflicted upon you. There's a sweetness. The yellow crayon. That yellow crayon. I'll always remember that stupid yellow crayon because it means a lot to me. Pretty in pink, isn't she? Did you guys know I sleep with this every night? Every night. I have for like years. The girl bought it for me. Sweetest thing. Sweetest thing. I still sleep with it. And so we've come to the end of the road. And still I can't let go. We are done. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Season freaking 7. The end of the line. I am exhausted. Should have been there, B. Quite a ride. Season 7 is Buffy the Vampire Slayer is easily one of the most interesting, one of the most thought-provoking, one of the most confrontational, and one of the coolest shows uh, ever. Yeah, one of my top 5 favorite shows ever made. There's some extremely touching and badass shit all throughout it. I love it. I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And it's with a heavy heart that I end this series of videos that we've done exploring extensively and, like I said, fucking exhaustively Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I've had a great time here. I've had a great time in Sunnydale. It's also with a heavy heart that I have to admit that season 7 is one of the absolute worst seasons of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I think that Buffy is bookended by bad seasons of television. I think that season 1 and season 7 are objectively not good. They're just not good seasons. Season 7 is better than season 1. It has a bad reputation, and for very good reason. The motivations of our characters are entirely unclear. The mechanics of the narrative are entirely faulty and just don't make sense whatsoever. The big bad, which is um is the first evil, a villain of the fucking week from season 3 coming to take center stage. And the problem with a villain like the first evil is that you don't really have a hyper personification of that evil. It turns into different dead people, which could be interesting, and at times it almost is interesting. Like when Faith is talking to the mayor, that's an interesting dynamic. When Andrew is talking to Warren or Jonathan, those are interesting dynamics. Uh, at times we can play around with um with character development, with with nihilism through these conversations with dead people. By the way, Conversations with Dead People is one of the best episodes of season 7. I would say Conversations with Dead People and Storyteller are the two best episodes of season 7, which would be kind of a weaker episode in a very good season. So it's still not exactly saying much. But my main point with the first evil, the thing that I'm kind of criticizing, is that you don't have a hyper personification of the first evil. You don't have like um, a face to associate with the big bad. And you need one because Buffy is a show with extremely flamboyant, extravagant, and interesting, visually interesting big bads. And we don't get a personification of that evil until Nathan Fillion shows up in episode 18. Episode 18 is when things actually start to get good, or better. I should say better, not necessarily good, because it does crumble and fall apart rapidly at an increasing level of speed by the finale, which is a bit underwhelming. But come episode 18, Nathan Fillion assumes the position of the first right-hand man, uh, Caleb, an evil, satanic, misogynist preacher, who I've read a piece from Joss Whedon where he was like, well, he was going to be like the first woman-hating misogynist we've had since I guess last season with Warren. It's weird. I think that the show in season 7 you can feel it run out of steam in real time. Season 6 said a lot of very interesting and challenging things. Season 6 was intensely confrontational, nihilistic teen drama television, and I thought it was pretty wonderful and very grappling. Season 7 running out of steam entirely. But in episode 18, we do get the introduction of Father Caleb, and Nathan Fillion is extremely good as this antagonistic role. I actually really adore him in this role. He's extremely entertaining and pretty creepy and morbidly humorous. I do like Nathan Fillion a lot here, and I like knowing that Firefly would be Joss's next big venture, next big exercise in television. And well, here we see Captain Reynolds himself playing a role that is antithetical to that of Mal. So that's pretty exciting. Also in episode 18, our Lord and Savior Faith returns to the narrative. Of course, Buffy, Joss wanted you to watch both Buffy and Angel at the same time. Um, and I think on a first watch, that is the best thing to do. If you're watching this stuff for the first time, that's the best thing to do. Angel is a good show. Occasionally, it's a brilliant show, but it is a frustrating show overall. I do like Faith on Angel, and I'm bringing this up because Faith made her grand reappearance in Angel before episode 18 of season 7 of Buffy. So, those who watched Angel would have already seen Faith return, and it's kind of like they saved Faith's big entrance for Angel, which is kind of a shame. But yeah, come episode 18 of season 7, you get a good 4 episode like run where the emotions are really ramping up, where the end is like the end of the entire series is really within your grasp, and emotions start to go. st- You start to feel. It really starts to hit you in the feels. Um, so it's not a show without any power. It's just without any kind of profound power. So much of it just doesn't make much sense. The characterizations, the motivations, the dumbest thing in the entire season comes near the very end of the season after Faith has already shown up, and it shows how quickly it could all crumble again. Where Buffy is kicked out of her own house by her friends, by these teenage potential slayers that she is shepherding and caring for, by Faith, which is understandable. She is the only one who should have been criticizing her in that scene, and Faith should have been told to leave the room. That's how that should have played out. It doesn't serve any grand purpose because Buffy is back in the fold 2 fucking episodes later as the leader. Whatever, dude. It serves no purpose. Faith, that's the only motivation that makes sense in that scene where Buffy is kicked out of the house and told she cannot be a leader, and everyone just kind of like spits on her in a very large way. The disrespect is insurmountable. Faith is the only one who should have been criticizing her because that's in Faith's design as a fucking archetype. As what no one else should have just they all shouldn't have dogpiled her, especially Willow, especially Kennedy. Kennedy is the most annoying character in the world. I hate Kennedy. All of the potentials are extremely annoying. Like Felicia Day might be kind of interesting, or at least she was fun and funny. The one with the awful Cockney British accent or whatever the fuck was hilarious. She died pretty quick. Lelaine from Lizzie McGuire was a cool one. She's the one who hung herself. Um, Kennedy had the most spotlight as a potential slayer and being Willow's new love interest, and I thought that Kennedy was unbearable. I hated that character. I hated being around that character. Um, it was so contrived, and her character was just like narratively repulsive. Like I hated what she brought to the story. I hated what her behavior was like, and I absolutely like cemented my hatred of almost all of these new characters in the scene where Buffy, the hero, is kicked out of her own fucking house, and then her sister tells her she needs to leave. Dawn tells her she needs to leave. No motivations make any sort of motherfucking sense, and uh that kind of scenario that I played out to you, the same kind of stupid shit like that happens every handful of episodes. So every time you think that the season has found its rhythm, something like that happens and it's cacophonous again. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Is there a theme of season 7? Sure. It's probably the theme of one of the primary themes of the show, which is redemption. Buffy is definitely a show that believes characters can be redeemed. And we had these in large ways, like Willow redeeming herself for her dark Willow villainous deeds. I mean, Angel is a reformation story in Manifest, so is Spike. Everybody, Buffy never really did anything wrong. She's our hero. But she hasn't done anything vile. A lot of these characters have done vile and wicked things, and redemption is a clear possibility. I love Andrew. I love Andrew. He's another one of these redemption stories. I love Andrew. I know a lot of people don't, but I think that he is a saving grace of season 7. Oh my God, I despair to imagine this show, this season, without Andrew's involvement, his nearly constant involvement. I think he's a hilarious character, and he's a character who actually just now watching it, he made me cry at the very end of the season. Um, like I said, one of the best episodes of season 7 is Storyteller, where we kind of play with the meta narrative. It's a lovely kind of postmodern character study of Andrew, this guy who kind of sees the world in the most outrageously nerdy kind of ways. He is very like kind of facile and artificial. He's a shallow person emotionally. And he's entirely immature and kind of sadistic, right? Because we have to remember he's a part of the trio, even though he was seduced by Warren. Um, like sexually and physically and emotionally, like seduced by Warren. He was in love with Warren, and it led to him killing Jonathan at the beginning of this season. And in Storyteller, we get a bit of redemption for that, and we kind of focus on Andrew and get down to the scared, sensitive, outcast misfit that's in there, and I feel for that. And the point of the Storyteller episode is to not tell stories. Is that our lives are not cinematic, you know. It kind of flies in the face of a lot of like postmodern ideals. Our lives aren't cinematic. You stop telling stories, live your actual life. That kind of thing is pretty easy to grasp, but it's made kind of stronger. That kind of a very easy sentiment is given a lot more strength in this in the season or series. Actually, it makes me want to cry. The series finale, Chosen, where Anya is cut in fucking half. I cried when Xander, after the battle, after they escape the Hellmouth, after they escape Sunnydale, when Xander asks Andrew, like, how did she die? Essentially, is what he is asking Andrew, and she died in battle. She died being cut in two. But Andrew, the storyteller, decided to tell a story and told Xander that she fought valiantly. She died saving Andrew's life, and she didn't. And I cried at that. I'm like, the fucking storyteller, man. Stories stories are a moral good. Andrew's arc is the only clearly defined one in this entire season, and he's the only one who reaches an emotional arc, honestly, of maturity. He's the only one. He's the only one who has a viable arc, one that feels immense. And I cried at that part where he was telling Xander, lying to him, telling him a story. The storyteller. I fucking cried. Andrew was so good. Tom Lenk is the actor who portrayed Andrew, and I thought he was extraordinary, a phenomenal performance. Um, and yeah, awkwardly, surprisingly, he's a character who made me cry on this rewatch. There's something just so immense about him as a storyteller, about him choosing to tell a story to Xander about Anya. Speaking of Anya, a lot of people take issue with how Anya was killed. I I think I err on the side of You had to raise the stakes. You had to kill people in that final battle. You had to. Spike's sacrifice isn't enough because they already knew he was going to come back for season 5 of Angel. It wasn't enough. It was a great moment. It was a great sacrifice. I love you. No, you don't, but thanks for saying it. It's lovely. It's wonderful. But one of the one of the core had to fall, and it had to be Anya. If you look at everybody in the group, it had to be Anya. That's the only logical choice to kill in that moment if you have any plans of continuing this, either in comic book form or in some form of media. I don't know what ideas were being kicked around at the time, but Anya was like far and away the the only option really if you were going to kill a member of the core like that. Um, I think that it's kind of fine that she's kind of killed unceremoniously, because I think that's what people take issue with, the fact that that killing her seemed like an afterthought. But I think that that's part of Joss being a cruel writer, is that he kills her almost seemingly without thought, but that completion of Andrew's arc, which also helps to complete part of Xander's arc as well, since part of Xander's whole deal this season is him being kind of hung up on Anya and vice versa, her hung up on him. Um, you could argue that Anya died um, so that two kind of immature man-childs could complete some sort of emotional journey or whatever, and you'd be absolutely right. Um, but I don't feel like I have to remind you who Joss Whedon is. Because when I'm watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I'm watching Joss, this existentialist turned deep, deep, dire nihilist throughout the course of making this series. I think I'm watching a guy trying to hold on to a spark of humanity, trying to hold on to his soul, because Buffy is a show about the importance and value of the soul, of the human condition and experience. And I feel like Joss is trying to hold on to that, the goodness of it. And over time, over the course of the series, in very, very real and morbid time, Joss is losing his connection to his own soul. He loses it. He loses it. And that's part of what I think makes Buffy so interesting to view and analyze like this, but it's also what makes it so tragic and problematic. You know, I think we're watching a guy just lose his connection to humanity and his soul. I mean, he would go on from Buffy to make Firefly, which, like, make no mistake, it does feel like his most optimistic show, but it's also deeply reactionary and unquestionably nihilistic, cosmically nihilistic and pessimistic. Like, don't mistake it for the kind of like super Star Wars like ragtag team of colorful misfits thing. Remember that there's a cosmic pessimism um that is flowing through every single episode of Firefly, and certainly it is overwhelming in serenity. And then Dollhouse, I believe, is pure and uncut nihilism, and probably the most interesting thing Joss ever did. He doesn't really put on any airs. There's no veil covering his nihilism in Dollhouse. It's pure and uncut and extremely confrontational, and I think makes for some beautiful art. That's what Dollhouse is. Buffy is the struggle. Buffy represents the struggle of Joss Whedon, a struggle that he lost, the struggle of his own humanity, of his own moral compass, his own framework. We see it getting lost here, and that's represented not only in his own behavior, his own kind of unforgivable behavior to members of the cast. I need to remind you that Michelle Trachtenberg was a child on this show. She was a kid, or at least like a teenager. She was a kid, and Joss was not allowed to be alone in a room with her. That's fucked up, and that's fucking weird. Um, we already went over that he kind of bullied James Marsters, and Sarah Michelle Gellar called it like a very toxic and aggressive working environment, and Joss would call her a bitch and say the worst kind of things about her. Joss acted very indecently, very irresponsibly, and very unprofessionally. Uh, Also inhumanely, because I think that Buffy, throughout it, we see him struggle with his humanity and choose nihilism. He made a choice, and that choice involved losing whatever goodness I do believe was within him. But you don't just see that in the behavior of his actual behavior on set and to members of the cast and crew, even his own writing team. You also see it in his writing because he would start to kind of be cruel to the people that he was writing about, to the characters he was writing about. Look at how much he clearly hated Buffy, and I feel like some of that has to be how much he hated Sarah Michelle Gellar. He also did not get along with Emma Caulfield, who played Anya. I think that if you irritated him, he would punish you in various ways, either through his toxic behavior on set or through the script itself. We have to remember that a large part of what makes Buffy the Vampire Slayer um, complicated is that it is born of a very problematic mind. I think that problematic mind is genius, and I know it's kind of difficult for a lot of people in the fandom and just in general to accept that a problematic human being can also be terribly, terribly brilliant. Um, but Joss Whedon was. He was a genius. In season 7, though, his genius was not apparent, it was not visible. The motivations of the characters seem unclear. The huge battle at the end, I don't understand the mechanics of. I don't understand the framework of the action. I don't understand the point or the purpose. Or, like, how the fuck. Wait, were you just going there hoping that that amulet around Spike's neck would just activate? Like, you didn't know that thing was gonna do. What are you doing? You just went there like if Spike's neck thing, they call it a necklace, Zach. But if his necklace didn't start going off and he sacrificed himself, nothing like what the fuck was the other just die? What the fuck was the other plan? Why were you there? And we go to these kind of interesting philosophical places. Like you have to go back to high school and they could have talked about how like our core characters are going back and kind of battling the demons from high school that they haven't been able to outgrow, trauma that they haven't recovered from that was invented and abused into them in high school. But we don't necessarily talk about that. We really, really don't. There's something really poetic and really cool about the first evil having its headquarters at a public high school, at your public high school. But that's not really explored much, is it? That would be Doss doing 20% of the poetic work, and I'm doing the other 80%. So fuck that, Joss. You didn't do that very well at all. But like there are all these interesting themes that are just not being utilized well. Even like maybe a criticism of fundamentalist religion through the fact that Caleb was this misogynist preacher. We don't actually do the extra legwork to kind of juxtapose religion to the first evil and how intimate they are with each other, with the role play that the first evil plays with this preacher. Like, what the like? It's lazy, actually. It's lazy. It's lazy and it's overconfident, and the word for that is arrogant. What makes season 7 bad is the arrogance of Joss Whedon, I would have to say. The arrogance of Joss Whedon. It's not Icarus flying too close to the sun. This Icarus didn't even get off the ground. The arrogance of Joss Whedon makes season 7 a very difficult season to get through. I love seeing Faith, obviously. Faith is forever my girlfriend till the day I die. It's always nice seeing her, and her redemption story is going quite well. It's working out pretty. Things are looking good for our girl Faith. Eliza Dushku lights up the screen and shocks my heart. She was Rock'em Sock'em this season, okay? Faith was Rock'em Sock'em. Um, and you really needed her. You really needed Faith. Um, thank God Faith was in this season. It adds a lot more gravity to the situations. I thought Faith was awesome. I thought that Robin Wood was a good character too. The fight that he had with Spike. uh, where he has to, I think, first download and then play the song that triggers Spike to become a violent demon, and so we can try to kill him like that. Robin Wood was a cool character. I like Robin. Um, Once again, like we go to the precipice of very interesting things, but then we don't explore any further. And I think Robin Wood suffers from the arrogance of Joss Whedon, but he's still a good character. It's weird. I think that I really do think Andrew is the only character who is treated with respect and dignity this season, and he's obviously one of the most indignified characters. I think that he's the only character who was given an arc that was damn close to brilliant. That's a very good arc. No one else had an arc that was that good, really, honestly. Um, like, do I even want to go into Dawn, or Xander? They're interesting insofar as they are unremarkable, but they are entirely necessary to the heroes involved. Without them, our heroes would be powerless in a very large way without ordinary, unremarkable people like Dawn and Xander. And I do like that. I do like that. That is very cool and very interesting. Or if not extremely interesting, it's very emotional. So like that's cool, but that's the end. That's not an arc. That's not an arc. That is simply character development. There's no way that's not an actual arc. So like fuck that. Anya doesn't really have one. You know, no one really has one. Buffy doesn't have one. What about Buffy is different from the first episode of season 7 to the last? Like, is she a better leader now? No, I always knew she had that leadership within her. She always like led the fucking Scoobs. She might be more autonomous. I guess that we have some very lazy feminist statements being made in this season. And this show has made some very clear and very powerful feminist statements in its past. So I'm kind of like irritated by how inarticulate or at least half considered the feminism of season 7 is, with the idea that like this axe could activate all of the Slayers. The reason why there's only been one chosen one is because of patriarchy. These Watchers decided that only one powerful woman. There can't be more than one extremely all powerful woman. There can't be more than one. And Willow uses her magic to use that axe, which does look pretty fucking cool, by the way, to activate all of the potential Slayers in the world. And now all these girls are all powerful, but and that's like a lazy fucking statement. And we even learn that there are guardians, these kind of ancient mystical like women who oversee the Watchers. It's kind of this Russian doll of very, very lazy feminist theory. Like none of it is really made with any impact. Not anymore. Not anymore. You aren't really saying anything interesting there, because it's not like every single girl in the world is now all powerful. It's all the ones who were randomly chosen by some force that we never actually define within Buffy. It's still um the uniquely spectacular becoming even more uniquely spectacular. It's not as grand of a feminist statement as the show thinks that it is, or I don't even know if it thinks that it is, because I don't even think that the show is trying too hard to make powerful feminist statements anymore. And the ones it does make are a bit too on the fucking nose and very lazy about it. And lacks the punch. Or the season itself is throwing its punches. Like, I wish I could talk to Joss and be like, what were your ambitions with the final season of Buffy? Because you flopped. Like, what were your ambitions? Like, it's definitely not the way that you envisioned it. What were your intentions? What exactly did you want to express? Because you didn't, but you could have. It's just I think that every decision that was made by the show was the wrong decision this season, the wrong one. Do I hate it? No. I think season 1 is worse than season 7 because at least season 7 doesn't feel like a prototype. It doesn't feel like a warm up. Season 7 does feel like a conclusion. It does feel like a climax. It just feels like a very underwhelming one, which is, I think, unfortunate because Buffy the Vampire Slayer, as I covered at the very beginning, is one of the most phenomenal shows ever made. And to have such an underwhelming climax is it's just so aggravating to me. I wish that Joss Whedon would come out and say like, "This is okay. I fucked up. This is what I wanted to happen here." You know, because it's a swing and a miss. And coming from a guy who doesn't like normally miss, something happened, something went wrong, and I don't know what it is because I'm unable to see that. I can tell you all the problems in season 7. It's the entirety of it. It's the entire design, the entire composition of season 7 was a wrong direction, was the wrong way to go with basically everything about it. Um, so that's why I would need it directly from Joss as to why even go in this direction in the first place. Season 6, it was a gamble. It was a huge nihilistic gamble, and it paid off for you. You went to the casino and you won with season 6. Season 7, it's like somehow you're playing it safe by doing the most asinine fucking things in the world. So like, oh, I wish I knew. I don't know. I don't know what Joss thought he was doing with this season. I really don't. All I do know is that he flopped. It's it's an unfortunate resolution, an unfortunate end to one of the most fantastic things I've ever seen. And as we're at the end of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, all I can say is thank you, Buffy. You saved me too. Thank you. So many incredible memories through this show, so many incredible characters, so many incredible events, so many amazing scenes, so many interesting dynamics, plot threads, narratives, storylines. The design of the show itself and the writing involved, the composition of its visuals, the rearrangement of archetypes and status quo, the structure. Beautiful postmodern work. Thank you, Buffy, for saving me. You do that really well, because I'm not alone. This show spoke to so many different people in so many different ways. My reading of this show, it's unique to me. Everyone has their own. Everyone has their own relationship with this show, and so many people love it. And the heart of Buffy, it's large enough to encompass all sorts of different readings, all sorts of different kinds of people who are drawn to these characters for their own reasons. Thank you for listening to some of mine. I've had a blast covering Buffy the Vampire Slayer with all of you. Thank you.